crikey. That's not really even a thing people say on the reg. It's episode 121 of the Warhammer 40,000 podcast that goes by the identity of... Didn't say identity very well there either, but I'm going to carry on regardless. Look out, sir. A Warhammer 40,000 podcast made, produced, developed and delivered to you, the listeners, by us, myself, Dan, and my good buddy Phil. Did you like the semblance of a callback to intros of old there, buddy?
Yes. Yeah. I think so.
It was muddled. It was in there in places. I kind of was all over the place. Let's be real.
Okay, it was so not tenuous. Tenuous is the wrong word. I didn't notice for callback, if I'm honest.
Tedious is what you were looking for, surely.
Yeah, well, maybe. Yeah, that sounds.
Was it tenuous or tedious?
I mean, tedious sounds like what someone would put in a 5-star review to describe our podcast.
Indeed. Although what you've done there, Phil, is you've given me an adequate, segue into a 5-star review without observing the whole structure of this bit.
Too soon. I
know, that's the thing.
I mean,
never talk about 5-star reviews until it is time to transition.
Fair enough. I mean, there is time travel within this episode, but we will get to that when we get to it. But for now, let's keep the structure as it is, as it normally is.
The structure is all over the place because we approached this with a list of things that we needed to talk about or wanted to talk about more accurately, and found ourselves in a set of circumstances where we did it, but we're not really sure how it's all going to come together. So effectively, Phil now is going to occupy the position of Master of Ceremonies and dictate to me the order in which the realistically 4 things we talked about in this episode come about.
Big ads. Right, if I can recall, we are going to talk about the LVO previews. That's topic number 1. We're going to talk about the balanced data slates and the corresponding FAQs that Games Workshop dropped on us.
Although we don't actually talk about the FAQs really, just the rulebook FAQ.
The rulebook FAQ, not the individual codex ones.
No.
Then the big topic of discussion is our trip to Warhammer World, where we did a doubles event. We were joined by many guests, not just at the doubles events, such as a rapid fire wargaming guide, some random people that Richie knows, but we were joined by Richie, Tim, Garfield, aka Tom, on the episode talking about the doubles event. So that was the main topic. There was those mini topics. Have I missed anything, though, is the question.
In the outro, we talk about the merger or the collaboration between Games Workshop and the ITC. That seemed like something we wanted to talk about in the outro.
Well, yes. I mean, there are so many more things we could talk about. I think we might also squeeze in a little chit-chat about Corsairs as well while we're at
it. Yeah, that's probably in there as well somewhere. Although we did actually talk about Corsairs in the LVO reveals.
Yes, but since we've done that, previewed all the Corsairs, which we will just touch on in the outro for you elder fans listening at home.
Indeed. There you go. Those are the many things that we are talking about, much like the many of you that are nice enough to leave us 5-star reviews, such as this one.
Come on now, Timmy. You've got your orders. You've got to do it.
But I don't want to, sir.
You've got your orders. Now get up there, get over that trench, and get me that 5-star review, and get it back here right away.
Okay, sir.
This week's 5-star review comes from... You've got them all right so far, Phil. Where might I be viewing the 5-star review this week? It's a ridiculous game because it's basically guess what I randomly selected to call out this week.
Exactly.
You're doing so well.
I'm hoping.
I
think I'm free for free so far.
Yes, that's right. We've done 3 so far this year. Yeah,
I'm hoping you're going to do a curveball and do Facebook reviews.
My goodness, the man is tapped into the grid.
Oh, are you?
4 for 4.
Oh.
My God, this is again a clear indication
we are
that we
conjoined twins.
Yeah, I know. We spend way too much time together, mate. That's effectively what I'm learning here.
I feel like we could be those, Victorian mentalists that used to read each other's minds that were ultimately most likely scam artists. I feel like we could have been those people.
I mean, we are definitely scam artist material. It's a quintessential attribute of anyone who gets into any kind of content creation gig, right? We're all scam artists, right?
I'd like to think we're not. We're the real deal.
We are the real deal, but even we have our hustles. How about buying some merchandise or leaving us a 5-star review? Maybe you'd like to support us on Patreon.
I mean, that's all totally legit. I mean, we can literally read minds. I think that's worth, £3 on Patreon a month just to see us in action.
They are. I mean, sure. I guess, we'll have to work hard to work out how we're going to turn it into some kind of stage presentation. But nonetheless, you guessed right, Phil. That's 4 for 4. I guess we're going to have to potentially consider getting you like a plaque or a trophy to mark the occasion should you get 5 out of 5. I think 5 out of 5 is a significant milestone for some reason.
If I get 5 for 5, I'm going to retire and just no longer participate in, not the show, I mean guessing the 5-star location.
Well, there we go. We can add a sort of I can't even speak. We can add an odd guest segment where I just call someone up randomly and say, "Oi, where's the 5-star review coming from this week?" and see where they go. But on the topic of this 5-star review, it comes from our Facebook page, and it is left by an individual called Matt, surname with Held, and he has recommended, look out, sir, with this, their 5-star review. I've been listening since the early days, and Phil and his sidekick Dan present a great comrade. Oh, okay.
Is it camaraderie?
Camaraderie. Yeah, that's probably what I'm going with. I'm probably going to go with that.
So psychic.
Exactly. I mean, although if you were psychic, you would enter into my dyslexic mind and be equally perplexed by this whole situation.
I could see that being the case.
Yeah. It's very difficult dealing with the world when you don't understand letters. It's a whole mad thing. Anyway, as they ramble through all parts of the hobby, even the stuff Dan doesn't like. There you go. I'm noticing, Phil, initially, this Matt individual is throwing a lot of shade my way.
He clearly is a fan of Crusade, that's all.
Possibly. Or more of a fan of you than he is of me, which, to be honest with you, is probably a relatively consistent feature of this output. I always assume that's the thing.
No, that's not the case.
Ah, well, there you go. But what you're essentially admitting to there, Phil, is that you think people like you less than they like me, if that's the case.
Let's go with, everyone loves their children equally.
Yeah, they say that, but they've obviously got their favourites.
Well, of course.
Well, easily, But you never tell the kids.
To be honest, it was probably Joe. That's why we got rid of him.
Ah, yeah, that's true. We did turf out Joe because he was far too likable. Maybe it's hurt us in the long term, but we'll just have to deal with that. Anyway, or were you saying Joe is the least favourite? Is that what you were going with?
Oh, no, most favourite for sure.
Oh, yeah, almost certainly.
Least favourite amongst our social group, but obviously most favourite with the fans. That's how it evens out.
He's a terrible friend. That's the problem with Joe. In so much as he's about as reliable as a chocolate fireguard, he is hopeless. Anyway, God love him. No, sorry, Joe, if you're listening, but I know you're not because you're horrible. In a lovely sort of way. Highly recommended to put on while you're doing some hobby or stuck at a work in traffic, wishing you could be doing some hobby. I will admit this. I'm curious whether Facebook has done some sort of shenanigans to disrupt the flow of his, of his sentences here, because it's a bit all over the place. But there is also some accompanying imagery of the process of how to paint miniatures. Wet the dries the wets, wet the dries, dry the wets, wet the dries. It just basically goes on in that sequence until it is done. And it features what appears to be some kind of skeleton beast with 6 arms, potentially from the 90s Skeleton Warrior cartoon franchise. There was a skeleton in that, wasn't there, Phil, with 6 arms? You remember Skeleton Warriors, surely?
Yes. Yeah, vaguely.
Skeleton Warriors! You remember that?
They weren't the ones with the holograms in their chest, were they? That was
They
a
may
different
have
one, I
had
think.
hologram elements. They were very elaborate toys, that's for sure. They had they rode like motorcycles that were jet bikes, essentially.
Yes, yeah.
And they flew through
Did
the
they have
sky.
Did they have a TV show?
They did, yes. It was
Yeah,
called Skeleton Warriors. Yeah,
yeah.
that's where the theme song came from. That isn't just how I, shouted at the boxes.
I mean, that could have been from the TV ads.
That's true as well. Yeah, absolutely. I suppose, but then it's the 90s. If you've got a TV commercial / ad, you've definitely got a TV show, right?
I'd have thought so. Yeah.
Although I suppose that's when they started tweaking things. Do you remember when they changed Cocoa Pops to get rid of Cocoa Monkey in like the early 2000s? That was a weird time.
What? Surely.
They advertised it with like bowls of cereal that turned, the milk chocolatey, but then they had like a firefighter made of milk. It was a very weird thing.
Oh, I do, but I didn't realize they got. Surely the monkey's still on the packaging.
It is, yes, but unfortunately they weren't allowed to. I think at the time use him in the in the TV advertising.
Because it's considered advertising for kids. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So you couldn't have all those really nice cartoons where he, bamboozles a crocodile. You had to have some really kind of high concept art piece.
Interesting.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. And say thank you to Matt, and then we'll move on to the show, Phil?
Sure thing. Well, thank you, Matt. Thank you for your lovely 5-star Facebook review. It's very nice of you. Yes, I'm sorry you're probably stuck in traffic. I guess working from that logic, or going to work, maybe unable to hobby. I mean, you could always have a little pull-out table, when you're stuck in traffic. Although I'm pretty sure that's illegal, so please don't do it. Hope you enjoy the show. This is a very long one, so if you are stuck in traffic for a long period of time, you've got plenty to listen to.
Hopefully it doesn't make you fall asleep at the wheel.
Let's hope not.
Exactly. That would be a terrible, terrible thing to have occur. I always thought, because you used to get like travel chests and things, didn't you, back in the day? Has anyone attempted that with like 40k, like downscaling it to like epic miniatures and creating travel 40k?
I'm pretty sure someone must have done it. I saw in an interview a long time ago. Well, I say a long time ago, last year, and that wasn't a long time ago at all. It was like 2 months ago. The Perry twins, who did, Perry Miniatures, they did a travel version of a game that they made. And they made like a little travel version, pocket size. And it was when they were doing their reenactments. So they would have a tent set up and people would come in one at a time to play the game. I presume it was some kind of Napoleonic, scale miniature game. So that's cool. So, travel Warhammer, pocket Warhammer, I bet is a thing if we Googled it. If not, we should cash in on that in some nondescript IP-free version. And we will just call it, I don't know, Pocket Hammer. That should be trademark free, right? Pocket Hammer.
Yeah. Although I imagine there's many a hammer company that is potentially copyrighted a pocket hammer.
Well, yes, because there are maybe literally miniature hammers that you could have that fit in your pocket to tap tiny, tiny nails in doll houses, maybe.
Yeah. We could call it a small quantity of mallets. There you go.
Yes, pocket mallets.
Or battle mallets, or conflict mallets.
True. The list is endless.
Well, I feel like I've maybe got 2 more. So anyway, we'll leave it at that. Thank you very much, Matt. It was a lovely, appreciated 5-star review. Sorry I butchered the pronunciation of various words and or the general kind of grammatical structure of it. I'm an idiot. But if you would like to be like Matt and leave us a 5-star review, you know the deal by now. Go to the places where we tell you can do that, which is Facebook and iTunes. And if you do find a place where you can leave us a 5-star review that isn't those places, go to Instagram or Facebook and tell us about it, because otherwise we won't know. Also, as I've already done, shill, Patreon, shill, merchandise. It's all good stuff. Maybe consider it. But otherwise, we're going to get on with episode 121. Transitional Noise. Welcome back, everyone. We assume you went somewhere. Maybe you didn't. Maybe you've been with us all along. Whatever the case, hello again. It's another segment of episode 121 of the Warhammer 40,000 podcast known as Look Out, Sir. And in this bit specifically, we're going to talk about the LVO reveals. Oh, you like a good reveal, right, Phil?
Show me what you got.
Show me what you got. I want to see what you got. A little bit of a spoiled, event, and also as well worth saying from the outset, one that was potentially disappointing for a multitude of people due to the fact that many people online were speculating that this was going to be pretty substantial on the topic of Horus Heresy. But unfortunately, that was not the case. Not that I didn't actually like what they showed for Horus Heresy. It just obviously wasn't a whole heap of new Space Marine stuff. And it's fair to assert, Phil, that if people on the internet speculate and by extension give an assertion that lots of Space Marine stuff is on the horizon, the greater majority of 40k fans get quite excitable, don't they? When there's new Space Marine stuff, everyone gets, ooh! So when you kind of pull that rug out from under them, I can assume that was met with a certain level of disappointment, but I still liked Horus Heresy all the same. I mean, what was your vibe on the fact that they haven't gotten around to showing us that thing that everyone's already seen?
I mean, it's an interesting one. I think it is the worst kept secret so far out of all the Games Workshop secrets that everyone knows about.
Yes.
And here's the thing: it could have come out, and I think people are just disappointed that it didn't, and that we just got a model instead of it's a whole new, edition of Horus Heresy. So I can understand people's disappointments. It's obviously still coming. It's still down the road somewhere. But yeah, it's almost not quite been a year. It's probably been like 10 months since I think the very first nuggets came out. Maybe it hasn't been that long. It feels like it's been forever. I think everyone's been speculating that Horus Heresy's been on the cards for a while. I mean, I can imagine the same sort of disappointment. It's not just Space Marine related. If Battlefleet Gothic had been, rumored for just as long, and maybe they were saying there's going to be a new specialist game coming out, and it turned out to be, something that wasn't Battlefleet Gothic, I could see people being a bit salty about it. It's going to come. I'll look forward to it when it does.
I mean, one of the things that's really interesting about the Horus Heresy Kabanda trailer. And we may as well just talk about that actual model as well in this particular moment. I think we were obviously going to start with the Aeldari 40k stuff, but we'll just talk about this glorious Greater Demon of Khorne for a moment. But one of the really interesting things, Phil, in the trailer, around the 40-second mark in the trailer, the Horus Heresy title burns away, and we are revealed with the new Horus Heresy logo, Warhammer the Horus Heresy, which is a whole new logo, which does obviously to some extent indicate that we can expect a new version in the future because they have seemingly rebranded.
Yeah, I did clock that. I thought that was interesting.
I mean,
it's obviously something that's it makes sense that they would update their logo just to distinguish the two editions apart, Warhammer.
Also
40K
incorporate Warhammer into the title as well, right? Because I guess maybe for some people, when they see Horus Heresy, they think, what's this Horus Heresy? Is it Warhammer? Yes, now it is clear. I mean, I admit, you got to be a pretty, uninformed individual, but then many are, right? I mean, getting into the hobby, I suppose if Warhammer becomes the overarching title that denotes mass battle games, and then they have varying other titles that indicate other types of systems, I guess Warhammer becomes that defining part of the name that gives you that impression that what you're playing is a big mass, skirmishy, battle-y thingy-mabib, as opposed to Necromunda or Warcry or whatever, where it's more granular little squads and so on.
Yeah, I mean, the Warhammer 40k logo is Warhammer big text 40k below, and it's always been that, but everyone's always called it Warhammer 40k, so you don't realize that 40,000 is like the subtitle, a bit like how this is Warhammer for Horus Heresy.
Yes,
because everyone just calls it Horus Heresy. So
yeah, absolutely. Well, that's been its name up to this point, Phil. Right? It didn't have Warhammer in the title before. Now it's just been the Horus Heresy. That is the change. But yeah, so this is Kabanda. Kabanda is a Greater Demon of Khorne who doesn't like blood angels. That's the broad strokes when it concerns this guy. He's had a lot of beef with Sanguinius, and he is also quite beefy himself. He's a big slab, old Kabanda. Again, I'm going to have to apologize to all those hardcore Horus Heresy fans out there. I don't really know enough about his history beyond the fact that he fought with Sanguinius during the Siege of Terror. That's about the extent of what I know about this guy. But I obviously know within the 40k context that he's continuing his feud with the Blood Angels by essentially aiding them in the events of the devastation of Baal, which is a very interesting way of, getting your own back on a legion or by extension chapter of Space Marines that you don't like by helping them from, not getting destroyed. But I suppose the vibe is that if anyone's going to do it, it's him. Although why he didn't just turn up and just go, cool, you're done for now, and then kill Dante and go, cool, I'm done.
I know. It's a classic 80s cartoon sort of thing Skeletor might do to He-Man. Yeah. It's like, I've got to finish you off. And no, God damn it, you've escaped.
Exactly. Wouldn't that have been fantastic though, if if you just followed a more logical pattern and, while they're getting really messed up by Tyranids, by about the time where they're pretty much done for, Commander and all of his Khorne demons turn up, cut their way through all of the remaining Tyranids, and you can see it like a tidal wave coming from the back of the Nids as they're all dying. And then basically it's like, right, okay, cool, get ready. We're about to be hit by some Khorne demons. And then bam, Dante and all the Blood Angels are dead. And that would be a much more interesting narrative than, oh, it's all fine and back to normal again. Although obviously it isn't. Everything's perilous in 40k, yet fine at the same time. What a strange world they occupy.
Yeah, it was a bit of a weird one because that was the start of 8th edition when they had that, it was like a paragraph of text basically in the lore section where it was like, yes, the Blood Angels have survived and all the Tyranids have mysteriously disappeared and been piled up all the skulls have been piled up into like a big pile of skulls. And that was it. That was the only thing that they said. And it was like, a bit of a weird, like, hard reset. It was a bit exactly like they did with the Indomitus Crusaders. Like, the Indomitus Crusaders, come along. It saved everyone, reinforced everyone with Primaris Marines. Isn't that great? It's now over. And everyone was like, wait, what? Which is obviously why 9th edition was a bit more of a reset and actually exploring that background a bit more. And obviously, I'm sure we'll see a bit more of this guy. Now he's got an actual model. Although it's weird because they did say in the video of the preview that he's mainly Horus Heresy. He's a resin kit for Horus Heresy, but he is in the lore for both AOS and 40k. But it's like, I guess he's not going to get rules in either of those two systems if he's a very expensive resin model for Forge World. I mean, maybe they release 40k rules.
He's a gigantic model as well, right? Because to put it in context, he is standing on top of a Leviathan Dreadnought, which is, situated under one of his rather large hooves. So if you think that his base could accommodate 2 Leviathan Dreadnoughts on it pretty comfortably.
Yeah, it's clearly like a knight base, right? Because his foot is like the size of a Space Marine lying down. Yeah. So he is like a proper, Cerastus Knight scale. Yes. Mini.
He's a big boy.
Those wings are going to need pinning, that's for sure. Mate. I was so surprised that it wasn't plastic when I saw it because I was like, oh wow, they're actually doing plastic character models for Horus Heresy because it just looks plastic. But obviously that's because it's CAD designed as opposed to hand sculpted. And that's the weird thing with Forge World now because they always had a distinct look to them. And I think partly that was the paint style, partly it was because it was all traditional hand sculpted, whereas the Games Workshop stuff was much more ahead of its time in terms of the CAD design stuff. But this isn't. It's still resin, but computer-aided design, clearly.
Yeah. I think that's the thing. Like, the fact that the wings specifically couldn't have been done in plastic is pretty crazy to me. Like, I feel like if you're going to do it, maybe hybrid it and give us some plastic wings, because those things in resin, no, thank you. Like, I could never imagine anyone taking this guy anywhere and using him in games. It's one of those models that, like, oh, do you want to come over my house and play against my army with Kabanda? Because, God, the idea of you trying to put that into some kind of carry case and taking it somewhere is like, and the whip as well. The whip is just like, without the relative elasticity of like plastic, the idea of that whip in resin is like that's going to snap every other day. Like you literally pick it up in the wrong way, and it's just going to be like all over the place.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, plastic is flexible to an extent. I think resin is as well. Like, what it's kind
Not
of cool
Forge
about
World
it,
resin, not in my experience. That stuff is rigid. Like that is no good.
it's got it's got a small amount of flex, not a
Yeah.
huge amount of flex. It is what I don't want to say soft resin, but it's not super brittle like some other resins can be. I guess the plus side is if you really wanted to, because the whip and the wings, you could actually heat them up and reshape them, so you could curve the wings around a bit more, so you could change the pose. Likewise, you could change the pose of the whips as well.
Yeah.
So that is one bonus to resin that you wouldn't get with plastic at all. But you're right, the weight of it is going to be pretty tremendous. What would be
crazy.
interesting to know is, I assume that when the design is given their brief to make the model, that they're told whether it's in resin or plastic. Yeah, I assume that they would know that they're doing it in resin from the off.
You would assume so, right? I mean, yeah. But again, it's just the sort of insane kind of advancements that these guys are making in terms of their molding and sculpting processes. But sometimes it's like, just because you can, maybe you shouldn't. But then I guess one of the great things about it is maybe it, prevents all of those Chinese, Russian, other country, knockoff websites from replicating it. Because I can't imagine that some of the more kind of cheaper options are going to be able to produce this efficiently without it just falling to bits, right? Because if you're not using I don't know. I mean, again, maybe I'm speaking too favorably of the Forge World resin compounds, but I assume you're going to need some pricey materials to make that actually hold its space. And maybe in 3D printing terms, maybe that's something that might be complicated. Although maybe, to be honest with you, with the kind of materials in 3D printing, maybe that would actually be better. I don't know. I mean, again, I'm speculating on things I don't fully understand, but
Yeah,
regardless of,
I think what it does allow Forge World to do, and this is, to be honest, the shift that they're doing is, when Horus Heresy does come out, the majority of the mainstay sort of battle line models of Horus Heresy is now plastic. So all the tanks, all the infantry, for example, imagine they're all plastic, and then you've got upgrade kits, they'll probably still be resin, and then characters, for example, like these guys are resin. Then it basically allows their capacity to focus the manufacturing of the majority of stuff just is in plastic, which is super easy, but it actually frees up the not model makers, but the people actually making and casting up the resin models, kind of eases them a bit, because they're not just having to churn out, Mark II, Mark III, Mark IV armor, Space Marines, or, really small bits that could just be mass produced by plastic. So I think that's how they've sort of delineated the range now. So this is like a really amazing bespoke character model. Not many people are going to buy it, so let's just make it in resin, because that's, it makes it more prestige being in resin than if it was plastic. I think if it was plastic, it'd be like 80 quid, maybe 90 quid. Currently it's probably going to be like 150, 200 quid in its, as a resin piece. It's like proper bespoke, really expensive, and that's probably how they want it to be.
Yeah, not many people are going to buy it. Even fewer are going to get around to finishing it, and even less than that will be seeking to take it and use it in tabletop games, around the country. So yeah, I can't imagine you're going to see a huge amount of this mini. I assume the rules for it are going to be obscene, because they really should be. It's a gorgeous sculpt. I want nothing to do with it, though. I look at it and I go, wow, that's awesome. I would love to own one of those that looks like what that photo is, but I just, no way would I ever want to indulge the challenge of building and painting this monstrosity. I think when it comes to Forge World, tanks have got a certain rigidity to them. They've got that sort of functional, solid design where everything kind of fits together. And you can look at that and go, that's a lump of resin. I'm okay with that. Even some of the more elaborate variants of that, where you look at some of the Craftworld or Drukhari ranges, although again, I'd say the Drukhari stuff is probably on the other side of the border when it comes to my appetite for resin, sculpting, or resin, building, and so on and so forth. this guy, I'm not interested. Like, it's just like, he's gorgeous, and all credit to those that are going to go out there, buy it, paint it, and enjoy owning it. I'm not going to be amongst you. That's just too far in the wrong direction for me.
In terms of like painting him up, it's probably one of the more complicated pieces, because to me, like, painting flesh, really difficult. Okay, you've got lots of intricate detail, you've got banding, on the armor and stuff. You've basically got a character just really big, but also you got wings, and I think wings is a terrible thing to paint up because it's just quite difficult to do well. Because it's really like the wing piece, like the membrane is meant to be slightly transparent, so you've got to try and replicate it. I mean, with flesh, you can maybe cheat and do contrast and stuff like that or dry brush, but I think to do it well is very difficult, and this is making it so much more difficult because of the size of it. It's like a knight, or as you say, a tank or something can be massive, but it's also lots of flat panels that you apply transfers to. It's like, to me, knocking out a tank is like super easy. I wouldn't have much struggle, I don't think, with a knight, but I'd say they're more complicated than a tank, whereas this is like, probably 10 times more hard than painting up a knight.
Yeah, I think a knight is a really nice kind of mid ground, because again, it's still got that kind of chunky functionality to it. It's just things that, and obviously this guy does have that, but he's riddled with lots of little bits: the horns, the whip, the axe, the wings. It's just a recipe for disaster. I just couldn't ever envision me wanting to own this and to actually use it. I mean, I'd love to own it, but I don't think I'd, as a gaming piece, I just think
it'll be a challenge to paint for sure. Yeah.
Oh, big time, and build and keep. It's just it's a crazy thing. And at the end of the day, I'm assuming it's going to be pretty pricey. I'm guessing that's a 250, 300 quid kit. Like, the idea of transporting that is just no, thank you. But there you go. At the end of the day, it wasn't a whole heap of new plastic Space Marines, because Lord knows, Phil, all us 40k players need more Space Marine sprues clogging up our existence, right?
Right, exactly. That's what everyone wants.
We're chomping at the bit to buy yet more Space Marines. I can't wait for that new Horus Heresy box set. Can't wait to buy yet more Space Marines. Ooh, baby. Although on the topic of buying yet more of something, we can move on to the first thing that was announced as part of these reveals, which was the very well kept secret of Craftworld Aeldari. A subject, Phil, as you know, close to my heart. So I'm going to elect to allow you to lead in the opinion forming part of these model reveals, and I will follow up with some intriguing, hopefully, statements that follow. So, Craftworld Aeldari, I'm obviously very excited. Phil, what do you think of all of this?
I'm pleasantly surprised. I pretty much like everything. Avatar of Cain, love. I like the sculpts. I like the head and weapon options. Although, personally, the classic design of the swords and the head with the helmet and the two little big ear things, whatever they're called.
The horns.
I mean, we can call them horns. They're not quite horns, but they're fancy side adornments to his helmet. And
they're closer to horns than they are to ears, Phil. That's what I'm going to tell you.
Okay, big horn ears, let's say. That design I think is amazing. The others, where it's more like a Spartan helmet and the spear and the axe and the more elfy looking helmetless head, I'm not super keen on those two, but I love that they've given them choice. It's a bit like Abaddon, or a couple of the demons. They've always done like variant head options or builds that you can do. I guess it's a bit of a shame that the different weapon options, probably, I think they've said that it's all got one profile, right?
Correct, yeah. It's all the Wailing Doom, but the Wailing Doom has always been represented with different types of weapon. It's just that it's just a universal profile. It's a really good melee weapon with a range shooting attack that usually is some form of melter gun. And that follows the same kind of thread when it comes to the Avatar of Cain, assuming that the leaked data slate is indeed accurate, which it almost certainly is. But yeah, so it's going to be a melter gun with like a draw a line, anything under it gets hit by it mechanic. And then when it comes to combat, obviously it's horrendously powerful. Doesn't ignore invuns, I don't think, though. So, not quite rail cannon or railgun.
Or Bellicor level. Yeah.
No, not quite Bellicor level. But, ultimately, he's got enough attacks that you're going to get enough of this through. If you are in a fortuitous position where you're charging into a Knight Castellan, it's probably very dead.
Nice. Yeah. It's a cool model. I've seen quite a few people complain about the flames. I think generally a lot of people, certain people in the community, don't like flame effects, smoke effects, those sort of added bits of sort of technical details to models. I think partly because they're hard to paint. It might be also because people just either don't want them on them or want the option to be able to remove them. Or sometimes they just don't look good in photos. So I think if you don't like it on the model of how you see it in the photo, wait till you see it in person. It might actually look a lot better.
Yeah, I'm on the fence with the flames. I don't mind them necessarily. I think again they're a very kind of finicky detail that I can see snapping off all over the place and being a bit of a pain when it comes to utilizing it as a practical gaming piece. But I think the ones that are actually attached to his body are pretty reasonable. The one that's on the base, I'm kind of not into. I probably wouldn't utilize that one that sort of sits in front of the avatar on the base. I'll be honest, the thing that I find a little bit more egregious is the comical blood arm. I know that Cain is the bloody-handed god, and obviously, the symbol is that it's obviously dripping with blood. The things that people have done historically with this is that they have essentially not had like that blood effect kind of built into the model. They've allowed us as, hobbyists to inject our own kind of personality into that. I think the Forge World Mini did it really well because, again, it was just each hand was the same, but you as a painter, as a modeler, would take it and add those, embellishments as you required. Having it there as just a blatant, oozing bloody mess is a bit much for me. I get what they're trying to go for, and I get that they obviously wanted to kind of put that across, but that was the only real detail where I was a little bit like, it's a little bit much. I would have just preferred to be able to have used some blood for the blood god or one of the other technical paints and layer on those details myself. It's a bit over the top, I'd say.
I don't mind it, although it does feel like it's not quite dripping down correctly.
No, it isn't.
It's going down the arm, not actually dripping directly off of the model.
It's too much blood as well, I think. I think, again, if it was slightly understated, like if it was just the dripping from the knuckles like you see at the top, I think that would be okay. And maybe like a couple little details going down the gauntlet, fine. But literally, this looks like, it looks like he's cut his, one of his major arteries. It's like going everywhere.
True. I mean, it'd be cool if you could get a, not for the whole arm, but the gauntlet piece. If that was, they had two options of that. So you could have a very bloody option and a non-bloody option.
Yeah.
That would have been cool. I mean, it doesn't seem like that would be an option because they've not previewed it, but who knows what little extra nuggets they might have stuck into the sprue that they've just not revealed.
I mean, this is the thing. Perhaps that's an extra bit of plastic that you can slap on, and maybe you don't need to put it there. And if that is the case, fantastic. And I'm sure that there is a likelihood that is the case. I'm really hopeful that there is, because that is the only bit that has not offended, but just kind of, it's just a bit too literal, in my opinion, and it's robbed, certain types of hobbyists from the opportunity of expressing that the way that they want to do it. Because, I think the older Avatar minis didn't really play this up. The bloody hand was just a hand, and then, it was up to the person painting it to embellish that as they saw fit. But other than that, I love it. I think, at the end of the day, my initial reception to it was, as I was a bit confused by how much more slender it was. I was expecting, I think, certainly the face details. I was hoping for something a bit more maniacal, because the original kind of artwork of the Avatar has so much more kind of demonic personality. And this, to me, feels a little bit kind of muted by comparison. I think the thing is with that, though, is that I think that's the expressive nature of the old pencil, pen, artistry that created the original artwork for the Avatar versus the very kind of, robotic approach that is CAD design. It's taking all of those design cues, but it kind of delivers it in a way that is technically really proficient, but sort of lacks some of the artistry, if I'm honest with you sometimes. And I think this is one of those little instances where I felt like if someone had hand sculpted an Avatar like this, it probably would have gotten closer to what I was looking for. But I like it. I mean, it's great as a plastic kit. It's going to be really functional. I love the fact that obviously they've really embellished all the jewelry and the iconography of the Avatar. I think the fact that we've got the symbols of all the different aspect houses or aspect temples present on it is really cool. I think the fact that they've given us multiple options is great. I'm really curious whether they're going to allow this model to be used in Age of Sigmar, because the Daughters of Cain have access to an avatar of Cain in Age of Sigmar. So it would be amazing if all of a sudden they were like, oh, by the way, Age of Sigmar players, you can also use this in your Daughters of Cain army.
I mean, it would feel like it would make sense, because the elf head with the ears looks very AOS, right? And there's nothing on that model to suggest it's 40k specifically from like the base.
The only thing that's 40k specific is the different runes that it's got on it, the little golden tokens that it's got all over it, because it's got one for each aspect.
But could that still not be translated to something in
potentially?
AOS?
Yeah, it's not presently anything within the Daughters of Cain. So
right, fair enough. Yeah.
So it wouldn't necessarily. That's the only little detail that I would say that is very very Craftworld specific. But yeah. But overall, I think they've nailed it. I read again. I'm interested in seeing what the final rules are. He looks like a bit of a tanky monster, but not quite where I would want him to be to maybe field it in a competitive army list. I'm not sure he's going to be survivable enough. He needed to be Catan-esque and only take up to an amount of wounds each phase to be super good, in my opinion.
True. Have you changed your mind about his pose then? Because I think when it was first previewed,
I've come around to
it.
I've come around to it again, though, because I was so hopeful, because obviously we've seen Mephiston and we've seen Helbrecht, which both took from the old, I'm going to forget the name,
Gibbons.
Mark Gibbons, thank you. The old Mark Gibbons artwork, which was super iconic. But the avatar of Cain, Mark Gibbons artwork, where he's standing over the burnt-out husk of a Space Marine, is easily one of the most iconic images of 40k to me as a hardcore Craftworld fanboy. So I was hopeful that we were going to channel that imagery.
I will put it to you. I think it is based on Mark Gibbons' artwork, but they've just made it less, let's say, derpy. Because I love Mark Gibbons' artwork, but the pose, like the leg stance, is like super wide, which I think they've just fixed and they brought it in. But at the bottom of his base is a flaming skull, a bit like the flaming skull of the Space Marine or whatever it was in the artwork. Yeah. And the pose isn't that far off. I think they've just tweaked it to make it work for a model. So they've had to sort of reinterpret it slightly. It's not quite, as you say, expressive. And to an extent unrealistic in terms of the proportion and poses, which you can get away with in an illustration that you can't in an actual model. But I do think it is actually based on the Mark Gibbons artwork.
Well, yeah, and I could probably go along with that. I think, again, though, the difference with the Mark Gibbons artwork is, again, the arms are more down by his side and are kind of like, it's almost like he's kind of screaming out in rage and more, Phil did the pose, which was perfect, but unfortunately, I have no idea how to describe what Phil just did. But the point is
it's the come at me bro pose.
It's the I can describe it to those that understand wrestling. It's the Roman Reigns kind of big dog hoorah thing that he does. But the point is, anyway, is like, it's fine. I'm getting my head around it. It's fine. But I think, it loses some of the ferocity that I was hoping for. I think, again, this is a gorgeous sculpt, a great looking mini. I'm really excited for it. It's just missing a few things that would have made it perfect for me. But again, I think, when I see it in reality, I think a lot of that perspective will change. So the next one, but overall, solid. Looking forward to it. Next one, Phil.
Yeah. So the next one is what? Phoenix Lord Morgan Ra.
Is it Morgan Ra or Morgan Ra? I've always said
Oh,
Morgan Ra, but it
maybe
could be
Morgan
Morgan.
Ra. Morgan. Yeah, Morgan Ra.
Yeah.
It's okay. It's not my favorite out of the stuff that they've shown. I think it's obviously harks back to one of the original metal minis, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, it's a weird sort of synergy, or rather merger, of the fourth edition metal Harlequin Death Jester and the Morgan Ra sculpt. So it's kind of like a coming together of those, because the pose is directly lifted from the old Death Jester of fourth edition, and then obviously they've added in a bunch of the key kind of Morgan Ra elements, such as the large kind of like large sprawling skeletal backpack, and then obviously spinal column that then turns into like a headdress or banner almost. So they've obviously stayed true to a lot of Morgan Ra's elements, but then they've added in a lot more flourishes, I suppose, is what I would call them.
Yeah. I just think the leg stance is a bit wide for me. Is okay. I'm just not super sold on it otherwise.
Yeah, so my perspective on it is I don't think this is better than the current Morgan Ra pose or actual kind of model, but obviously it is better because it's a newer, up to date sculpt. So obviously this is going to be far greater in stature, far greater in board presence. It's going to be a technically more competent miniature, but I think for what it is versus what it was, this has kind of taken away some of the stoic, menacing presence of Morgan Ra and made him just a little bit too generic Grim Reaper, in my opinion. The old Morgan Ra scope had this kind of bulk to him that made him feel imposing, and he had this really kind of solid planted stance, which obviously is akin to the minis of the time. I mean, even Kandras the Shadowhunter in his old, second, maybe even Rogue Trader sculpt is basically a lumpy dude planted to the ground. It's just the nature of what they could do back then. But yeah, I bizarrely, James R as a Phoenix Lord, 10 out of 10, took all the design cues, ramped it up to 10. The whole thing worked perfectly. It's basically James R made awesome. This, unfortunately for me, is still a gorgeous sculpt, and I'm very excited to own it. But it doesn't feel like Morgan Ra to me. It looks like just some generic Grim Reaper dude. And like you say, Phil, it's got a weird gait. Those legs are very wide apart.
Yeah, right? So it feels like someone's going to sneak up behind him and kick him in the nuts.
That's it. Someone's
take out that comedy villain.
That's it. To use a Naruto statement, someone's coming around for the 1,000 years of pain, Phil. I'm sure you know what that is.
I don't.
No, fine. Well, I won't explain it because, trying to maintain our PG rating. But for those who know Naruto, they'll know. Yeah, look, it's hard to hate on it because it is clearly a fantastic looking mini, but it's not Morgan Ra to me, darn it.
Fair enough. Next up is the Shining Spears. Yeah, solid. They look really cool.
I love your simple summary here, all right? Aren't they? Yeah, Shining Spears, mate.
Well, I don't know what else to say about it. It's like they're just nice new jet bikes with spears. Like, yeah, it's cool. Like, I don't know what else you'd want from it, really.
Yeah, look, here's the thing, right? The Shining Spears kit was first introduced for 3rd edition, I want to say, and it was easily one, even though we've still got kits in the Craftworld range that are now older than this, or rather older than the old Shining Spear kit. I think, weirdly, the Shining Spears were showing their age more than a lot of things. So it's amazing now that we've got new, proper plastic Shining Spears that are utilizing the new form factor of the modern jet bike. I like the fact that they've obviously given these jet bikes a certain level of customization. The fact that they've got these, areas on the main kind of, hood of the main kind of like part of the jet bike where they can place their spears. So I like the whole kind of synergy that clearly this is a jet bike that is designed with that form and function to specifically be used by Shining Spears. They're not just standard jet bikes that a dude with a spear happens to be on. This thing has been specifically designed with them in mind. It's got a few extra fins, a few little extra details. Personally, and this is just a little gripe, I think actually it would have actually worked to the Shining Spear's benefit from a game design perspective had the rules designers, or not the rules designers, sorry, had the Citadel team chosen to not have any underslung weapons. I think for me, the Shining Spears shouldn't have heavy weapons or shuriken catapults on the underside. I think they should just purely be built around that impactful heavy hit, as opposed to doing this kind of jack of all trades thing that they've always been doing. Because that's the weird thing about the Shining Spear squad, and what has always made them super strong is the fact that they do everything. They've got really good anti-infantry shooting. They've got really heavy hits. They've just got so much flexibility, so many options. And that to me kind of robs from what it should be.
But that is quintessential Elder. Like,
yes, I know.
In every way and can do no wrong.
But that's my frustration, right? Because the thing I always think about again, if I was looking at Craftworld from a kind of design principle perspective, I think the most important thing about the Craftworld army is not what it does well, but what it doesn't do well. And I think that's the thing that they should amplify more with their designs when it comes to the Craftworlds. It's not about every unit can do everything. It's about the frailty of that unit that's more interesting to me. That's a more interesting design principle than just here's a unit, it's got 3 up armor saves, it's toughness 4, it moves real quick, hits like a truck, and can thin out hordes. It's like, that's crazy. Like it should just be, here's a really fast unit, it's really fragile, but it hits like a truck. Like that to me becomes Shining Spears. At the moment, unfortunately, Games Workshop kind of gone the other way, and it's like, which is fair enough because that's what people have now come to expect. I'm sure if these guys didn't have shuriken catapults or shuriken cannons, people would be going, oh no, they're not as good. But I think, for me, it's more about what an Elder unit can't do than what they can do, because I think that makes them more interesting. But unfortunately, no one in the design studio or rules writing team at Games Workshop seems to see things from my perspective. So, I bow down to them.
There is one criticism I will make of this model.
Please.
It's the base and the stand. It's the old style flight stand so firstly it's straight up. It's unlike the newer ones that they did with the Inceptors and Caradron Overlords, where it's like slightly curved. And it's also the old style transparent, like the actual base stand piece itself, which I always think looks really stupid nowadays, especially on the newer. No, they don't really do it on the newer kits anywhere. Normally, you get a classic base, like a proper beveled black base. To me, that's what that stand should be going on to, because then you can add texture to it. You can do a proper base. So it feels weird that they've actually just given us the old style plastic see-through, flight stands. That seems really weird, like a weird choice to do with a brand new kit.
I think the only thing I would say is it's in keeping with the established range, right? So in that regard, I'm okay with it because that's what all, Aeldari jet bikes have.
I guess is they not updating all the bikes then? So obviously you've got you've got the new Rangers, but they haven't updated the just normal sort of like the scatter bikes and jet bikes, right?
Well, that kit was released in 6th edition. So the Elder jet bike was redesigned in 6th edition. So that was done maybe 6 years ago.
Okay, so they're going to keep it in line with that then. I guess it makes sense then.
Yeah, so these are updated to be more in line with what was updated 5 years ago, or maybe 6 years ago, or whatever it was. So this is more in keeping with the current range. But yeah, in terms of the riders and the armor pattern and all that kind of stuff, I like the new helmet design. I'm actually in favor of it. I think it's a really nice way of denoting them from standard kind of pointy-headed Elder helmets, which they broadly were before. I like the fact that they've actually given us a banner on the on one of the bikes. I think that's the Exarch that has an actual banner, which is a really nice callback because we haven't really seen banners on jet bikes for a while. That one on the actual Lance itself, I mean, fair play to anyone who actually wants to keep that thing on there, but I can tell you for nothing that when I get my version of this, that is getting snipped off straight away. That is not going to last. There's no point painting that because that will not survive one weekend's gaming. But so especially not if I'm playing Richie. Good lord. Sorry, Richie. Always got to get those little digs in. But the point is that I think they're great. I think I think it's just as I say, I've made my little points about what I might have done if it was me, but I get what they're going for, and I think it's a really nice evolution of the concept of what they delivered in editions of old. So in keeping with what Shining Spears have been, this is that, but better. So good on them.
Yeah, so really solid overall, I think, for the Elder. I assume that's it for now. I mean, I wouldn't be too surprised if they sneak in a couple more things before the Elder Codex comes out, or I mean, potentially that's it for now, and we're going to have to wait until like another year before you get the rest of the range updated.
Yeah, it's intriguing, isn't it? Right. So for this release in total, we've got a new Alt-Art kit, which is more significant than I think people give it credit for, because it has synergies with the existing plastic Alt-Art, which is massive. So now all of a sudden, not only do we have the opportunity to customize an Alt-Art with a bunch of different war gear, we can also have our Alt-Art with wings and give that different war gear as well. So that's really exciting. The new Ranger kit was, broadly necessary. I think the new Ranger kit needed to happen because it was definitely a kit that definitely had its moment in the sun. It's great that they added new Rangers as well. The fact that we're getting a new jet bike squad for them is cool. I like the fact that we're getting a new squad, so I'm not going to sort of poo-poo that by any stretch of the imagination. The new avatar model was absolutely essential. We definitely needed that. So I think that's a big win. Where I fall over in terms of where I'm at with this new Elder release is definitely Dark Reapers Morgan Ra. I think, again, if it were me, I probably would look to have given us Warp Spiders long before this. I think Warp Spiders and a new Phoenix Lord would have been more interesting for this release than Dark Reapers, because with all due respect to that new Dark Reapers kit, it's broadly the same as what already exists. And okay, fair enough. It's cool that we're getting them, and it's great that they're updating all of the Aspect Warriors slowly and surely. But I think we should definitely be looking at kits like Sweeping Hawks and Warp Spiders before, a kit that broadly is okay. I think Warp Spiders and Sweeping Hawks have really had their time. They need updating. And additionally, on top of that, although I absolutely agree that this new Guardian kit is glorious, and I think it's going to be significantly better than the existing one, I don't think it's going to be that incredibly impressive that it was necessary at this time. So I would have rather have seen a new Sweeping Hawk kit and a new Warp Spider kit than new Guardians. But again, obviously I need to wait and see what the rules are, but I'm really intrigued to know what's going to happen with Craftworlds, because obviously we know already with a degree of certainty that Dire Avengers are going out of the troop section. So if Dire Avengers are going out of the troop sections, are Rangers leaving the troop section as well? And if both Rangers and Dire Avengers are leaving troops, does that mean that for Craftworld armies, our entire troop choice is Guardians, which completely changes the makeup of the army? I hope they leave Rangers in there.
I mean, it sort of feels like that's what it should be, but then maybe each of your sort of sub-factions will make a different thing a troop's choice, like how Beltan, isn't it, used to have jet bikes as troops, but then they just made them troops for everyone for several codexes. On the point about the Dark Reapers and Morgan Ra, it sort of makes sense. Like, they've given you the new Dark Reapers, so give you the Phoenix Lord associated.
Yeah, totally. I'm fine with that.
And I suspect when they do Striking Scorpions, surely there's a
Kandras, the Shadow Hunter.
Yeah, surely there's another one related, Phoenix Lord related to them, so they do them together in synergy. I think updating the core Guardians kit is kind of a bit of a no-brainer, because it's like, as you say, that if they end up being the only troops choice, or like the main troops choice that you have to take, a newer kit for them is pretty good, even if it is a bit like what I did with Chaos Terminators. That it's like looking at something in HD from standard definition. It's the same thing. It looks the same, but just ever so slightly better. And I don't mind that, because I think that's sort of how these kits do need to be updated, just to bring them up to date.
I mean, I love that new Guardian kit. I think it's a really, really well done version of the Guardian kit. Like, I'm completely on board with it, and the fact that it gives us, easy availability of the Storm Guardian unit, which is a unit that up until now, unless you've gone out and bought loads and loads of the resin upgrades, is not something that many people had access to. So, I think these are all good decisions. I think it's the right way of approaching it. I think the thing is, though, it beautifully illustrates how big the problem has been with the Elder range for so long, because just how out of date some of the aspects of it are, and how much work needs to happen to bring this thing up to date. And again, I think, without wanting to sound spoiled, which I appreciate, I probably do, Craftworld players have definitely had to deal with a very kind of shallow pool of new sculpts and minis over the years. And I think, we're all kind of chomping at the bit to see those updates and see those upgrades. And I think, it's a credit to what Games Workshop are doing, because they're doing a great job with it. But I think the problem is it's such a vast thing that it's obviously going to take a long time for them to do completely. But hey, look, it is what it is. At the end of the day, can't look a gift horse in the mouth. I've already done the pre-order of the apparently really unfairly priced Chaos Space Marines versus Craftworld box. So I'm already looking forward to getting my hands on my new Rangers and new Autarchs. So I'm excited for everything that's going to bring. It's looking good. Looking good. One other thing, Aeldari related, I guess, Phil, and 40k related to an extent for the LVO reveals was, of course, the Corsairs. Madly, I actually said months and months ago that I'd love to see Corsairs in Kill Team, and here they are. I mean, crikey, it happened, which is pretty crazy. I didn't expect Corsairs to look like that. I don't know. It's so different from what they were in the Forge World range, because before they just had sort of specific helmets and weird little, like, winged backpack things.
Oh, so they sort of made them more piratey.
Yeah, which I love, though. I mean, I think they look great. I'm excited.
Yeah, no, I like it. It looks cool. I would have liked to have seen more than just the one, because I'd like to see what the full squad's going to actually look like. But yeah, like the old Corsairs, I really like the concept of. So yeah, it'd be cool to see what they all look like.
Yeah, really nice, as I say, sort of middle ground between the Drukhari and the Craftworlders. You've got that kind of Drukhari sort of decadence in some of the armor plating and some of the design, but you still got some of that sort of form and function, which is more akin to the Craftworld approach. But also you've still got the Spirit Stones incorporated into it as well, which is obviously something that you don't see the Drukhari utilizing. And he's got a bird, Phil. I mean, we can't get enough of birds in our armies. I mean,
What more could you want?
Exactly. I hope that bird has a peck attack.
It'd be like one mortal wound. Yeah.
Absolutely. Maybe he's like Pappy. Oh, hang on. What was the name? Pappy. It's I forgot his name. It's from Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Have you ever watched Always Sunny in Philadelphia?
Like 2 episodes.
All right, fine. That's it. Pappy McPoyle. Pappy McPoyle is the leader of the McPoyle family, and he has a bird that always is with him, and it lives under his hat. And the bird has been bred to go and pluck people's eyes out. So he goes out and he's like, "Get me their eyes!" And obviously, given the fact that this guy is lacking an eye, maybe that's what he's channeling. This is Pappy McPoyle in Aeldari form.
Could well be.
Could well be. I appreciate you have no frame of reference for what that is. I'll send you some links.
Lovely. Thanks very much.
But again, Phil, yet again, someone out there is going, "Yes, Dan, that's genius. Spot on." Or, calling me rude words because they don't like me very much. But hey, that's what you get when you put yourself out there on the internet. Yeah, exactly. Although I'd assume they hadn't gotten this far if they were the latter. But I guess, who knows? It depends the depths of their hatred, I guess. So there you go. That was the LVO reveals as it concerns 40k related things.
There was also there was Ash Wastes, I guess, coming for Necromunda, which is 40k adjacent. I mean, people are saying it's possibly Gorka Morka with humans, but who actually knows?
So that's just Necromunda, isn't it? It's like Gorka Morka with humans has already been established, surely.
Well, no, in terms of like it's a car racing game. Is it going to be more vehicular combats, like Mad Max style, or is it a skirmish game where you have vehicles that effectively become like objectives, or is actually majority of the gameplay based around vehicles and not individuals? That'll be interesting to see how it actually works, or what they do. I mean, timeline wise, was it the last Mad Max movie came out a few years ago? That's enough to percolate a few ideas, and the designers at Games Workshop to be like, we want to do a game a bit like this movie. Here we are a few years later.
I mean, they definitely expressed that with their range of orc buggies and things, right? So they've definitely made it clear that there's a few design cues taking place as a result of the release of what was it? Fury Road?
Fury Road, yeah, that's it.
Was that 2015 Fury Road or 2016?
I can't remember, but
it was a long time ago.
Yeah,
it's like over 5 years at least. Great movie. Fantastic film. Although, again, why haven't we got the Goth, playing the guitar on one of those buggies in the Orc range, Massive. I suppose it'd be too close, wouldn't it? It'd just be
too on the nose.
Yeah, no, I can get that. But yeah, no, I mean, who knows what that's going to end up being. I know, obviously, within the 2000 AD Judge Dredd series, obviously there's Mega City, and Mega City is where all of the, various remnants of humanity have coupled together and live out their existence. But there was definitely all that stuff where the judges, or more specifically other members of society, weren't able to get inside of the mega city, and as a result lived out in the various wastelands and deserts that resided around that. So maybe they're taking a few design cues from that as well, because again, that's a very well established aspect of the 2000 AD Judge Dredd universe. So so it wouldn't surprise me if they're trying to take some of that stuff as well. But again, there would be vehicle elements to that also. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff that they can rip off as they like
to be fair, there was also always it was called Wasteland, wasn't it? I think, which was the Necromunda expansion. The original Necromunda game, where it was set in the Outback, and you had, I think, like the rat skins, which were effectively, like Native Americans. So, I mean, it'd be interesting if they do those. I imagine they would have to do them in a completely different direction, and less sort of Native American looking, because that wouldn't be a done thing nowadays. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see what they do with that as well. So they do have their own things. I mean, they'd be re-referencing come the new one.
It's always interesting, isn't it, how much stuff Games Workshop rips off? Yeah, don't you dare rip them off. Oh dear, you try. Just you try. They'll come for you. And then, yeah, on the topic of Games Workshop and things, I had no real segue into that. They had their new Warhammer Plus show that they showed, which is like a weird black and white thing.
Yeah, interrogator.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not blown away by what I'm seeing so far. I sort of like the fact that there's a sequence where he falls into a whiskey glass or something, and then it becomes an eyeball. It's like, yeah, all right, cool. It's kind of got a nice kind of, sinister vibe to it, I guess. But I mean, it looks all right. I'm not falling over myself for it.
Yeah, it's like a high art concept. As a trailer, I think this works really well. But visually, if this is the style of the show, which I think they have confirmed, that might be a bit much. I would almost prefer more Harry Bolter style animation, and this just to be the kind of mood setting intro graphics. As opposed, I mean, who knows? It'd be interesting to see what they do. It's almost reminiscent of a Hellbrecht on YouTube that they did. Sorry, not Hellbrecht, Hell's Reach, which was very like sort of stylized and made to look hand drawn, even though it wasn't.
I suppose it's cheaper though, right? If you do it like this, because then you don't have to, animate as much or color as much in. You just sort of go, everything that isn't important is in the black, and then the rest of it is just little etched out white line drawings.
True, but the etched out line drawings probably take just as long. So it's like you make a saving in one place, but you're probably putting that time into all the other stuff. Although I see what you mean. Yeah, I think maybe concept wise it's a lot harder to pull off when it is potentially a bit more abstract. But as I said, it's just a trailer, so it's hard to know what the actual episodes will look like. Glad to see more new episodes.
What I will say though is the preview image they've used, the Warhammer preview Las Vegas Open online thumbnail, or the sort of first image that you see when you go into the article.
Yes,
it looks awful. That is a bad image. Like there's definitely more interesting imagery in the trailer and throughout. Like the silhouette of the Inquisitor or whatever he is, Road Trader. I assume he's Inquisitor, right? Whatever.
No, so he is an interrogator, so he's like a junior Inquisitor, basically.
Yeah. No, it looks really rubbish. And then the faces of the people in the mirrors or whatever. I mean, yeah, don't get me wrong. Like, they're perfectly competent sort of constructs. Like I can recognize them as faces, but
they're sketches.
I'm not blown away. Yeah, it's just it's not them announcing Astartes 2. Let's just leave it at that.
Yeah, I know. I mean, that's always potentially a problem. What I find a bit more annoying is that they're announcing this, and it's like, well, they've already announced. Oh, what was it called? The Tau animation that was actually weirdly named after something to do with Elder, didn't they?
Oh yeah, I forget what it's called now. Pathfinder?
No, but something along those lines. It's really not. I can't remember it. But yeah, they announced that one. It's like, well, that hasn't come out yet, and now they're announcing this one. It's like, well, you still haven't given us the Tau Exodite. That's it. Yeah.
That's it. Yes. Thank you.
So it's like they've sort of gone. Here's 2 animations that are coming. It's like, okay, cool, but when? Like, are we actually going to get these? I wouldn't be surprised if they really. It feels like they're sort of stringing them out. Let's be honest. Like then you're never going to get 2 animations side by side. I mean, to be honest, we did with Hammer and Bolter and Angels of Death to an extent. But
when it first came out, yeah.
Yeah, but it feels like we'd probably get all of one and then all of the other, or there'd be like maybe they'd be alternating them. I don't know. It would genuinely surprise me if we got 2 episodes of an animation in 1 week, is what I'm trying to say.
Basically, your expectations are so low now that literally them producing even the modestest amount of content would inspire you. Well, this week, wasn't it? They went, here's a battle report and a painting video. Cool, thanks. It's like, wow.
Well, here's the thing. Like when they first announced Warhammer Plus, they was like maybe 10.
They lied 50. A lot. Is that what you're going to say?
No, there was like 10 to 15 animations, like names that they announced, and it's like if there's that many, that's enough for like 1 different animation series a month, and it's like we've had 2 in 6 or 7 months. I mean, I'm not complaining; they're good. But
they are good, yeah. They are good.
The quantity is a lot lower than I think everyone was expecting.
Absolutely agree. But credit where credit's due, Phil. We got our event exclusive, didn't we, for going to a Warhammer World event as Warhammer Plus people?
Oh, well, let's not spoil that. Let's talk about that when we in the doubles.
We've probably already spoken about it, Phil. I imagine that this might probably come first.
This is a little prelude. Yeah, this is a little prelude to the big.
The prelude. So we're
one.
going to talk about it next. Well, fantastic segue, right?
Yeah. Okay, let's do it.
Beautiful. I mean, hopefully we get around to doing it at some point. We're recording this on Sunday. Who knows when we're going to record the doubles chat? But that's that done now. We're going to go on and talk about doubles in the continuity of this podcast. But actually, what we're now going to go do is talk about the balanced data slate. So there's a nice little bit of weird, confusing timeline nonsense for you. Transitional noise. That was a terrible transitional noise. Hang on, try it again. Whatever. Good news, Phil. They've updated the rules again. I know that's what you were crying out for, Phil. More rules. Are you happy, Phil? Are you happy with yourself?
I mean, it's always good to get an update to things that are broken. What would be more helpful, though, is they tell us which bits have actually changed and not just give us an identical looking document known as the balanced data sheet. but not actually highlight with any kind of coloured text what has actually updated from the last version.
Balance data slate, Phil, not sheet. Slate.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
It's all right, mate. It's all right. You must go and flagellate yourself.
I was going to say that exact word, so that's quite funny.
There you go, man. We are of one mind. Once you get together and podcast on the regs, it all starts to go a little bit weird. Freaky Friday.
Yes, and it's something we often talk about, but I can never remember the character's name. That guy from Total Recall.
Oh, well, yeah, we never know his name. But no, Quaid's the name of of Arnie's character.
Oh, yeah.
He's the little mutant creature that lives on the guy's tummy.
Yes, him. That is us. But which one of us is which is for the listeners to decide.
Well, I think I would probably be the weird little mutant baby, and you the strange host.
No, I can see that. Yeah,
I think more from an appearance perspective. I'm definitely a more kind of tubby, ugly creature, and you're, whatever the other guy was.
Yes, and you have a power of you have the brains of the operation. That's why
that's it. That's
hidden
it.
away.
That's it. That's exactly right. Anyway, yeah. So the Balanced Data Slate happened, as well did a number of updates to the core rules, which I'm super happy about, Phil, because I'm going to be helping out Adam and the 40k Brawl team this weekend, TOing the Beachhead Brawl, which is a rather large event with 200 plus players in attendance. And now I need to know what these changes are, because someone might ask me at some point, and I'll be like, well, hang on a second. So in a way, this is a really useful exercise for me, because it gives me an opportunity to swat up on things that are different in advance of needing to pretend like I know that in a weekend's time. So going to be exciting. So it's worth stating from the outset, this edition of the Balance Data Slate is not dramatically different from what came towards the midpoint of November, maybe October of 2021. This Balanced Data Slate kind of follows in the footsteps of that, and effectively just adds some minor changes. Minor changes that have some big impacts, though, if you happen to be Drakari, right? I mean, that's a pretty significant change for those guys, surely.
Yeah, it's literally the only change of the Balanced Data Slate as well.
Exactly. So we're going to talk about that, but then we're also going to get into the core rulebook amends as well, and try and kind of give a broad sweeping assertion on what these might mean for whom and how. But just for the sake of those that don't know, the things that are the same, you can now only take 2 flyers in a 2,000 point game, which we assert is the standard size of game that Warhammer 40,000 is played in, which, as we spoke about last time, doesn't do too many favors to the Astra Militarum, right, Phil?
No, especially if you're doing like a kind of drop force scion list, so they're still getting mucked around. That's not being fixed in any way, which is a shame that they haven't kind of heard any feedback from that element of the community. I guess they're a niche within a niche, because it doesn't affect all guard armies. It just affects those that play Elysians that don't exist anymore, or play scion heavy lists, which again is a small niche within a smaller army.
Yep. And again, I think that's, one of the things, isn't it? It's like those kind of themed forces are becoming much less prevalent in 40k these days, where people are more kind of interested, more varied, more kind of, I don't know, again, maybe
it's definitely a sort of armies of renowned style of army. So maybe they will do something for them at a later date that will unlock more aircraft than they're currently allowed to take.
Yeah, hopefully so. But yeah, if you're playing 1,000 points, you can only have 1. If you're playing over 2,000 points, you can have up to 3, which is intriguing that they've kept it that way. But that is what that is, so that's still the same. Liam and Russes still have 2+ armor saves, which Phil can attest, make them pretty good, right?
It's handy. Yeah, it's handy.
Never happy, mate. Never happy. And then what else are guards still doing? Remind me.
So tanks commanders can now issue other vehicles orders, not just other Lehman Russes. And also, if a regular officer was to issue an order to an infantry squad, it effectively splashes out 6 inches from the issued squad, so you can effectively use one order to issue multiple orders, which you can do before. So that's quite handy. So means you need less officers or characters that can issue orders to get the most out of your infantry characters, which is quite useful.
Indeed. Chaos Space Marines are still deaf to the false emperoring against everything, which was a big change to them. Unfortunately, Chaos Space Marines are a long way away from being good at the moment, but this is a meaningful change that if you do have Chaos Space Marines has possibly given you a slight advantage over where you were at before. But I think any Chaos Space Marine players out there will attest it still ain't great being that side of the Space Marine divide. But hey, sooner or later that book will come along. And you'll get that infamous 2-wound Chaos Space Marine unit. Can't wait.
Which will be slightly nullified by the fact that every other codex would have come out, and so many 1-damage weapons would have come 2 damage.
Well, that's true. That's true. By the time you get to get it, you won't really enjoy it. Story of my life.
It won't make much difference.
Imperial and Chaos Knights are still the same. Again, I'm pretty confident everyone should hopefully know what that is. But essentially, if you're a big knight, you count as 10 models. And if you're a small knight, you count as 5 models and OBSEC. Well done, you.
Yep.
Assuming that everything is a knight or Chaos Knight in your detachment. Yada, yada, yada. Necrons added core keyword to a bunch of stuff. And Orcs restricted their buggies. So, Drakari. This is the thing that's interesting. This is the thing that's changed. Basically, the last of the balanced data slates really went to town on Drakari, basically changed all their points and went, there you go, we fixed it. Except there was one rather amusing aspect of that whole process, which was as much as they had raised the points on some elements, they decided to reduce the points on others, most notably Talos and Kronos pain engines, which essentially led to Drakari changing from lots of witches and incubi and other kind of, specific elements that made up the meta of old, raiders, so on and so forth, and just became Codex Talos. And one specific flavor of Talos at that, the Talos that could nullify 1 damage, which made them insanely durable and rather tasty. So the first of the balanced data slates was trying to address Drakari, created its own little problem. And then conversely, this has done what it can to further neutralize the Drakari presence. So what have they done, Drakari? Phil?
So they basically removed the core keyword from Talos and Kronos datasheets.
Massive.
So yeah, because that basically stops a load of synergies, a load of aura buffs, and a load of stratagems from being used on them. Much in the same way that Necrons have got a buff by gaining the core keyword, they've taken it away from here, which is interesting because it's like another element that they can fine-tune armies with. It's like, if Redemptors were overpowered, they could take away the core, and then all of a sudden they're not very good because they're not getting the rerolls from captains and lieutenants.
Or themselves, if you use the old wisdom of the ancient stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, no, it's pretty meaningful. So yeah, taking core away specifically from Talos and Kronos is pretty massive. And again, speaks to the intent of this balanced data slate. They ain't making no secrets about what they're trying to do here. They're trying to neutralize some of that efficiency. Yeah.
And then they've done another change, which is to the Artists of Flesh obsession. So it now reads, each time an attack is allocated to a model with this obsession, excluding vehicle models, and I believe that's the bit that's changed, unless that attack has a strength characteristic of 8 or more, subtract 1 from the damage characteristic of the attack to a minimum of 1. Note that the obsession remains all-consuming. Who knows what that bit means?
So essentially... Sorry, I was just going to say, so
on.
that obsession is a custom obsession. So you could pick 2 obsessions, unless it was an all-consuming obsession, then it was just the one. So it's this and dark technomancy for these guys specifically.
Nice.
So, so that's basically what that means.
So it's very similar to Ramshackle as well, which is like, so it works at Strength 8 or, that Strength 7 or under. How they worded Ramshackle. This is specifically excluding Strength 8 and above. So it does exactly the same thing, but just worded differently, I think. And I believe. So I can't remember if they've added that bit on, whether it's a vehicle keyword or it's for strength.
No, it's specifically the strength stipulation, because Talos and Kronos aren't vehicles; they're monsters.
Yes, yeah.
So so basically, what they're saying here is if you're shooting a melter gun at a Talos, that weapon will not be -1 damage. Equally, if you're shooting anything else that's strength 8 or greater, las cannons, prism cannons, volcano lances, they will do the full extent of their damage. Whereas, auto cannons, I don't know, I can't think of any other thing else. Plasma guns will be unable to do the full extent of their damage. They'll be reduced by 1.
Plasma will be, because it's strength 8 or more. So
when you overcharge it is, isn't it? So yeah, because plasma's 7 out of the gate, but yeah, to make it damage 2, it
depends
becomes
on which plasma you're talking about, because isn't the macro plasma strength 8 by default?
All right, Phil, fine. Find examples that poo-poo what I'm saying. The point is that if you're shooting it with something that's relatively mid-range, mid-tier, you're still going to be -1. So heavy bolters, that kind of stuff. But obviously, the minute you're firing anti-big stuff weapons at it, which again is interesting, because again makes you think, if you're still going to utilize Talos, which I think you still will, because I think they're still very viable. It just means that maybe you're going to start exploring other builds, which would be good. Which I think is what this needs to encourage. I think one of the things that's become really sad about Drukhari is that Drukhari is such a vast and interesting army that you can play in all sorts of fun, different ways. But everyone's just kind of fallen into this rhythm where they're just going, I play them this way because it's the most optimal. So it's nice that they're kind of pushing against that and, making it that actually now it's more difficult for you to optimize entirely. Unless, of course, you're a Tau player. But hopefully at some point in Q2 2022, we'll have a balanced data slate filled with changes that will sort that out, because, good God, those Tau, Phil, they're tasty fish.
Well, that'd be something we'd be talking about in the next episode, no doubt.
Almost certainly, mate. Almost certainly. Surprising we didn't talk about it this time around, but I think everyone else has done Tau to death, so people can wait another week for us to get around to that.
Yeah.
But that's it. It's pretty unremarkable, but maybe it speaks to the fact that they did a pretty reasonable job first time around. I don't know what I think on the balanced data slate, all things being equal. I think it would have maybe been nice to have seen something in there for the Craftworlders again, because I know obviously the Codex is around the corner, but it's not here yet. So it would have been cool if we gotten something in the interim, but it is what it is. Codex is not too far away, so I guess we just have to kind of deal with that. Maybe they could have added something interesting for Death Guard. Might have been cool to see them get something, because they're quite an aging codex now at the moment. Admittedly, that sounds crazy given the fact they're not even 2 years old yet, but it's that thing where it's like maybe Death Guard could have got something in there. But then I don't know what the issues are with Death Guard at the moment. I think they're broadly fine, so I don't hear too many people complaining about Death Guard all that often.
Yeah, I think the balanced data slate is a bit of a weird one, because this one hasn't really done much except obviously nerf what is seen as a top tier Drukhari army. Is that what it's meant to be doing, or is it also meant to be lifting up the poorer performing ones, which it did do? It's like, cool, a Lehman Russ has a 2+ save. What about my Baneblade? What about all my tanks in my Forge World? But it's like there's so much more you could fix with Guard. It's weird that they've just sort of given us a bone to keep us, to tide us over for probably 6 more months until the actual Codex drops. It would have been nicer if they would constantly refine and add things to it. I suspect, though, what they do is every other balanced data slate will be a bigger drop, and then the one after that, the other one in between, will be a tweak and a finesse of the previous one. Yeah, because they're probably still wanting to gather data and see how the effects of the first one is. So yeah, this isn't in print, so there's no lag time in terms of seeing results and actually putting it into implementation. They could have literally written this last week or the day before they could have written it and put it in there. I suspect they want to see more tournaments and events before they fine tune it anymore. It'd be interesting to see how this evolves over time. We're only 2 in, so it's I don't want to be too critical of it. But it felt a bit underwhelming because the first one had a lot of changes and ramifications. This one's like, oh, okay, you've just dealt with one thing, not anything else.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Death Guard, whatever, right? Fine, if no one's worrying about that, especially, but definitely demons. Demons are really in need of something because they're feeling their age as well at the moment. As to our, potentially you could argue there could be an argument there for Custodies to get some damage free. Although, again, Custodies don't feel like they're in any place to worry at the moment.
They don't need it. And we'll be talking about that in the doubles section.
Well, indeed. Or we already have, or we will.
Who knows which order we'll be doing this in.
Exactly. I mean, maybe we should, Phil, but we don't. So
the other reason why they haven't done much in the Dataslate is obviously you've got chapter approved, the mission packs come out, which they heavily focus on objective secured units.
Yes.
So they're trying to weight and balance the game via the missions, but also they've also produced the points update where they say they've updated everything to be balanced. There was literally 3 changes for Astra Militarum. And, we'll talk about that when we talk about that, the GT stuff, I guess.
At some point when we get around to it. So much stuff to talk about at the moment, Phil. This is a vibrant hobby at the moment. There's just
we're gonna cram it all into this episode. We're gonna.
Are we gonna put it in this episode, or we're gonna? I don't know. I mean, where's that?
I think we should squeeze it in. If we got time, we'll squeeze it in.
If we can, mate, we're gonna try, or we have already, or we haven't. Who knows? The rule book specifically, that's got a few interesting updates in it. There's some blue ones and some magenta ones. Are we going to talk about the blue ones or the magenta ones or both?
So it's a bit weird. I always thought the blue ones were like old updates, and then the magenta ones were the new ones, so you could always see which had been added.
But that's what they are, aren't they? The old ones, but refined. It's like the blue ones is like a rule but made better.
Well, the blue ones are new updates will be highlighted in blue, while new errata and FAQs are highlighted in magenta.
Yes.
So blue, I guess, is like a specific rule, and a magenta is like a clarification.
I mean, it's clear as day. The point is if it's newish, it's going to be either color. So we'll do both of them. I'm going to focus on the magenta one out of the gate because it's an easy one that I can just summarize. Finally, Phil, we know what a table quarter is. Well done.
Yeah, this was something that we spoke about. Oh God, it feels like a year ago, but it
probably was.
It was probably 6 months ago when it was, because there was a specific was it mission or secondary? I think a secondary where you can select a table quarter.
Yeah.
And I think this was it the Dark Angel one?
Or even if it was just
it was some kind of
data back in the day. It's like because you could have divided it into quarters. Like longwise, so if it's a 44-inch board by 60, you could divide it into 4 11-inch quarters and just walk up into each of them. Although, weirdly, with the way Retrieve Octarius data works, if you were using 11-inch quarters, you could never score it because you'd always be 6 away from another quarter. That would have probably not been wise, except for except for the ones on the back so you could have got 2 quarters. You could have the top one and the bottom one, but the middle ones would never have been scoreable. So probably not a wise move. But then maybe had you done them long ways. Anyway, I don't know. We're digressing here. The point is quarters are now what we all thought they were. Although I think some people on the internet actually turned around and said, well, not everyone just assumes that quarters are, the 4 quarters of the board. Maybe it could be this. And I was like, yeah, but clearly you're wrong now, aren't you?
I think everyone knows what a quarter means and how to divide it. But for the very sake of that kind of pedantic, we haven't, and people might try and rules lawyer it. Why can't we have nice things? This is why. So this is why they've given it to us, just to be super explicit, which is fair enough.
It's great, I mean, beautifully demonstrates the absurdity of our community that they had to do it, but they've done it. So wonderful. Well done. Well done, everyone. This is what we have collectively created. The necessity to point out what a quarter is. Yay!
Yeah. The one that I'll try and summarize, which is talking about reinforcement units, is basically stating that a unit embarked in a transport, and if that transport comes onto the battlefield that turn, it is a reinforcement unit. And if that turn the unit inside disembarks, that unit is also counted as a reinforcement unit for the purposes where you talk about reinforcement units. If it stays in the transport for another turn and then comes out afterwards, it isn't a reinforcement unit in that second turn.
Makes sense.
So there's just some specific wording and rules interactions about what is a reinforcement unit. So they've just clarified that. The next one is redeploying units. So basically, if you have an ability to be deployed, say up in deep strike or in your teleport chamber, teleportarum chambers, and you have a stratagem which allows you to redeploy, you have to basically redeploy somewhere else on the battlefield. You can't go into deep strike. So if you have terminators, they're on the table. You pay your CP at the beginning of the game because you're Ultramarines to redeploy 3 units. You can't then redeploy them off the table. You have to redeploy them somewhere else on the table. To me, that was sort of obvious, but again, they just need to be super explicit about these things.
I mean, the way that particular one is written is quite cumbersome in terms of the initial interpretation, but what it's essentially using as the basis of its language is the way that they express being deployed in deep strike, because again they have that clear distinction between the battlefield and whatever the nebulous fictitious realm that they exist in prior to arriving at the point of play. Right, so there's a specific way to the way that they write what has traditionally been called the deep strike rule that frames the language around this. So it makes sense when you actually read like a teleportarum ability or whatever, and then apply that. So basically, the battlefield is a place, whatever it is that you came from, had you been deployed into the deep strike teleportarum thing, is a place in whatever sense that means. So essentially it does make sense. Basically, if you're going to redeploy, you have to redeploy somewhere on the battlefield. You can't just then go whoop back up into space, which is totally reasonable, I think. Setting up units disembarking from a destroyed transport. So this is an interesting one. So when a transport model is destroyed, if you cannot set up every model from a unit that was embarked within it, only models that cannot be set up are destroyed. Now, I presumed, and I'm sure you did too, Phil, that this is just how it always was. But clearly there was a specific reason for them to rule it that way and to make it clear. Maybe it's the sort of thing that was clearer in 8th edition and then didn't get perfectly translated into 9th edition. But because so many of us just, ported a chunk of 8th edition assumptions into our 9th edition gaming, we didn't realize that they never fully clarified it, or perhaps had worded it in such a way that could have indicated that if one model couldn't be deployed, the whole unit is destroyed.
Yes, I think it was around, and I'm not sure specifically about 9th edition, but I do remember something janky in 8th edition where it was something similar, because basically if you couldn't deploy 1 or 2 of them, then the whole unit is technically out of coherency. And if the unit is out of coherency, then all the models have to go. Whereas actually they're saying kill a couple, the unit is then still in coherency and you're fine to deploy them all. But it does feel like mechanically this is obvious, but some people might have played it a different way, where it's like, well, if you can't fit all of them, then the whole unit has to go. So again, just being, this is a good one. It makes sense. And again, it's just a clarification.
Yeah, I think the thing as well with a lot of this stuff is like it speaks to some of the problems with the way that 9th edition was written out of the gate, because again, I can only really use the example that maybe I've used a couple of times now, which is a friend of mine who got into 40k or tried to get into 40k, who has played many other gaming systems. And they themselves were really confused because so much of the 40k kind of lexicon, the way that they construct rules, in my opinion, seem to be based on a real high level of existing familiarity. You have to already kind of conceptually get what it is that you're trying to achieve. And I think a lot of that knowledge is built up over years and years and years and years of exposure to these gameplay systems. But I do think there's a lot of instances in this specific edition where if you don't already know it, or you haven't already had some pre-existing exposure to it, it becomes very cumbersome for you to understand some of those little intended interactions. Again, that was based on conversations I had with friends who have tried to get into it during 9th edition. Again, I won't go into all the particulars of the examples they gave me, but certainly it's been interesting for me talking to people who are new to the hobby, trying to go, yeah, but the intent behind that is this, because that is how it has always been, blah, 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 blah. And it's interesting to see that it's not always clear. So it's good that that's in there, because hopefully it clarifies something that obviously wasn't clearer before. Just a shame it's not in the actual core book, and it's in this errata that you need to obviously be really, in the loop to know even exists.
Yes. Well, I guess that is what 10th edition will be all about, consolidating these things into the core rules. The next one's about psychic actions, which is interesting because obviously they updated it a while back to say a psychic action isn't a psychic power, but for all intents and purposes, it is. You can actually deny them, which I think is quite interesting. Or more specifically, you could have an ability such as Black Templars have a stratagem that can deny psychic powers. And I've always been, but a psychic action isn't psychic power, therefore you can't deny it, but you can. But that's not the bit they've changed. They basically said any abilities that adjust the range of a psychic power can't actually adjust the range of a psychic action. So that, if you've got to be within 6 inches or 12 or whatever it might be to perform a psychic action, it has to be that an ability or a relic that modifies your psychic powers won't modify your psychic action in this instance specifically.
Yeah. I mean, again, it's a useful clarification for sure. So no, it's good that they've done that one. The additional attacks for a pair of weapons. Now this is interesting. So if a model is equipped with 2 weapons that have an ability that reads each time the bearer fights, if it is equipped with 2 name of weapon, it makes 1 additional attack with this weapon, e.g. Orcs, Killsaws, Grey Knights, Nemesis, Falchions, Drakari, Macro Scalpels, etc. That model only makes 1 additional attack, not 1 for each specified weapon it is equipped with. So, again, as per the example, but I'll give you another one. Death Company Firstborn squads, there was at one point a assertion that you could give them 2 chainsaws or 2 Astartes chain swords, and essentially you do 1 attack with 1 chainsword and another attack with another, and that would mean that you would get an additional 2 attacks. This is a clarification now that you only receive 1, which is, a pretty adequate and appropriate ruling. And again, frees you up to use the models probably more like they are intended to be used. So you are now in a position where you can, put a pistol back on, or maybe a bolt gun back onto, those models, rather than having to find a left-handed and a right-handed chainsword arm, which are strangely difficult to find. I think it's the left-handed chainsword. Those things are like
left is 10 a penny, yeah.
Oh, that's the 10 a penny one. It's the right-handed one that's like near impossible to come across.
Oh God, wait, I'm trying to think now.
Either or, whichever one it is. Yeah, one of them is much rarer than the other.
Yeah, it's like right-handed power fists are pretty rare, but you can now get one in a Space Marine Captain. Who also gets a bonus attack for having an extra one. It's almost like they deliberately wrote those rules with the stances, the Gravis fighting style, to knowing that this clarification was coming. Obviously,
interesting though, isn't it, that they've given the captain +1 attack for having 2 fists, but the aggressors don't yet have that. But maybe they might. I mean, who knows? Who could say if a new Space Marine Codex is coming any day now? That
would certainly be interesting if they did. The next one is just to do with aircraft engagement range. So basically, the only is basically adding an extra line to a paragraph. The only exception are units that can fly, which can end a charge move within engagement range of an enemy aircraft model. So basically, I assume it's saying if you've got the fly keyword, you can attack an aircraft, and that's the only exception, and that's it.
I mean, again, I assert that is a moderately well understood stipulation, but obviously there could be instances where it could have been ruled one way or the other, I guess. But yeah, it's pretty clearly what was intended always. But it's good that again they've
Yeah,
clarified it.
I assume it's something like if there's an enemy unit next to that flyer, you could charge the enemy unit on the ground and then pile into the or consolidate into the aircraft. So you've tagged it, and this is saying no, you can't do that, which makes sense. Yeah.
I had a funny game against an orc player once who clearly hadn't come up against many things with a fly keyword in a while, and he was rocking the Dakar jet, and I went, and I will charge that, and he was like, "Oh yeah, you can do that, can't you?" Oh, that was like one of those funny moments when my sanguinary guard were like, "Ah," because he'd obviously been used to, hanging out in the skies with nothing coming near him.
Yeah.
The next one is a blue one. It's on the topic of transports. I believe this is the next one. Have I missed any film?
No, that's correct.
That is the next one. So if a transport model is under the effect of an ability which would apply a modifier to a dice roll made when making a ranged attack, such as a modifier to its to hit roll or wound rolls, the same modifier applies each time an embarked models make ranged attacks. So effectively what this is that, again, this is the way that they've basically dealt with embarked models in the broad sense is that they're not on the board, right? So when you embark in a transport or a building or whatever, for game purposes, you're no longer occupying the board. You exist within the building or the transport. Where that becomes intriguing is obviously when you have the ability to fire out of said building or transport, and there are specific rules that apply to that. Now, where that gets even more interesting is obviously how then they interact with auras and buffs, and Games Workshop have done a pretty reasonable job of fully explaining what does and doesn't buff inside of transports. Broad strokes, very little to nothing buffs inside of transport. But you are now basically being told that you will suffer any modifying effects that will impact the transport. So specifically minuses to hit or minuses to wound. If it applies to the transport, it applies to you.
Yeah,
it's quite logical.
I think because I think they updated it a while ago where basically almost nothing could affect the troops inside. So you couldn't cast an ability or power or an aura onto the transport and affect the units inside, which is how a lot of people are playing it. But then I guess the logic is you've got a unit inside a transport shooting out, probably a Drakari Raider of some kind. And they're shooting through dents inside. Well, I don't, I'm not subject to any modifiers. Therefore, I ignore the dense terrain. So I'm no longer -1 to hit. This is actually just saying, naughty. No, you are still -1 to hit. Although I guess this could also now be gamed the other way, where you can now put pluses to hit or pluses to the wound roll. So it could go both ways. Personally, I would have just changed it so it's only negative modifiers apply, because why should the stuff inside get a plus?
Yeah, that's a reasonable stipulation. But hey, they got to give if they're going to take away at the same time, I suppose. I think ultimately, yeah. And again, though, when it comes to, so most transports won't have the core keyword. Most transports won't necessarily be targetable with these buffs, right? So hopefully the balance comes from that. But hey, there you go. So there's that one. What's next, mate? Hello, everybody. This is a future adaptation or version of myself and Phil. Hello, Phil.
Hello, I am Phil from the future.
Which will one day be the past, if not already is the past. For that, Phil no longer is.
At the time of people listening, it is future Phil from the past, but not past Phil from the past. If that makes sense.
The point is we are interrupting this segment with future adaptations, versions, as I say, of ourselves. I don't know whether I'm saying that correctly, but my point is that this is us realizing we made a mistake. What was the mistake we're about to make, Phil?
We're using Back to the Future logic. We're going back in time to fix things. So yes, we're currently talking about the transport rule. If you disembark, you cannot then charge during the same turn. However, that specific point 7 of a rare rule is specifically talking about rules that count as remaining stationary. So if you have a model that counts as remaining stationary, even if it's moved, whether that is the transport, I guess, or the units inside the transport that are affected by this rule, that is the time and stipulation when you can't disembark after that transport's moved and then charge because of the rare rules, or the rule that says you don't count as moving. Because under normal circumstances, you wouldn't be able to do this thing anyway, with the exception of drop pods. What we're trying to say is things like drop pods aren't actually affected. Things like the Black Templars rules won't be affected by this.
Which we haven't even spoken about yet, Phil. Past us have been interrupted by future us.
Oh,
Maybe what we should do, right? We're just stating that everything that follows once we transition back to our past selves is wrong, and then we're going to close out that whole sequence of wrongness with a closing statement.
Fair enough. It's
further clarify that we're wrong.
Somewhat incorrect. Yeah.
Well, yeah, wrong, I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, you could argue that it's like a bit of a precedence to say this shouldn't be done anywhere, and it might affect other rules going forwards. But it feels like it's to tailor for very niche rules interactions, and partly this is because they do broad sweeping rules like count as remaining stationary that really have such wide knock-on effects to loads of different instances of the game, whether that's movement, whether that's charging, whether that's shooting. It's like they should just simplify those rules to just say, yeah, you can fall back and shoot, but not do all these other things. Because ultimately, that's what all of these stipulations are ultimately doing. And this is part of that stipulation. Madness.
There you go. Indeed. 40k be complicated. Let's go back to our past selves.
So the next one is an addition to a line that already exists, so I'll read that one out. So basically, if a transport model is subject to a rule, embarked models still cannot disembark from transport during the movement phase. If that transport has already moved, unless you're something like an impulsor, and it says, unless that transport or models embarked within it have a rule that explicitly allows them to disembark after the transport has moved. That's the old rule, but the extra bit is, but if a unit does so, it cannot then charge during the same turn, which I think is quite interesting. So you can have an option to disembark afterwards, after it's moved, but you can't charge. To me, this actually affects things like drop pods now, because the drop pod is technically classed as having moved. The models are being placed on the board, but I think they're still technically disembarking, but it's like they have to automatically disembark. So it'd be interesting if that actually is the case, or if actually no, I think there is somewhere where they do specifically call that out. No, maybe it was the line at the very top of the article where it literally talked about drop pod assault, which was talking about setting things up on. Yeah, when they talk about stuff that have to disembark, they talk about the drop pod assault ability in that one.
Yeah, because I mean, drop pod assault specifically states that this transport must start the battle set up high in the skies, but neither it nor any units embarked within it are counted towards any limits. This transport can be set up in the reinforcement step of your first, second, or third movement phase, regardless of any mission rules. Any unit embarked within this transport must immediately disembark after it has been set up on the battlefield, and they must be set up more than 9 inches away from the enemy models. After this transport has been set up on the battlefield, no units can embark within it. And there's no specific statement here saying that they then can assault afterwards. So theoretically, it's a rule that allows you to get out of it after it's moved, but they're now adding a stipulation saying that you can't then assault afterwards, right?
That's how I would read it. Now, it's a bit weird because most vehicles that have an ability to allow you to disembark after it's moved already have a stipulation that you can't charge. So impulsors, for example, or there's a stratagem for white scars that allow you to move a vehicle. I'm trying to think. There's one that allows you to put a vehicle in reserve, so you could technically have an impulsor. You can then come in from the sides. So you've come in from reserve, you've moved, So the vehicle's there, and then obviously it's an impulsor to your model's going to immediately get out, for example. Oh no, there's another stratagem that allows you to immediately disembark after it's moved. But they FAQ'd that to specifically say you then can't charge after that's happened, which you could combo by putting it in reserve. So it could come from reserves. A unit could immediately come out, but they specifically in the FAQ said you can't charge. So they're putting it here as more of a blanket rule for everything. So I guess they don't need to put that stipulation in, but it feels like this actually hits drop pods, dreadnought drop pods. And the whole point of those is that you kind of are meant to be able to charge after you've disembarked. Is that same with, flyers like Valkyries or whatever might be coming off the board. I think they can, maybe they can't do that anymore.
There's a number of like stratagems and things in various armies where you can put a transport into deep strike, and then you can bring it down, and then you can have the guys get out of it when it arrives. But again, you can't now charge as a stipulation of that. I guess the argument is that you can get some very specific units in that couldn't, But it's just weird. It's weird because it sort of just changes the tonality of it to be very, very shooting focused.
It would be interesting because I assume the intention is when you have literally moved your model on the table, like it's already existed and it's moved, you then can't disembark and charge. That makes perfect sense. I think they've sort of forgotten that technically when you arrive from deep strike, your model is counted as having moved for all intents purposes. And they sort of, so the follow on to that is the next line, which is if a unit has disembarked from a transport, rules which allow the unit to be treated as remain stationary have no effect.
That's big.
Interesting rules.
That's really big. Like that changes quite a lot. Certainly like with, again, maybe this list isn't really as prevalent as it used to be, but the fact that you can't sort of use the repulsor, aggressor, ultramarine army where you come out of a repulsor and then shoot as if you haven't moved, which admittedly doesn't even apply anymore to aggressors because that buffer's gone. I'm just trying to kind of think of an example of something that this would hit.
I think is it Sisters with the Dominion squads, is it, where they can move up in the rhinos and potentially disembark and shoot as if with the heavy weapons as if they've not moved. Potentially stuff like that.
So it's an interesting stipulation for sure. I think, again, my frustration with this is it spits in the face of what I would, describe as what I would have aspired to call 9th edition's design principles, which is that the core tenets of 9th edition to me and 8th edition is trying to remove restrictions, right? Like it always felt like one of the craziest things about these editions has been everything that we've come to expect from the older editions where it comes to do this or this, you can do this, but then you can't do that. That hasn't been a stipulation of 8th and 9th. It's like you can pre-measure, any model in any unit can fire in any direction. They can use every single one of their weapons as ever they want to. There are no real negatives there. And then, they charge afterwards regardless because, one of the kind of tenets of the older editions were that you couldn't deep strike and charge anyway. It was just built into the core rules. You couldn't fire a rapid fire weapon and then charge. It wasn't in the core rules. You couldn't shoot a unit to your left and charge a unit to your right. That wasn't in the core rules. Whereas 9th and 8th edition have all been about do whatever you want, sort of, maybe, who cares? So then when they start retroactively putting in these restrictions, they feel really penalizing to the way the game is played because so few units in the game have to concern themselves with these stipulations. And I can guarantee very few people will, at least initially, be aware of this transport negative,
Yeah, it feels like such a niche in terms of what actual units it could technically affect. Although, to me, things like coming out of drop pods feels like the most obvious one because they arrive from deep strike, they come down, they count as having moved, the stuff automatically disembarks. If that is now under the stipulation that it can't charge, that's a huge change. Although, to be fair, a lot of people aren't using, assault units from drop pods. It's using,
But this is big on the drop pods as well, though, right? Because obviously one of the particular type of builds people were using were Devastator squads, and Devastator squads came down as Iron Hands. The reason they were Iron Hands is because when Iron Hands are in the Devastator doctrine, they count as remaining stationary. They don't count as moving.
Yeah,
so that
that's
all gone.
No, that's really huge.
Yeah, it's massive. It's literally like a series of nerfs to Iron Hand, Deep Strike, Drop Pod, Devastator squads efficiency, which again, as a rule, seems like something that needed fixing 6 months ago. Probably isn't as prevalent today. So it's just really kind of kicking them while they're down. But hey, look, there you go.
I get that in terms of the not counting as remaining stationary. I find it weird that they're then saying you can't charge them. That feels like a real oversight. Like, surely that can't be the intention. To me, they mean, a repulsor that's moved. You've somehow got stratagem that allows you to disembark after you've moved. Is there a Black Templars one? There was something like
there is, yeah.
So, but that one specifically says you can do that, right? Because that is, you can.
I don't think it actually does. Now, there's an interesting question. Have they inadvertently ruined the only Land Raider Crusader strat?
Because I thought that was you can disembark after you've moved and charge, and that's
it specifically states that you can disembark after moving because it's such a rare thing to be able to do that. But I don't know if it goes so far as to then suggest that you can charge afterwards, because until now, the broad assertion was that of course you would charge, because everything charges, because everything does everything whenever it wants to. Stratagems, Champion Crusade Wrath, is that it? Use strategy. No, sorry, Deadly Cargo. There we go, yeah, Deadly Cargo. Use a stratagem in your movement phase. Select one Black Templar Land Raider Crusader model from your army that made a normal move this phase. Units embarked within this transport can disembark in this phase, but cannot be selected to move again this phase. So yeah, they now can't charge. Brilliant, well done.
Wow. Surely that stratagem was specifically...
Yeah, it was entirely designed for that principle. It was entirely designed so as you move forwards, drop off a unit of assault terminators and then charge out of it. But you can't do that now.
I mean, you could you could argue the intention of that stratagem was that they meant to get out.
You can argue the intention as much as you want.
Shoot them up, but not charge into them. But you're right. I think everyone was like, well, of course I'm going to charge into them.
Yeah, of course. That's the whole build principle. Like, it's a Land Raider Crusader. Like, you're dropping off either a Crusade squad or a big unit of assault terminators or assault centurions. The whole gimmick was get out and charge. You can't do it now.
So that one's really interesting that's affected that one. Weird. It'd be interesting to see, come another 3 months' time, if they will update the wording of that again.
It's kind of like a Wayne's World thing. That's what we're going for. I'm sure everyone remembers Wayne's World. I certainly do. There you go. That was us getting mistakes, or not getting mistakes wrong, making mistakes, getting things wrong. That's the point. So that was that. So are we confident we didn't make any other mistakes? We're just going to go with this one.
I mean, feel free to throw us some shade in the comments if we did get some other stuff wrong, which, invariably it happens. We are only human.
Absolutely. But yeah, so the Black Templar thing works. Drop pods work. Whoopie-doo, we made mistakes. Oh well. Back we go. But hey, look, at the end of the day, it's good that they're updating it. It's cool that they've changed it. I'm going to be intrigued to see how many people actually take note of these changes.
Well, I think, to an extent, the core rule one is very minor stuff. It's for most people, it won't affect how you play the game ever, because you're probably already playing it that way anyway. It's just for people that were mad and wanted to do their table quarters in a slightly different style. Who are you? It's that sort of thing. I think overall it's pretty straightforward. The Forge World compendium did some updates, mostly for Custodes and Tau, bringing them into alignment to their codexes.
They've updated everything, right? Like literally everything from. I mean,
no. So you click on half of the codexes, and there is no blue or magenta text in them, but they've updated the dates to imply that they have. So either they've updated it. So I looked at the Astra Militarum one. It's either been updated and they forgot to color code the text, which isn't helpful, or they just updated the date of the document so it looks like it's up to date, but there've been no changes. I don't know which one it is. I had a quick look through it. It looked exactly the same from the previous one. It could be that they did change it and forgot to color code it. I suspect they've just updated them all to be like, these are the new ones. They're updated, but there is no updates in them. It's just to stop them being hidden all the way down the bottom of the FAQ page, interspersed with some really old stuff that you don't need. For example, that's to my best of knowledge what they've done.
Yeah, either that or they just updated the date but forgot to put the new document in.
Well, it could well be. It could just be a
yeah.
massive balls up. Yeah.
Well, exactly. Do you remember when there was all that weird stuff with the Legends PDF where it was like literally getting updated hourly over the course of like a couple of days?
The Gorgon and its
yes,
and stuff. Yeah,
it's pretty
Mad.
Crazy. But yeah, I mean, it's cool that they've updated the Custodians and Tau stuff to kind of be in line with obviously the new codexes, which is cool. Hopefully, we'll see the same sort of treatment for the Craftworld's elements when that comes along.
Oh, I'm sure they would. There was one weird one I noticed in the Custodies one is they specifically add the core keywords to the Contemptor Dreadnoughts, and then I double checked the compendium. It's like they already have the core keyword in there, so it's like unless there was an FAQ to remove the core keyword, that feels a bit weird. Why they would have it in there unless they're just being it's either a mistake or they're being overcautious and putting it in there because some people think they might not have it. It's like, but it's on the data sheet.
Yeah, well, I mean, again, because Custodians of old didn't need core, right? So, like the Contemptor Galatas didn't need core because the old Custodians book didn't have core as a concept because it's an older book. So, the aura of a captain allowed everything to reroll ones regardless of whether they had core or not. So, you didn't need it in there. So you could have asserted or assumed rather that it didn't have core because why would it have done? But then it's like, yeah. But again, maybe it just speaks to the strain that these guys are under. I mean, again, I think every time you read these exhaustive FAQs and erratas, it really gives me a greater deal of appreciation for what the rules writing team at Games Workshop are up against and what it is that they're trying to address here, because it is a monstrous game of their own creation. I mean, they've definitely done themselves no favors in some regards, but in the other way, I mean, how can you streamline something that is as vast as Warhammer 40,000 with all of its factions, sub-factions, unit types? It's an insanely vast game. So yeah, I've got a lot of respect for the guys at Warhammer HQ who, work away on trying to get this thing even remotely close to being air quotation marks balanced. But hey, look, there you go. It's an interesting document. It's an interesting release. It's an interesting thing to see. I'm, broadly happy with what they've done with it. Hopefully the future Dataslate releases will give a bit more uptick to some of the other armies that are a little bit behind the curve. Definitely great that Guard and Knights and all of that stuff got love back in Q4 2021, but I think there's definitely a bit more support that can be offered to, as I say, maybe Death Guard or Demons or things of that nature. But there you go. I hope you found that interesting, everyone. We're not going to go through every single individual, errata for every single individual army. As I say, you'll be aware of the changes that are impacting how you play the game with the armies that you own. And if you're not and you want us to be talking about them, maybe reach out to us and tell us as much, and maybe we'll get around to giving your opinions on those changes in episodes in the future. Or we'll do it on Patreon. Who knows? I mean, there you go. That could be a thing that we could do now, Phil. Hide that kind of chatter behind a paywall. Everyone loves that sort of activity, right?
Yeah, 100%. Of course.
Exactly. Dangle that carrot. Anyway, I reckon that'll do, Phil. Closing thoughts?
It's all right. Yeah.
It's all right.
It feels a bit underwhelming from the balanced data slate because we had such a big all changing one from the last one. So feels a bit underwhelming, but it feels like it's just ticking along. And as I said, changes to the mission pack, changes to the points. More disappointed about the changes to points than the data slate, but we can talk about that when we get to talk about the GT missions and the point changes in a separate thing.
Exactly. Assuming we haven't done it already, maybe we're doing it next. Who knows? We're going to get on to whatever it happens to be. Transitional noise. Welcome back, everybody. Assuming you went somewhere, maybe you didn't. I know I kind of already did that already, or maybe I haven't. Again, I don't know what order this is going to arrive in. This is the bit of the show, potentially the bulk of it, where we're going to talk about the Warhammer World, Warhammer 40,000 doubles event, tournament. What was it?
Event.
It was an event. Okay, fine. Because it wasn't proper try-hard competitive 40k, although some people didn't get the memo, as is inevitable. But the point is that we got together and we played games of Warhammer 40,000 with our friends and like-minded individuals within the confines of Games Workshop's head office location in the lands of Nottingham. And we actually had pretty good showing. If you include Richie's random friend editions, there was a total of 10 of us that went, although I don't include them, so I'm going to say 8.
Wow.
Richie's laughing there because,
Is that just
Richie's here. Hello, Rich.
Hello. Is that just because they placed higher than you?
No,
Okay.
no. They're lovely boys. I'm not. I'm being a rude fellow. No, there were 10 of us that went up, which was really cool. The biggest mass gathering of Lookout Sir and affiliates since probably one of the grand tournaments back in like 2019, I would assume.
We've never had 10 people at a group before, so that's the biggest we've had ever.
That is the biggest showing. There we go. Look at that. We're growing in popularity. Although, to be fair, we were bolstered by what seemingly becomes, an incorporated element, an annex of Lookout Sir, known as obviously Rapid Fire Wargaming. And joining us for Rapid Fire Wargaming is Tom.
Hello.
How you doing, Tom? You happy to be here?
Yeah, good man. Yep. Long time listener, first time caller.
You're definitely sounding more like a caller. I'm very interested to understand how the software kind of smooths out your audio. You've got that kind of, echoey, I'm in my kitchen sound effect going on.
Well, it's funny that the sound effect is perfect because I am actually in my kitchen.
Wow, there you go.
Near enough to my router with a house full of children that's half quiet. But it's a nice kitchen. It's where I come. It's my happy place.
There you go. Beautiful. Have you got a particularly comfortable chair in that kitchen right now, Tom?
No, it's pretty uncomfortable. I'm sitting by the dishwasher.
Is it about to begin a new rinse cycle? Are you going to get...
I'll put it on eco so it doesn't get hot.
Good. Well, I hope you settle in for a rich debate on the topic of the Warhammer World doubles event. Tim is with us as well. How you doing, Tim? You all right, mate?
I'm doing very well, thank you. It's nice to be back. It's nice to be playing Warhammer, playing games, and doing the holy pilgrimage, as we like to call it.
Exactly, man. No, it was a good time. Not, to kind of broadly summarize the whole experience, but yeah, it was good, and it was a fun occasion. And obviously, Phil's here as well. He's currently sanding some wood.
Resin, but closer.
Resin. Sorry.
Well,
You're molding your resin.
Yes, basically.
The thing is that I've noticed that has occurred now is because it's not just me and Phil. Tim's here, Tom's here, Richie's here. I was going to introduce him, but he's currently wandered off. It's like Phil feels like he's been let off the leash and has started just, hobbying away, potentially risking the overall audio fidelity of the show.
No, I'm going to stick around. It was only because you were chatting to Tom and I knew that would be a decent, few minutes. I was like, do a little bit more polishing of my resin with my sandpaper.
Beautiful. Are you not supposed to wear some kind of mask when dealing with that kind of material?
Well, yes, but, I like to live dangerously.
That's what the beard is for, isn't it?
Exactly. I cover my mouth up and it filters it out.
That's fantastic. Well, I hope it does, Phil. Although, didn't we say in episode 1 that you were 3 years away from an iron lung situation?
Yeah, quite like. I mean, that's still on track, basically.
Beautiful. Also joining us on the show is Richie. He's here now, but he's currently looking for something behind him. And now he's scrambling. There he is.
I was scrambling for the unmute one. No, I was trying to find some my grays here on my paint so I could do something well. And then, you know what? We're not all hobbying at the same time. We're allowed to say we're hobbying at the same time. That's good. That's good to say we're hobbying at the same time, isn't it?
Exactly. I
We
mean,
are
that
hobbying
is
at the
what.
same
There we go. Cool.
Yeah, it's what a great many of the other podcast and or content producers do. They like the efficiency. Whereas for some reason, I'm really weirdly into just focusing on the job at hand. But that's just me.
Well, that's because you're a professional.
I'm not a professional, Tim. That is totally wrong.
What?
If I was well, actually, no. I suppose some of the lovely patrons do give us money now, so I suppose I could classify myself as a professional podcaster, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Semi-pro.
Semi-pro. That's it. That's it.
At the very least, we make you look professional.
Oh, thanks, mate. It's what
Phil,
I
he
keep
never
you
gives
around
you
for.
anything.
I do give Phil all sorts of things, you know.
No, I was going to say Phil gives you nothing. He's always bringing you down.
Oh, Phil gives me. Oh no, that's the whole DNA of this show, mate. You know, if I had someone who actually liked me as a co-host, it would be an absolute disaster.
I know. You need someone to keep him in line, basically.
To keep him humble. Is that the role you play?
Yeah.
My favourite one at the moment is when I talk to Phil when it's not the podcast, and I can tell he wants me to get off the phone as quickly as possible. I'm getting that kind of vibe from him these days.
No,
he's like, right, yeah, cool, I get it. Right, can you go away now?
I like our chats.
Why don't you show it sometimes? Anyway, for our little domestic, this is us talking about 40k doubles. The summary of the content and how we're going to structure it is we're just basically going to, first of all, give our first impressions of the event, talk about the return to Warhammer World. We had gone back to Warhammer World in December in a smaller group to get together and play some Crusade games and just, you know, sling cubes and try and have a fun time. That was a really cool experience. But this, I suppose, had so much more pomp and circumstance to it, given the fact that it was a legitimate Warhammer World gaming event. The first one that we have collectively at least attended. I think, Richie, you did. In fact, I know you did. You did Crusade, didn't you? Was that in January?
No, it was in October or November we did that.
Oh, flipping heck. So they've been open for events since end of last year, was it?
They did close for a bit because because they basically postponed a bunch of events that were at the end of the year as the new restrictions came in.
Yes.
But they started getting a few events at the end of last year, and they're back in full swing now.
Yeah, and I tell you what, man. I mean, we'll go around and we'll get those first impressions. But I think, you know, the broad consensus from my side is I definitely think that it was a really exciting occasion to get back there and to really kind of reconnect with, you know, what had been for a long time my kind of core tournament gaming event experience, and I really personally was really excited about the weekend ahead. I think almost too much so, because I think I probably put too much pomp and circumstance onto it than I might have otherwise done. But for the most part, I think it really lived up to it. I think it was a really good time. And, you know, yeah, talking more broadly about the event, I think, you know, Games Workshop tried some different things with it. I think there was some strangely disjointed elements to it, which I think we can kind of get into. But, you know, I could only really begin to summarize the thing by saying that the events team at Warhammer World is so beyond where they were 5 years ago. I mean, Phil, you'll remember this, right? Your infamous you and Joe combo, where I think you came like second or third place back in 2016, was it? Or 2015?
Yeah, it was something like that. I'm pretty sure we came third. I mean, it could have been second. I'm pretty sure it was third, though. And we did pretty well, but they didn't announce second and third place. They just announced the winner, so only the winner got to go up and collect a certificate or trophy. I think they were just certificates back in those days. But yeah, now they do like third place, second place. They get certificates, maybe even an award actually, and then definitely first place gets a trophy of some kind. So yeah, we missed out on that. I think even back then they sometimes did first, second, and third spots, but it wasn't very consistent, and that was the one time that we had actually placed really highly, and they didn't do it, which was quite frustrating.
Yeah. I mean, me and Richie started going back to 40k tournaments, I think, at Warhammer World around 2012, maybe 2013. And we kind of rode the sort of what we used to call like the golden period of it, which was that 2013, 14, maybe 15 period, which was like 6th edition time going into early 7th. But there was definitely a couple of years where they just dropped off entirely, where the events were just clearly some kind of money spinner, where they would just like do the bare minimum. Literally the award ceremony was you got to be told who the overall winner was, and then they told you look on Facebook if you care. And you know, the whole sense of community and the whole sense of pomp and circumstance around the event was just so reduced, whereas definitely this event they just ramped all that up. And credit where credit's due, this was not a competitive tournament, right? Like the goal was not to bring the most insanely powerful army list and blow everyone else off the table, because ironically, the guys who scored the highest in terms of their actual GT mission scores came quite low down, right?
Yeah, so they technically would have won it if it was a normal tournament, but they came, I think, 42nd out of, I think, 45. So very low. But that's because, so the scoring is, you get, was it 3 points for a win? No, is it 3 points for a win?
3 points for a win, yeah.
Was it 1 point for a draw? And then
Correct, yeah.
0 points, obviously, if you lose.
Yes.
Then you can get favourite game votes and favourite army votes. And was each one of those individually worth 3 points?
Correct, yes.
And each team could vote a favourite game and favourite army vote twice. So, i.e., each person gets their own favourite game, favourite army vote. I don't think you can obviously vote for the same team for like favourite army twice. So, you're meant to spread those out between them. But one team can win favourite game and favourite army vote for every game they play. So, you literally can get twice as many points from losing, but still getting favourite game, favourite army votes than if you just won the game and got no favourite game, favourite army votes. So obviously, the people that technically won, that were on the top tables in the final and won all of their games, didn't get many favourite game votes or favourite army votes at all, which is why they ranked so far down the bottom.
But what was really interesting, and I think a really healthy change for the way that they ran this event, is that those players who performed the best were rewarded a separate prize pool, which was the overall winner with the most battle points. So the guys who overall came 42nd or whatever we just said actually were rewarded a kind of platinum doubles trophy and told, well done you actually did the best as a general. But in terms of the overall event winner, that went to another team.
Yeah. And they sort of laboured that point as well by saying, we don't really even want to give anyone this award, but we're doing it. Because I think the guys that were running it were very much, this event isn't about just winning, but so we shouldn't really even be giving you guys an award, but we are, sort of thing.
I genuinely think that is the right decision. I'd love to hear some of the other opinions on it. I mean, I know we've gone to a lot of these, but I do think it's the right mixture, because again, though, Phil, to talk about our doubles event that we did in 2019, or was it 2019, you and I scored the highest of everyone at that event as generals. We were the only team with 5 wins. So, and we came like 6th or something in the end.
Yeah, relatively high, but not enough to be in the top 3. And it would be nice if we got the recognition for an award, even if it was to say you're not the real winners, but well done you guys anyway.
Although I assume the guys who won that trophy like to say to themselves they really are the real winners, because they go, yeah, I may not have won the popularity contest, but I won the real prize, the best general. But again, like I say, I mean, Tom, what's your vibe on it? You run tournaments these days. What was your thoughts?
Well, I think those guys who went 5-0, I think there wasn't many lists there that could give them a run for money, really. It was just pretty obscene list that they brought along. But I thought the event was fantastic. I thought the secondary scoring, there's a big emphasis on that, and that rewarded people bringing, silly lists and, playing it in the right attitude. But I thought it was a fantastic event.
Is there anything that you would sort of call out specifically as being really strong, or is it just a general blanket? I'm well into these. They're well good, mate.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, have you got any specific highlights, man? Anything that stands out? I mean, again, is there anything you're nicking for RFW2, for example?
Oh, no. So, so RFW2 is the open war event that we've got in May. But I don't
Plug.
Plug. Shield.
I mean, it's sold out, though, isn't it?
It is. It is sold out. And it's sold out very quickly. So, it's an open war event.
Flexing there, Tom. Flexing.
Yeah, big time player now. But, no, whilst it was fantastic, I don't think I'd take anything from it for my events.
Any particular reason for that, or you just think it's just the nature of what you got?
One thing that I didn't like really was the time issue. Like mine and Sean's army, there was a total of, I think it was 11 or 12 models in our entire army. and we barely scraped through all the games, like barely scraped through them. So whether or not they reduce the amount of points per game or increase the amount of time, like we played our first game on day 2, we were speaking to the guys we were playing against, and 2 of their games on day 1 didn't get past turn 2.
Wow.
And the third game on day 1 got to turn 3. So it was a real push to get the games in, really, especially if they're playing like, Guard, Sisters, Necrons, where they got,
Oh, it sounds like you actually played one of our opponents then, because we played. Was it Guard and Sisters, Richie? No, it was Sisters and Necrons. That was it. And we only got to gate turn 2.
And they were good guys. They were good guys, but we really had to like push them to get the game done, because I like playing the whole 5 turns, seeing how it goes. But they were good guys, but they run into a custodian wall, and in hindsight, maybe I shouldn't have taken the custodians. Really.
So just to pick up off that, obviously they had the big spreadsheet of, you're supposed to finish your battle round by this time, and then you're supposed to be starting your second battle round by this time, and then so on and so on. Did you feel like that was helpful or more of a hindrance? Because that was the first time I ran into it.
Actually, I thought that was very good. That's a very good point. I thought that was very good, because it did give you a rough idea of where you should be, and if you was slowing down, everyone at the table knew, let's pick up the pace a little bit here.
Well, they should have probably done, because that was in the event pack, so you sort of have to be looking for it to cross-reference it while you're playing, and most of the time...
Well, they called out...
It was on the big screen, wasn't it?
Oh, was it? Oh,
yeah,
it was. It would have been... See, I didn't even notice that, because I think one of our screens, the ones we were seeing, was either the mission objective, and the other one had the timer on. I mean,
they were literally calling it out over the PA.
I was actually...
You're an hour in, you should be here.
I don't remember them doing that at all.
I remember you go to a zen place, clearly.
Maybe. I remember them talking about, we're an hour in, or there's 30 minutes left. I don't ever remember them saying, you should have finished deployment now. Now you should have finished turn 1.
They said it all the time, man.
Yeah, did a couple of times, yeah. You're too busy on the top tables, mate. Too busy on the top tables.
Really wigging it.
Spoilers.
Spoilers, yeah. I mean, on that point, though, and it's a really interesting point, I genuinely think that within the confines of competitive 40k at that kind of event, or in general, I think 2,000 points is too much. I think within the confines of doubles, it's maddening, because the amount of bureaucracy that goes on between 2 players, the relationships that they have, and the way that they interact with these teams. When you're doing a singles game, you can potentially approach it with a certain kind of level of certainty on what your strategy is, but you have to debate things with your teammate. Having 2,000 points in 2.5 hours is just and 2 players. I just don't understand how you can ever do it.
I was just going to say, I think you'll need 3 hours to do a 2,000 point games in a doubles.
I think 3,000 is still pushing it. I think they need 3 hours, and I think they need to reduce the game sizes to 1,500. I think each player should have 750.
As you said, the sort of discussion, because you don't want to be strong arming your partner, going like, do this, do that. Everyone wants to play their own game, and to sort of play a coherent game as a team, you need to discuss everything.
Yeah.
If you're playing on your own, you can go, right, this is what I'm doing. Moving models, bosh, 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 bosh. Whereas
because you would assume that you could in a doubles do things in parallel. So it's like, cool, I'm going to do my shooting. My unit's going to shoot this guy. So I'll nab that partner, and my partner will shoot the other guy's stuff. So we're both talking with one of their partners and doing things simultaneously to speed it up. And sometimes that can happen, but most of the time, you've obviously got to do your target priority in very specific orders to maximize your efficiency. So quite often me and Richie would do it, and it'd be like, okay, cool, you shoot that big gun first, we'll see what the result is. If not, I'll shoot at it as well to finish it off with one of my big guns, and then we'll go from there. So actually, you think you can do everything in parallel, but actually you've got to end up doing it sort of just like a normal singles game, do it one thing at a time, and you don't get any savings in time. And you've also got to do things like, have an initial discussion about everyone's armies, and you're doing that effectively with 4 people rather than 2 people. And then, as you say, as a team, you're discussing stuff, and you're having that initial chit chat. Like we had a long chat on our very first game about terrain, because they just wanted to clarify it, and they got the TO over to explain what the terrain rules were, and the tournament organizer wasn't 100% on how terrain works, because basically there were two different rules for terrain at the event. If it was on a base, so it was based, which was I think some of the newer style terrain stuff, then it works exactly as you would expect it to in the core rulebook. So if you're inside the ruins, there's normal line of sight and you can shoot them, but you get cover save. But what he was saying is, if it's not on a base, you treat it as all obscuring all the time, even if you're in it, because you can't technically be in something when there's not a base on it. Although most people just use the footprint of, the top floor, whatever. So that was a weird discussion that I had on the first game. And then subsequently, every other game, we wanted to clarify what the other people meant about what terrain is, to make sure there were no mistakes as we were playing.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
I think. Sorry, Tom, carry on. Sorry, mate.
Sorry, yeah, we had a similar thing. It's another bit of bureaucracy that had to go through, because game 5 we played some employees of GW, and we asked that same question, like, what are we doing as this terrain piece? And he went, I would just play by the rulebook. And that was the difference. The TO had a different opinion to what the rulebook said. But once it was clarified, it was all fine, but you still have to go through that process and determining what terrain does what, and still trying to fit a 2,000-point game in 2.5 hours. So, but no, it's all right. Once you all sorted it out, it's fine.
Yeah,
I think that was one of the interesting things about the terrain, though, as well, is that obviously there was that inconsistency from table to table, and again, there are certain instances where you would have terrain that definitely facilitated more, I guess, what people now would come to expect as kind of standard competitive play, and then you'd have terrain which is more akin to what you would call normal 40k. Or just casual 40k, I guess, is probably a better way of phrasing it. And again, that's fine within the context of what the event is, but I think certainly as they start to march towards more competitive focused events, I think they definitely need to stride towards some consistency, because there is a serious difference between playing on one of their new orc terrain boards and playing on one of their historical sector imperialis boards. There is a clear differential between how gameplay happens on both of those settings, which again is fine within the context of what this event is. I mean, at the end of the day, it's not intended to be a try-hard event, so at the end of the day, you just play it as it is. But I think certainly as they have other more competitive events on the horizon, they definitely need to work harder to define that aspect of it. But yeah, I will say, though, the inconsistency between the boards is something that I didn't realise that I had come to kind of appreciate about the tournament scene over the last year. But then I also worry about what that says about my general kind of attitude towards the game in the general sense, and how much maybe, even though I've kind of rebelled against ITC terrain, how much it's kind of become normalised within the hobby zeitgeist, because I genuinely was bummed out when I had to play on a board that didn't have the optimal terrain, mainly because I was looking across at the opponent thinking, could have won that if not for that terrain. But then actually, as the game transpired, I realized what an idiot I was being, and actually it turned into a very fun, close game. So I actually had a really amusing kind of moment of clarity, I suppose, during that process, which is that there is some innate kind of mechanical balance within 40k that doesn't necessarily need to be nurtured by specific types of terrain. Maybe the game can be played more like what it was 4 years ago, or more like how you presented it at your RFW event, Tom.
Yeah, cheers, Dan. Yeah, so that's what we focus on at RFW events. I say events, we've only held one, but sort of each table will have a theme, and there's no, it sounds bad, but there's no consistency across the tables, as you know in your final game. But
I mean, the trees were certainly consistent, I'll give it that much.
He's playing on an overgrown forest, and forest city, and it certainly was overgrown. But as you rightly say, if you're going to a GW event and they proclaim to have a consistent table type, and I must admit, I think over the 5 games that we played, I think every table was different, you know. And if you're going to advertise it as that, it needs to be that. It doesn't bother me because I really don't care about things like that. But if it's advertised as such, you know.
Well, I think you're meant to always play it as the same thing. So in the event pack, there's 2 different layouts, but they say this block here is a ruin that's obscuring. This thing here is always dent. But the thing on each table might be slightly different. So one time it might be Minotaur containers. Other times it might be a forest, but you're still meant to play it as the same thing.
Yeah, but that's quite difficult to do because, as Dan has said, it's like, well, no spoilers, but there was a dozen or so tables with orc themed terrain, which they were basically magic boxes, and you just couldn't get whatever was in there. You weren't getting to if your opponent didn't want you to get to that unit in there, and especially playing an army like me and Sean took, we weren't getting there. Like no chance in hell. But you could literally play on the table beside you, and it was pretty open. You know, if you're playing GW rules, if you're in that building, there's a window, you can shoot them. That's where I think the inconsistency lies. But you're right with the dense terrain.
Yeah, for sure. And that was like the thing that we had in our first game.
Yeah, I mean, because they used the images they used from all the events in America when they did the US Open, and they printed out the images of this is what each board will look like, and they had all the pictures on there, all the terrain on their perspex bases. They used the same images for this event, but all the terrain was vastly different.
Yeah,
which is to your point down about consistency. Each board was very different. Some of them had magic boxes, some of them had more terrain or different looking terrain. But it's a balance because it was. I thought it was quite cool that on all the games Phil and I played, I don't think we had any duplication in the boards we had. It was all the same. It was every board was different, so every game felt very different, like old school Warhammer events we'd go to.
Yeah. That was really nice because some of the boards were Sector Imperialis, some of them were the really old style. I can't even remember what they were called. Sector something rather, no doubt.
Sector Imperialis and Sector Mechanicus, I think, were the 2 variables.
Well, they're the newer type of stuff, but there was, the really old cities.
Oh, Cities of Death.
Yeah. Weirdly, I actually rate them really well for how they play and how people want to play modern 40k, because there's an awful lot of completely line of sight blocking walls, but you also have quite a few windows and gaps within it. So you could have a solid wall, half of it has windows, half of it's completely blocked off. So you can always, you can have stuff completely out of line of sight sometimes, and then other times, you're in a ruin, but you're going to be shot at from a certain angle, which I think is a good trade-off, as opposed to the modern Sector Imperialis. It's like if you're in there, you can be shot at from every single angle because every wall has a window in it. Whereas the old stuff actually had a nice mixed bag, plus they were always based as well, so you had a defined footprint as well. Well, because they were based by the Warhammer World team, not because they came on bases. But I actually think weirdly they work quite well for the modern game.
Yeah, and I mean, again, that was one of the interesting parts of Tom's statement there, though, right? Is like or Richie said it, they're all supposed to be the same. But again, even with them laying down that template, you can't all be the same if everything's different, right? There is a distinct difference between a Sector Imperialis terrain piece with a whacking great, archway door in it versus a solid wall orc building. And that was the problem that you faced, right? And again, rules as written, if I go inside of that ruin with a massive archway, everything is visible, right? But if that had been a completely, blocked off wall, I could have obviously utilized that. And it definitely changed the dynamic. So that's my only thing with it. Again, for this event, I don't think it was super prevalent, but I think definitely for their aspirations around more competitive match play, ITC-esque tournament events, they need to up their game on that terrain, because certainly now that they're offering ITC event winners an opportunity to come to an invitational event at Warhammer World, if that's the quality of board inconsistency that they're going to deliver, I know from my experience of dealing with the competitive community that isn't going to be satisfactory for that community. So, they need to be cognizant of that going forwards. But for what it was fine. But something to work on, I think.
They had pitched it as these are the new terrain boards. I think they only had about 10 of them. So they were like, please give us feedback on them, because obviously I think they want to roll out more. And it might be because I think visually they look great.
I love them.
They probably do need to put a base on them and define the rules, or block up some of the windows on some of them. So to give you a bit more of a balanced gameplay experience.
I really hate that blocked off ground floor nonsense. But as you say, it goes back to consistency issue. Be one or the other, but please, GW, do not block the buildings, because that's not how the game, in my opinion, should be played. If you're in a building,
I think some walls should perhaps be blocked off, like a side of a building, not every single wall on a building, because that is too much and just then skews the gameplay in favor of assault armies, for example.
They love a window in Warhammer 40,000, I notice. It's all windows all over the place on the actual official terrain. Bar the orc stuff, obviously, which, again, if we can talk about it for a moment, that orc terrain, crikey, expensive doesn't half do it.
Cool, yeah.
So basically, right, you can go out there now and you can buy this orc scatter terrain, right? And how much is it? Does anyone actually know how much that flipping kill team terrain is at the moment?
Nah.
No idea.
Well, I'm going to quickly try and find you an answer. Right, new releases. Here it is. So enough terrain to broadly populate a kill team board, because that's what it's based on, is $100. It's $100. Somehow I've ended up on the American website. Hang on a second. Let's convert myself.
What do you get in that?
Right, hang on. I've got to find it again because I've gone back to, British pounds. Okay, so for 60 quid, you get 1, 2, 3, 4 little corner bits, as it were.
So that's the dense terrain they had, wasn't it, in the corners and the edges?
Yeah, but that's sort of like scatter terrain bits. So for their big terrain features, I think they were made up of maybe 3 of these wall segments.
It had a stomper built inside it, didn't it?
Well, that was going to be the...
That was cool.
That was cool. the big reveal. To bulk them out, they incorporated stompers into them.
And each table had 2 of these.
Maybe talk about expensive, man. Fair enough, 60 quid for that. But realistically, if you were going to replicate one of those boards, it's probably going to cost you 180 quid's worth of this Killzone Octarius stuff. And then how much is an orc stomper in Richie, you've been collecting orcs lately. You got the price of a stomper logged in your brain?
I do not have it lodged in my mind. I can only assume that not many people are buying them if they're using them for terrain.
Oh no, it wasn't the stomper, was it? It was the Gorkanaut.
Gorkanaut. There you go. Yeah,
that was it.
Right. I was going to say a stomper.
No, it was a stomper. It was a stomper.
Was it a stomper?
Because it was big enough. It was I thought it was a stomper by the size of it.
I think it was a Gorkanaut.
Because the Gorkanaut's not that big.
The thing is, though, you're talking about this at retail price, and they're not paying retail prices. They're not even paying their staff discount price. They're literally taking it from the factory, where they're just like, "Oh yeah, just write it off. It's wastage if you're going to do it in the pub trade."
If you want to replicate it, a stomper is £75 from Games Workshop.
But so's a Gorkanaut as well.
Oh yes, there's 4 of those per table, so it's 300 quid just on Gorkanaut on stompers.
Yeah, so if average Joe wanted to replicate this at home for their own tournament, they would have to spend 300 quid per table.
And the rest.
But this is like the prestige of a Warhammer World event, is that you can get a terrain and scenery that you can't get anywhere else. Like,
I think
it
should be that level.
It should be
really
good. High. Yeah.
It should be really high, and I think in terms of a competitive tournament, or let's say a match play with a bit of a twist to it, I think every table should be the same in terms of terrain. Maybe different themed, but in terms of what's line of sight blocking, scatter terrain, all of that, because they've gone to the effort in match play books to define this is dense, this is light, this is going to cover this is going to block this. Fine, cool. Make it all the same. If you're going to do a fluffy weekend, then again, they should live to that prestigiousness and have every table different, or like 5 tables are themed in an industrial sector, and then 5 teams are themed in like an arid like wasteland, and 5 teams are 5 tables, sorry, tables not teams, are trench warfare. And I think that's where the flavor and variety should come into it. In terms of this match double,
it's weird though as well, isn't it? Right, because I think the funny thing about it is one of the expectations I think some of us had going into this was that, you know, Games Workshop had a year and a half of lockdown to build loads of new lovely terrain for their events business, but seemingly that didn't quite work out that way. But these are really nice, and I think that's the thing. And also they incorporated the Big Ed boss bunker into the designs as well. If you're familiar with the Big Ed boss bunker, that went into it as well. But the point is that, yeah, like those boards were pretty unique. Although again though, right, because this is my first time doing an event with the new mats, did we pour one out for the Realm of Battle board? Did anyone miss trying to put models onto those incredibly slick hills where the flock has basically turned to glass and nothing ever stands up on it?
I miss balancing dice on those hills.
I do not miss the noise of those. Can you imagine the noise? Because some people had masks on, so you're struggling to hear those anyway. Couple that with the generic noise of an event, then throw on top of the noise of a Realm of Battle board. I think my ears would have started bleeding.
I sort of love it, man. I've got a beautiful nostalgia for the Realm of Battle board. I'm one of its great. I feel like I'm one of its advocates.
There was something nice about them, although I do distinctly remember always hating like leaning on them because you're kind of like getting like this weird stubble rash from all the flock on your hands, and if you did put your pint glass down, you'd be leaving sort of wet patches everywhere. What I actually really like the mats, even though I think mats do give you a slightly more sanitized look to 40k. They're not quite as immersive. But they were so practical. They were really nice. If we had opponents that had the objective markers that are on the sort of transparent plastic to show you the aura, even better. And, you know, we got a nice sideboard. You had a space for your dice tray, enough space for your models and your books. And this time, because in Warhammer World of Old, you had these big long rows where all your 6x4 Realm Battle boards were sort of in a big long row. So if you wanted to get around to the other side, you kind of had to walk around a bit. You couldn't actually get to the sides of it. You were like next to another table. Whereas now each table, and I think partly because of COVID, each table was on its own on these, smaller boards. So it was really nice, really pleasant, easy. Well, there was a small gap between the tables, so you could squeeze your bum through to the other side. Sometimes people like Dan, who you were playing on the table opposite, would get in your way as you were trying to get around. But otherwise,
I like to think you were getting in my way, Phil.
Maybe I had right of way.
Is that right? Is that
was
right?
What was happening? Yeah.
Well, me and Phil had a few sexual moments in between, so you know.
No change there.
I kind of miss the old Realm of Battle boards. I mean, I've got nostalgia for them because they had a certain look to the boards, but it added like verticality, so they weren't just flat. With as much as I love mats, and I do love the mats because, as Phil said, you get space around. There's a dedicated space where you can put your models and your dice boxes, etc., and you can walk around all the tables. I do kind of miss hills, or just. The fact that all the boards are now flat is a bit of a letdown. But so hopefully in the future when they get more terrain, they can put more hills around. Because I miss hills. You don't see hills anymore.
Could you imagine turning up to an event with every table that's the same as their like big display tables that people can play on, but just like a miniature version?
Well, that'd be fantastic.
It would be amazing, right? That would be my ideal Warhammer tournament. That's what I think they should aim for if they were going to get rid of battle mats and stuff.
I think, and I agree with Phil and Rich, I think the problem is with the battle mat, although it has massive practicalities from more of the kind of independent tournament scene, right? Like You know, when you're arranging or or helping out at a tournament, rolling out a few mats and slapping terrain in the corners and in the middle isn't a particularly taxing way to build these events, and they do offer a good level of standardization. But I agree. I think it loses some of the immersion and makes 40k really two-dimensional. Like, it's so rare now to see someone ever ascend in 40k. I mean, you know, we've all now collectively, between the 5 of us here, played 15 games of 40k. Although technically, me and Tom and Tim played a game together. So collectively, we've played 14 games of 40k. But the point is in that time, I only saw one thing go up a level once in all 5 of our games. Did anyone ever see anyone go up a level ever?
I went down a level because I started on a level and I went down onto an objective. In our first game, our opponents had lots of phobos, so they had some snipers up a level. They stayed up there until they got shot down. That's the only time they came down.
So, okay, we're on 2. Tom, did you see anyone go up a level?
I went up once or twice with my when we was playing on them orc sort of magic boxes. I put my infantry up a level so they could shoot. But as you say, other than that, there's absolutely no reason to go up levels anymore, is there?
Well, I mean, clearly my example was wrong, because I'll tell you what, in all the many games of 40k I played prior to this Warhammer World weekend, I couldn't even think of one instance where someone had gone up a level. So clearly Games Workshop is getting something right with what they're doing. But yeah, look, I think that's the thing. I think the mats are great, but I think I mean, again, we spoke about it, having all the boards separated out. Oh, so nice to have that at Warhammer World.
Yeah, that makes a huge difference to your kind of quality of life, of how you're actually playing the game and enjoying it. That was really nice.
Yeah, so good. But I tell you what, man, that hall was warm. Like, whoosh. You would not have known it was a cold, day in January playing in there. My Lord. That is, there were a lot of bodies in there. It was well populated, Warhammer World that weekend.
Well, probably half the number that would normally be there if it was, the events of old, basically. The doubles events would be 100 teams, not 45.
Well, that's the crazy thing, isn't it? Because, I mean, again, it's only obviously a few years ago where we would expect to basically just be penned in that building. It used to be crazy. So credit where credit's due to Games Workshop. They may not be able to host as many people, but the experience is... It's the best, it's the best 40k event you can go to right now on a consistent basis in terms of that quality of experience, the spacing, the terrain, the environment, right? Like, I mean, obviously we wax lyrical about Tom's RFW event, and I'm conscious of the fact that we've already kind of put it over a few times during the course of this segment. But, I think what Tom's RFW event does is it delivers a really great sense of community and obviously a real sort of celebration of more of the kind of fun aspects of the hobby. But I think Warhammer World does that, but it obviously does it in a way that just no one can compete with, because you've got the exhibition, you've got the spectacle of the hall, Bugman.
Yeah, there's a benchmark, aren't they? It's an absolute benchmark. I thought it was absolutely fantastic. Like all these little gripes aside, these are minuscule gripes. I thought the entire thing was fantastic. The hall, as you say, the food, what they put on. I mean, how much is a ticket? £42? 42 quid? 45 quid. You're getting lunch 2 days. You're getting amazing tables. 10
free trip around the exhibition hall.
Yeah,
which actually that is a gripe for you. You don't get enough time to go and see that. So it's like I went in there and I motored around it because I've seen it before. But if you're a first time goer, like my mate Tom, who came with us, Danvers, he had to go around it in like 10-15 minutes. And you could spend an hour in there.
Yeah, I sort of wish they would let you go round on Friday, because a lot of people do come up the day before and end up going to Warhammer World to just get some practice games in.
And also it entice people to go in there on the Friday, wouldn't it?
True.
I think that is the thing, though, isn't it? Because I'm curious what the what the uptick is for Games Workshop during those events with that kind of time restraint. Because definitely before, I felt like when people would finish their games in a timely manner, you just walk around and buy stuff. And I'm not suggesting that people weren't still buying stuff, but I'm curious whether there's that same appetite to buy stuff for people there, or if people buy in the same kind of quantities. Although noting that I'm coming from that unique perspective where I'm trying to scale back on things, like I'm trying to get rid of stuff rather than buy it. So I had a much more restricted approach to buying things there. Although I still bought Dungeon Bowl because I'm an addict and I don't know how to stop.
You'll get that Dolphin hit.
Exactly, man. I gotta get that thing.
Yeah,
It'll be in a bundle of junk I'll throw at Tom sometime soon.
It takes away the hurting.
It's that weird thing that when you go to Warhammer World, you feel obliged to buy something because, again, it's that pilgrimage, and it's like, well, I'm here and I can't walk away empty-handed, and but you have everything. But I'm here. But you have everything. No, but I'm here. And
I need to start my 7th Space Marine chapter by crikey.
Exactly.
I gotta get it.
I definitely think for the first
coming after this weekend.
I definitely think for the first few years of going up to Warhammer World, it was obviously like a real novelty, and every time I would go and buy like something from Forge World. But now I think this is probably the second or third, maybe fourth time in a row when I've been up, I've just not bought anything because like I've kind of got stuff. I don't need any more, especially from the Forge World range. I say that there's always stuff I'd like to get to buy, but I feel like I've got enough backlog to tide myself over for quite a while.
I think that's, again, though, I think it's a perspective of our relationship with the hobby now, though. I think we've pivoted from that initial kind of, like without wanting to sound a bit sort of jaded, because I'm definitely not, but I think we have to an extent sort of done it all before now, haven't we? It's like, we've been doing these events for a long time, and although it was exciting to get back after a couple of years, it definitely has lost some of its initial kind of, veneer, I suppose, when it comes to this. I mean, Tom, you said Danvers. This is the first time Danvers has been to a Warhammer World event.
Yeah, the very first time. It's only my second ever time as well.
Blimey. I mean, how did you find it then, mate, on that the Warhammer World aspect of it?
Oh, I thought it was fantastic. Yeah, I thought it was brilliant. I enjoyed every second. The Forge World shop's fantastic to look around. Last time I was there, it was probably about a third of the size. The shop's bigger. The displays are better. I don't want to shield GW too much because they're a global corporate powerhouse now. But I thought it was brilliant. I can't wait to go back.
Well, hopefully it won't be too long, pal. Although Richie's going back in May, aren't you, mate?
You've got to get a ticket. They sell out like you wouldn't believe, but fingers crossed.
I got tickets today for the May event.
Big time.
Is that the singles match one?
Yeah, the singles match play. So we had to see if the tables are going to be more consistent at that, because in theory they would be.
They should be.
They should be. Shouldn't they? Yeah.
Anyway, well, good luck for that, mate. When it comes around, we can have you on in the future episodes to talk that up. Yeah. Right, okay, cool. So I think we got a pretty good impression of how we felt about the event in the general sense. Now let's actually talk about how we got on at the event. I think that's a perfectly good pivot. Although I guess just in the interest of some kind of formulaic consistency, we'll just do final thoughts on how we thought the event was in general, and then talk about how it was. So broad strokes, loved it. It was great. Great to be back at Warhammer World. Sure, I've gone there way too much over my years of existence. I'm in a privileged position in that regard, but there's nothing quite like it. It was a great weekend. Thoroughly enjoyed it, and it was really amazing to get to spend it with all you fine chaps and others that aren't here right now. So yeah, loved it. Anyone else want to follow up on that?
Oh yeah, I was just going to reiterate my previous point. Really, I thought it was fantastic. I thought it was great. The tables, the armies, everyone there didn't have a bad opponent. Everyone we met was jolly. I think that's maybe what this event attracted was, the less competitive type of people, because obviously they would have been there the week before. But everyone we met was top notch. The staff, the TOs, really good.
Nice. Phil?
Really enjoyed it. It was definitely the first time in a long time, and that could just be because we haven't been for ages, where I came away like really happy, really enjoyed it, felt I did well. Normally, you always have a bit of a grumble about how the voting system works, or the weighting towards favorite game, favorite votes, or you come away going, oh, I didn't get many of those. Like, am I a bad person? But overall, I thought it was really good. My one gripe that was like a sort of serious gripe was that they did away with the painting awards that normally happens on Saturday. So they still did the best army ones, which is basically you lay all your armies out over lunchtime. The judges, the event organizers go around, vote for the best armies. That is a combined army of you and your partners. They go in the cabinet on the Sunday lunchtime, and then everyone gets to vote on those ones. But normally on the Saturday, what happens is you can select a model to go into the Legends painting categories, which is like best vehicle, best character, best squad, best monster or something. There's a bunch of them. I was really disappointed they just didn't have it. They didn't say they didn't have it. I mean, I presume it wasn't in the event pack, and I just didn't pick up on that. When I spoke to them about it, they were like, oh yeah, we just don't want people crowding around the cabinets, even though they did that exact same thing on Sunday. And I was like, okay, cool. I've only spent 2 weeks painting up a model. It's pretty much just for a painting competition that you're not doing. Thanks. I didn't say it in quite a sarcastic way. Well, a little bit, but also like it also informed my decision on the army that I took, because I put in a unit specifically to then put it into the painting competition. So that, but it worked out all fine in the end, because I enjoyed using that unit in the game, surprisingly. But overall, with that exception, and I do hope they bring those back. Really thoroughly good time. Really enjoyed all the games. Great, obviously teaming up with Richie. We had a really fun novel list that was, a laugh to play. And the actual Warhammer World events team did a really solid job.
Fantastic, mate. Fantastic. But yeah, I agree though on your point about the removal of that particular best painted section, because I think you would spend a lot of time procrastinating about how you were going to accommodate that. And forgive me if I'm wrong, but I believe it was stated as part of the event in the event pack, right?
I would have to double check, which I can do shortly. However, I will give them bonus points that they did give Warhammer Plus subscribers a free gift. After they gave it to us on Sunday, because I assume people on Saturday asked and they didn't actually have anything. So what we got was the new secondaries for Necromund 2022 GT mission pack as a deck of cards. All the secondaries, all the faction specific ones that they've added in, is these big chunky cards. That was interesting. Although I will point out that I think it was the Warhammer World, like the singles event, the people that went to that one back last year everyone got those secondaries for 2021. So I sort of feel like everyone here would have gotten them, but because a few people asked about the Warhammer Plus, they decided to give those freebies just to the Warhammer Plus subscribers, not to everyone at the event.
I love the complete lack of any kind of process for checking that you were on Warhammer Plus as well. It was literally like, can you log into it? Yeah. Like you go on Warhammer TV and it boots and they go, yeah, you're on. I was like, you do know you don't actually even need to be an active member to be able to boot this screen.
Well, I think you need to get to the login screen, I assume.
No, so the weird thing about Warhammer TV, if I'm not mistaken, is
it looks the same.
You go to the web page and then it opens up all the videos, and then when you click play, it asks you to log in. So technically, you could have just rocked up a bit, but again, it's clearly they did it as a last minute. Oh God, we've got to do something thing. And I mean, at least they did
interesting.
Something.
They did a show of hands on the Saturday morning to be like, oh, who here is a Warhammer Plus subscriber? I would say it was 70% put their hands up. Like a lot of people subscribe to it, or at least a lot of people subscribe to it. The sorts of people that want to go to the Warhammer World events, who are effectively diehard fans.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, that told you a lot about the audience that they have attracted, right? Because obviously there's plenty of people out there who have less than great things to say about the Warhammer Plus app, but they weren't present there. We were, there in force, us Warhammer Plus subscribers, even if people like me aren't overly enamored with it. But hey, I'm just an idiot who buys everything that Games Workshop puts out because I'm crazy. Cool. Really good summary, though, there, Phil. Cheers for reminding me about a couple of those other key points that we probably needed to get into a little bit more of, but I think that summarized it really well. Tim, what was your vibe, man? Did you enjoy it?
I came away invigorated from it. I've missed going to Warhammer events, and obviously over the past few years, and I'll admit that I've been in a little hobby slump, and going back to a Warhammer event and just seeing all the displays, and I know we're back there in December time, but it's different when you go to an event with a bunch of mates and you're all there to roll dice and see how it all turns out, and then you have your little conversations afterwards and you talk about all your little battle moments and stuff like that, and that is part of the hobby that I missed. So I really enjoyed it, and I'd recommend for anyone to go do it if they haven't done it already, because Warhammer do put on a good show. They do, and I know there are many other tournament organisers out there. Obviously we got one on today, but it's the HQ. It's where everything is. So
there we go. Richie, final thoughts that sits with you, mate, before we get into how it went from a kind of gaming perspective. What was the vibe?
I really enjoyed it. I always really like the doubles events because you get to by default, you have a bigger group that you go to these. I think the first one we ever went to was just me and you, Dan. Yes. The first one we ever went to do this, and then became 4 of us because we go with 2 teams. Now there's like a group of 10 of us all going up, and it's just a great fun experience going to play someone with a group of people, and then getting to see completely different armies. And we saw some real random stuff this time as well, which was really cool. No, I really liked it. It was a great event. I got to get to see a lot of friends, and it's good to get back in the swing of going to Warhammer World every few months or so to have some have a bunch of games. And they brought back the quiz, so that was exciting to judge their quality of their quiz.
Did you get some ideas for our quiz?
I think they got some ideas for mine.
It's entirely plausible. I would, it's the hottest thing in Warhammer, right? The look out, sir, end of the show quiz, or it could be if I ever worked out how to record it without it sounding and looking like absolute rubbish. One of these years, I'll learn to be better.
One day.
One day, mate.
This is your year, Dan. This is your year.
2022. This is the big one. This is where we finally get it right. Going to buy some proper cameras. Oh, it's going to be a thing. Anyway, there you go. So yeah, general consensus was good times, but let's get into talking about what made it a good time. And that was, of course, the games. We played some games. People here doubled up. Some of our partners are not present, but we tried our best to represent a selection of the teams that travelled up to Nottingham. We have the team of Tom and infamous Sean. What did you bring, Tom and Sean?
So Sean bought a Castigator, a Gallant, and a Fighty Little Knight, whatever they're called.
Now, Tom, Sean is something of an illustrious, quite mystical creature to regular listeners and look out, Sir 40K podcast. How would you describe your Sean experience? Was it up to the sort of mysticism that we...
He exceeded all expectations. He exceeded all expectations. He was a great partner, great doubles partner to go up there with and play.
Blimey, that is an incredible endorsement of the man. I'm intrigued to learn more. But so he took Imperial Knights, is what you're saying?
He took Imperial Knights, and initially I was going to team up with him with some Imperial Knights as well, because I've got a Chaos Knight army, but it's so heavily modified. I emailed Games Workshop prior to going, and they basically said, no, you can't bring any of yours.
Didn't they kindly tell you that if you just tore off the majority of the mini and replaced it with...
so
that was stuff
my Knight Tyrant, Chaos Knight version of the Valiant, it's got done by Tarot Model Maker, and it's like a big chain from the harpoon like drags around its feet.
It's gorgeous, to be fair.
And they literally just said, "I'll just snap that off," and I was just like, "Oh yeah, I'm I'm not going to snap anything off my models that have taken me like months to paint because they're all covered in freehand. But no, I'll tell you what, we'll park that. But anyway, I was going to take my friend Phil or Fingers RFW, his knights, which are beautifully painted. But the more I thought about it, because I was going to be borrowing someone else's army, he's slightly less invested in it. Do you know what I mean? When you're playing with someone else's models, you're like sort of... Or is that just me? I don't know.
No, you're right. You're right. I feel that when you put the effort into your army, you're obviously a lot more invested into it. That's part of the hobby. So
yeah. But I so to go with Sean, I took Custodes, which is Dan's old Custodes, which I've swapped a couple of my armies with his Custodes, and I took that along. And I took. Shall I go through the list quickly?
Yeah, please.
Yeah,
Tell us what you got, man.
It's super quick. So it's Emperor's Chosen, 1,000 points, Emperor's Chosen. And I've got a Shield Captain, and they've got the Master of Martial Strategy and Superior Creation Eagle's Eye. And they do pretty like 5+ regen, which actually over the weekend was brilliant. I thought that was probably one of the best things I took there.
5+ regen?
Yeah, so I think that's Master of Martial Strategy, I think.
Oh, sorry, you're talking command point regen.
Yeah, so 5+ regen of CPs, and just brilliant in hindsight, because I've always played sort of super non-competitive, lower end armies. To have that ability, I was just like, well, this is pretty cool, isn't it?
You must have been playing real low end if you've never had access to any CP farming before.
Well, not in 9th edition. Not in 9th edition, really. I played a lot of Tau in 8th, but I haven't really played them at all in 9th edition.
Fair enough.
But anyways, I got 2 3-man Guardian squads, 2 spears, 1 sword and shield, a Contemptor Achilles Dreadnought, a Contemptor Galatus Dreadnought, and a Telemon Heavy Dreadnought, which I made. He had the Accelerator Culverin, the Cestus, and I made him the Eternal Penitent. So our army topped out, I'll quickly tell you now, it's 3, 6, 9, 10, 13 models.
amazing.
2,000 points. But yeah, it was. That's what we took.
It's a heavy model count, mate.
Yeah.
We'll get into the games in a moment and talk through some of those synergies and how it performed. But I mean, it certainly sounds like an interesting list.
0 synergy.
Fair enough. I just think I just heard my teammate Tim clackering away with his paints.
It wasn't me.
Oh, was it Richie?
It was Rich.
Oh my God.
It was me.
Oh
That's
my Lord.
The ghost of Joe.
The ghost of Joe, absolutely.
I've been so careful not to do it.
I mean, that was the interesting thing, wasn't it, actually? Because originally Joe was supposed to be my doubles partner, but unfortunately for Joseph, he fell ill with the long COVID, as we've consistently stated. He's getting better, though, everyone. Again, chatted to him just today. He's getting on the mend. He's just, working his way through the various sides of it. He's pretty bored of it, would be the general consensus at the moment. It ain't much fun not being able to do anything without, near coughing to death. So there you go. But anyway, he's on the mend, so good for him. But anyway, so Joe was supposed to be my doubles partner. It didn't work out. And for a while, I wasn't sure who would be my doubles partner. And I scrambled to find one. And in the end, a guy that I started out talking to initially, which is Tom Danvers of RFW fame, was initially a no. But eventually he found his enthusiasm for the idea. However, Tom, not really knowing me, and which is totally fair enough, very politely, but I thought quite, unfairly said to me that, there was no way that he was going to doubles with me because he thinks I'm a horrible human being and would rather be caught dead than found in my presence at a Warhammer World event. So through a weird twist of fate, I ended up teaming with Tim because Tom and Phil knew each other. Phil was partnering with Tim, not Phil, our Phil, but Phil, RFW Phil. And effectively all worked out. So me and Tim went together, didn't we, Tim? Yeah! Oh, it was lovely.
It was amazing.
And the first thing Tim said to me was, can I just run knights? And I was like, oh. I was looking forward to a random combination of shooty nids and whatever it was that I could muster. But we started out on the night journey, but in the end we landed on the combination of what, Tim? What did you bring?
Well, I brought my infamous 7th edition Tyranid list. Yeah,
As strong today as it ever was.
as strong as today it ever was. So it consisted of a Broodlord with 16 Gene Stealers, 3 Warriors with 2 with Death Spitters and Lash Rip and Bone Stores, and 1 with a Venom Cannon, and the almighty 5 Hive Guards because points reasons, and an Exocrine, and it was glorious.
And a Maliceptor.
Oh, I forgot about the Maliceptor.
I mean, he was pretty forgettable in almost
oh
every
my God.
game, so I can understand.
Well, you did want me to bring him, and I was like, okay.
I'll tell you what, though, Game 5, he came into his own, didn't he? That ongoing feud that I suppose we'll talk about later. But yeah, the Maliceptor was a cool one. On my side, I brought the natural combination for Tyranids, that being the Dark Angels, the combination of Ravenwing and Deathwing. Originally, I wrote a list that was probably better, but after doing some playtesting on the Friday, decided that I was a little bit not in favour of a list.
After you got beaten by me.
Well, that was one aspect of it, but obviously, had I played you with the version of the list I ended up bringing, I would have lost even worse against you, in context. But look, I had a moment of like, because the synergy of how mine and Tim's army was working was obviously Tim had a lot of really nice heavy firepower, and I had a lot of really abusive Deathwing Terminators. And I had a moment of kind of clarity where I was like, you know what? I can't bring myself to bring multiple squads of Terminators because it's just not going to be fun for anyone, least of all me. So I went for a very kind of broad and varied Dark Angel list. So essentially it was a Ravenwing Outrider detachment, which consisted of a Primaris Chaplain on bike, which was a fresh new model that I painted for the weekend. It looked completely out of place with my army because my Dark Angel army, with the exception of that chaplain, has been commissioned by Fingers Phil of RFW fame, who's being shouted out multiple times throughout the proceedings. So my mini looked quite different from the rest of them, but it kind of sort of worked. 2 squads of bikes, 1 land speeder with a multi-melter. That was the Outriders detachment. And then I had a Vanguard detachment of Ezekiel, 2 Deathwing bodyguards, with Thunderhammer Storm Shields, 1 unit of Deathwing Knights, and a Contemptor Dreadnought. Not a relic Contemptor Dreadnought from Forge World. No. The standard Contemptor Dreadnought from the pages of the Space Marine Codex. That was my army in its entirety. I was really happy that I made the change because it made all our games super interesting. And Ezekiel is our boss. Love him. He was a necessary addition. So, yeah, looking forward to talking about broadly how that performed. But before we do that, the combination, the hallowed, well-known synergy that is whatever it was that Richie and Phil brought along.
Well, we took Gazgul and Yarrick. That was the theme of our doubles
The
list.
regular combo.
Exactly. It was was it good enemies are hard to find?
Mhm.
Was our quote that we lived by. Richie even made T-shirts that had Gazgul X Yarrick on them, and my one had Yarrick X Gazgul, limited time only. It was a great theme. It was quite fitting, I thought.
It was because one of the things we could do at this event was you could do any ally. You could ally. There's no restrictions in allies, and they encourage you to take allies that you couldn't normally do. So we obviously had Dark Angel and Niz. We thought Yarrick and Gaz would be a cool, alliance that would never normally happen. There's only one problem, that we didn't have any orcs. Prior to the event, we didn't have any orcs. And I made Phil a deal that I would paint up an orc army if he would paint up Yarrick. And it took more persuading than I was expecting, to be quite honest with you. But I did grind him down.
I love the fact that you painted up 1,000 points of orcs and Phil's just had to do 1 model.
I know. It was effectively not even a 9-to-5 job, but like a full day and evening for about 2 weeks for me to convert and paint up that 1 model that then couldn't be entered into a painting competition. But it was still fun. It's definitely one of my most favourite models now because it looks pretty cool. I'm pretty happy with it as well.
I'm glad because the normal Yarrick model is a bit rubbish. Model itself, because the conversion you've done is you've literally just reposed the standard Yarrick. So if people haven't seen it, which you probably have, if you haven't, you can check it out on the Instagram. But I mean, one of the impetuses for the Alliance was I'm a huge fan of the old Baelai cartoon from Warhammer Plus, which was briefly available if you weren't. It's brilliant. But the posing of Yarrick in this animal, he's pointing his claw forward. And it's like, it doesn't make any sense. It'd be cool if he's pointing his gun. He lifts around like it's an itty bitty squig. And Phil did a fantastic job of conveying that, and I'm so grateful you did. Thank you, Phil.
Cheers. Anyway, I'll go through my list. I actually, on the Friday that we were going up, still hadn't decided what I was actually going to take, but eventually I settled on a list. I basically went for lots of tanks. So I went for a spearhead detachment, which makes all the Lehman Russes OBSEC, which was actually quite important in the very last game that we played. Less so in some of the others. And I also, rather than taking them as Krieg or as Cadian or Catachan, went for a custom regiment. So I've got Gunnery Experts, which has increased the range of all weapons that can shoot over 24 inches by 6 inches. So suddenly my Punisher and Demolisher cannons are shooting at 30 inches instead of 24, which is such a huge difference. And I actually made them really fun to play. I also went for Spotter Details, which is reroll number of shots, which again, hugely important to get those free rerolls. I took Commissar Yarrick as an HQ choice. My second HQ choice was a tank commander with a turret-mounted Punisher cannon. He was my warlord. He had Korov's Aquila, so he could regen CPs on a 5+ when my opponent spent a stratagem. And I gave him Weapons Expert as a tank ace. So basically meant the Punisher cannon, normally AP dash, becomes AP -1, which is actually quite useful sometimes for dealing with some sort of like elite and horde units, because then it reduces their save. For elites, I took a 5-man squad of Crusaders. This was the unit I wanted to fit in just to enter into the painting competition, that one that didn't happen. But actually they were really fun to play with because they use the very old rules of their Acts of Faith. So on a 2+ they can do a certain thing, so they can move it as if it's the movement phase, shoot as if it's shooting phase, or regain an extra model, which was quite handy to keep them alive. Then in terms of the firepower that I took for my heavy support, I took a Basilisk that I gave full payload, so flat 3 damage. I took 1 Lehman Russ plasma tank and 2 Lehman Russ demolisher tanks, all with heavy bolters on the front and no sponsons or anything like that. And that was the grand total of my list. So lots of firepower, lots of 2+ saves, I guess, but literally no bodies beyond Yarrick and his bodyguard of the Crusaders.
And from the Orc side of things, led by Gazgul Fracker and obviously Makari, because you can't separate the two of them. That was handy because that was most of my army's points gone in those models there, because Gaz is 300 points on his own. So then I had 700 more points, and I didn't have any other Orcs. So I just looked up what is good that the Orcs have. And I mostly took everything which has recently had a price hike. Sorry, not price hike, points hike. So I took a Beast Boss on Squigosaur, because apparently they is well good. As we can attest. I spec'd him up with a Relic and Warlord trait, so he was -1 to wound, 5 up, feel no pain. And he did usually die, but it took an awful lot to take him down. He was a beast. And what else I had? Then I had some Squig Hog boys. Also had a points like those are fantastic. Some Beast Snagger boys riding in a kill rig, because they said you have to take a kill rig if you're running Orcs, so I took a kill rig. And then to round it all out, I took a squad of Commandos because they look really cool and they're in the kill team box. They are of all the models I painted, they are my favourite. The Commandos are so detailed, I absolutely love them. And some Storm Boys, because I thought, let's get some Storm Boys in there in the Commandos. So we've got some flexibility for infiltrating and deep striking to go across the board. So the idea being with the Orcs, I'd be moving up the board, doing tactical stuff, and the Yarrick and the tanks in the back line shooting forward to cover the advance.
Sounds like the broad principle that me and Tim were trying to go for, just executed better, I would assume.
Well, there definitely seems to be a big theme across a lot of the army. I mean, we all went to the event, so we can all see that there's definitely a big trend for a lot of people having a similar, like one army hangs back and another army charges forward. I think the vast majority of people took Custodes bikes to be the ones that were running forward. And they are very good at doing that. But we didn't have that, but it was a similar principle.
Yeah, no, it definitely seemed to be frequently featured. Although, again, Rich, more credit to your painting efforts. You also tried to replicate Phil's basing formula, didn't you?
I did. I made all of because we had at the time we didn't know what Phil was going to take. We just knew it was going to be going to get into it. So I based all of my orcs using to look like the mud of Phil's Krieg.
Sterling mud.
Sterling mud. Unfortunately, no one really noticed that because your tanks aren't on bases. So
Well, the Crusaders and Yarrick were, so there was a little bit of theme going on.
Yarrick's base was a bit different from that, though, wasn't it?
To an extent, yeah. Because I was
I mean, they look great. It's just, I was like, it was ironic in a way because I wanted it to make so it looked like all the bases were the same, so we're part of the same army. But because of almost all Phil's models were tanks and didn't have bases, people may not have noticed that. But I knew that, and it still makes me feel good. And they look really great. It's a really cool basing setup you got there, Phil. So I'm nicking that for the rest of my orcs and possibly other armies.
By all means, go for it. It's quite an easy one.
There you go. Future doubles potential there. So I guess we're going to get a general insight on how the gaming went, I guess. Tom, do you want to kick us off? You were the first to introduce your combination. What was your performance like, mate?
So we went 3-1-1, so 3 wins, 1 loss, 1 draw. It's all good games, really. Game 1 was against a Custodes and Space Marine combo. We won that. They put that entire game basically hinged on the Custodes player making a re-rollable 8-inch charge with his Telemon, which he fouled, and that basically screwed him for the rest of the game. So we won that one. Game 2 was this was actually my favourite game of the weekend. Actually, it was against.
I won't take it personally, eh? God.
We'll get to game 3, and so game 2 was against an entirely kit bashed Khorne Sisters of Battle army.
Oh wow!
And it was really really lovely. And he was teamed up against a sort of infantry guard horde with a couple of tanks and a tank with 4 missiles on the back, whatever that is. It was a tough game, really, because 1, I've never played Sisters before. 2, the entire army was kit bashed, so I didn't know what anything was. I reckon he must have got the ump with me, asking every turn what was what. But the reason it was my favourite game was because by halfway through turn 2, all of Sean's knights were dead. And I was looking at Sean like, we're in for it here. But somehow, I literally just advanced my entire army forward, and it was the first time the Sisters player heard about effectively transhuman, and the stratagem to turn off all rerolls. And I'll tell you what, you put a unit of 3 Custodes guards in cover on an objective with a shield that turns off rerolls with transhuman, there ain't nothing killing them. there ain't nothing killing them. But somehow we got a draw, and I think it was 84 all.
Wow.
I think it was as I said to Sean after, I said that was probably the best game as a 40k player I've ever played, because basically from turn 2 onwards, it was nigh on 2,000 points versus 1,000 points at Custodes. I think that goes to show how strong Custodes are at the moment.
I was going to say, there's a beautiful demonstration of just how balanced those Custodes are shaping up to be.
But bearing in mind, that second game was my second ever game with Custodes. It just goes to show how sort of, I say easy to play they are, really. I think based off my other armies, which are, are glass cannons or evolve around, overlapping aura abilities. I mean, Custodes are literally click and go. You put them here, they're not dying. I haven't got any bikes yet. They're on the way. I mean, Custodes Dreadnought, my Spear Dreadnought, whichever one that's called, one-shotted Morgan Varl in combat, which took the Sisters of Battle player by surprise. He was like, "No, you ain't killing her in one go." I was like, we'll give it a go, because the game was slipping away from me anyway, and literally just wipes her out in one go. And then that's when the game started to tilt back in our way. So that was all right. So after game 2, it was 1 win, 1 draw. Then in game 3, we actually played yourselves, Dan and Tim. which was a good game. Really enjoyed it. It's good fun.
Not the best game though, eh? Not the best game.
it was great. It was great fun because, as I said to you guys, like after a day of like sort of sweaty gaming hall, 6 hours of, especially after that game 2, which is I was absolutely zapped afterwards. I was like 2.5 hours of constant concentration just to keep us in it. To play a couple of buddies, it was good fun. So, I just going into that game, I just made an absolute howler of a mistake, and I told Sean, "Oh, if you just move up here in advance, we can charge." And I just didn't, for some reason. I've massively miscalculated. So, literally, both.
I mean, if he had rolled a 12, he could have charged, and he has a few jammy double sixes in that game as well.
He did.
So.
In this game, he did roll a double 6 because to keep his. Was it his Castigator alive at one point?
His Castigator, yeah.
But to sum up this game, this was literally, we ran into a Deathwing wall which we couldn't kill, and that was coupled with double shooting Hive Guard. So
that you couldn't get to. Even.
We couldn't get to because I was in one of these Orc Magic boxes.
Yeah.
But again, great fun. We got tabled. I think table turn 4 or something. There was nothing left. But yeah, there was. I made a couple of errors in hindsight, but you know, your guy's skill shone through. But hitting that Deathwing wall and couple that with the sort of power of Hive Guard, I think you was in a good position to do that.
Yeah, the Deathwing wall surprised me as well, though, mate, because it went surprisingly well there. Because obviously you were getting your Telemon with its like 5 attacks, but you were rolling ones all over the place, and then obviously when it even to hit. And then when it came to wound rolls, you were, you know, maybe like you were giving me like one saving throw to make, and I just didn't.
The dice gods didn't smile on me.
No, they really didn't, mate.
It's a dice game. It's a game of chance. It's almost a game of chance to a certain extent. So you can't blame the dice, but it is what it is.
I genuinely think, though. I mean, like obviously we deployed, I think, really, really well, and I think we were ready for what was coming because myself and Tim had the conversation beforehand, and you know, Tim elaborate on this as much as you feel necessary, but we had the conversation. We're like, look, we know what Sean's doing. He has to come at us.
He has to come forward, yeah.
So we just need to be prepared for that reality, and everything was kind of built around that philosophy. And ultimately, you know, it could have gone completely wrong at the same time because, like you said, Tom, if that Telemon had broken through the Deathwing and gone into,
I said that after the game. So down the right hand flank, I got the Telemon into combat, and all I had to do was kill. I think was it one Terminator or your librarian? I think it was who's the librarian? Ezekiel. Or whatever
Ezekiel, yeah, it was Ezekiel and 2 bodyguard Terminators. I mean,
6 attacks, hitting on 2s. I had my Emperor's reroll, Emperor's Chosen reroll. I mean, I backed myself to win that. I don't even think your Terminators were in combat at that stage. I think it was all against Ezekiel.
Yeah, I think it was, yeah.
So I put 6 attacks into Ezekiel, hitting on 2s, wounding on 2s, and you saved it.
Wounding on 4s.
Sorry, of course, yeah, wounding on 4s, sorry. But as I said to you after, if I killed Ezekiel, I would have come round that court. The Telemon would have come round that magic box, round the back side of that magic box, and your entire army was open then.
Yeah, agree.
But failing that combat, you was able to consolidate. You brought your Terminators through, smashed it to smithereens, and then the game just sort of gradually fell away with us. So that was the problem that we found a couple of times. Actually, only in this one game, actually, because this is our only loss over the weekend. It's an army of 13 models, and every model we lost was massive. You know,
it hurts.
Yeah. It was a great game. We enjoyed it, and you know what? I couldn't wish for a better game to finish on. Really,
you were also really undone by the mission though as well, because obviously the problem with that mission was it was the one where you basically always pick to choose the objective in your deployment zone and sit on it, and the one thing you couldn't do is take 3 models out of your army and sit them on an objective, but you were compelled to do it, and as a result, everything that wasn't those 3 models went forwards. And you were just playing into our hands because we were like, well, we can just hold our objective all day. And obviously I comboed it with the Dark Angels nonsense of stubborn defiance.
It felt like effectively you had a 30-point head start.
Yes, yeah.
Basically, we had to get our entire army across the board. We could only hold our back objective with a Custodian Guard squad, which you wiped out, which you go into more depth if you want in your synopsis.
No, I think this is a perfect. We don't need to do our own synopsis given the fact that we're going through it collectively. But the Deathwing Knights, basically.
Deathwing Knights. They came in again. You made the charge, brilliant. Smashed my home objective, and that was it. Then because we couldn't screen the entire weekend. We couldn't screen anything. It was just all, as they say, balls out, attack. And
the funniest bit of it was when you charged the Armiger Warglaive in, and I was like, you sure you want to do this? And you were like, well, it's all we can do. Armiger runs in, does nothing, and I go, cool, bonk, and it's just dead. And it was literally it was one of those things, because you had, as you said, you had the Dark Angel secondary, which is whatever that's called. You sat on your home objective. Yeah. You had your, I don't know what the mission was called, where you sit on your home objective and just cock up the points.
Yeah. Priority targets, isn't it?
Yeah,
priority targets. That's the one. Yeah, and
it just played into our favour, and also Tim was on great form with his portion of the army as well. I think it all just really went in our favour. I mean, is there any specific highlights you remember from that one, Tim?
Well, my rolling was hot. That was
true. That was noticeable.
And then the stacking of all the buffs definitely helped. I think the noticeable bit was
sorry, Tim. Sorry to interrupt you. Sorry, Tim. But that's the first time I've come against sort of double shooting Hive Guard, and you were just rolling dice. I didn't even know what was going on. You were just picking up handfuls of dice.
So for the people at home, just to go into the list a bit more, I ran them as Kronos. I used the synaptic link from the Warriors to give them +1 to hit as well. So if they didn't move, they're re-rolling ones. Then you can play a stratagem for 2 CP to give them exploding 6s. So 6s score an additional hit. So essentially, because I had 10 shots, re-rolling ones, hitting on 2s, 6s causing additional hits, and then you just go from there. And then once all the shooting's done, you do it again. Another CP. And you don't need line of sight, and they are amazing.
And again, they was in that magic box, that Orky magic box, and there's no way we could get to them. So for 4 turns, however long game the last, we were just getting absolutely bombarded by shots.
Yeah, it was. But again, had we played you on a different terrain setup, it would have been a totally different situation. Had we played,
agree,
yeah, I don't think we could have beaten you if it wasn't for that terrain. I genuinely think that terrain was a massive buff to our army in that game.
But yeah, it is. Yeah, as you say, it's the terrain.
It
maybe had an impact, but yes, because we only had sort of 2 avenues, as it were, to get down. So literally, we just had to just steam forward down this sort of shooting alley. We couldn't move, and our armies couldn't move through buildings because I was heavy on the dreads and Sean was heavy on the knights. It was a tough one for sure. Yeah. But that is so. Going into sort of end of day 1 win, 1 loss, 1 draw. Me and Sean were over the moon. All our games were great. Did the quiz, great fun. Couldn't recommend it more. Went into day 2, another game against Sisters and Necrons. Again, the Sisters player, first time playing the new Custodes. Charged in a 10 woman unit of what's the mad combat ones that they got?
Repentia
charged my my dreadnought. I think I killed 4 in Overwatch, and then once they made combat, I turned off the rerolls, which he had rerolls to hit, rerolls to wound from somewhere. And he just couldn't. Again, he just couldn't really believe it. He was like, "That's 1 CP." I was like, "Yeah, mate, 1 CP." Turn them all off. They just literally bounced off. But that's sometimes the game, isn't it? At 9th edition, sometimes like you make your Hail Mary play. If it doesn't come off, that's the game.
Yeah.
So that was their Hail Mary play. Basically, they went all into the middle to try and kill the Castigator and the sword and spear dreadnought, and they just bounced off. And the Telemon, oh my goodness! Like I think he must have killed the entire Necron army on his own. Absolutely outrageous thing. This is just. I was only running it with one fist, but I'm going to paint up the other one ASAP. That thing is an absolute weapon. Amazing, just an incredible model. And then going into game 5, we actually ended up playing the eventual winners. which are 2 Games Workshop employees. One is the manager of the Tunbridge Wells store, and another one is the old manager from Blue Water from a long time ago. He now works in the main shop up there doing something. I didn't really ask him. Maybe I should have done. Yeah, but that was again just a 2,000 point pure Black Templars army. So yeah, just basically we was playing a 2,000 point army. There was no splits, so that was fine. We won this one again, and another great point in this game was my spear dreadnought one shot in the Emperor's Champion in combat.
Nice.
So my spear dreadnought over weekend was just an absolute machine in combat. So he killed Morgenval and the Emperor's Champion. So I think some trophies might be having to go on that model's base. But again, it all just comes down to what you can do with Custodes, really. You can turn off re-rolls, you can turn off, or you can make them transhuman effectively. Everything's hitting on 2s. You've got inbuilt re-rolls. It's just a bit cheesy.
Yeah.
And I think that's why we didn't do too well on the favourite army votes, really. We got 3 votes all round, 2 favourite game, 1 favourite army, and 3 wins, 1 draw, 1 loss. So, yeah, that was it, really.
So where did that put you in the overall standings? What was your number?
I can't actually remember. I think it was in the low 20s, 22 or something.
We'll say 22. No one's going to
like
fact check this stuff, isn't it?
No
You came
check
first,
that.
right? You were the overall winners.
Yeah. But it was a good weekend. I think I didn't really realise the emphasis on soft scores.
Oh yeah.
I didn't realise they would have as a big an impact on the event as they did. So if I'm lucky enough to get a ticket for the next one, I'm going hard into the hobby on that front, really. So whether or not I take my Lamenters or I'm in the process of painting up a new sort of Primaris Word Bearers army. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. But so next time I'm going to go silly, have a laugh. And that was the thing. Like I don't think anyone with Custodes over the weekend got a good vote, good best game vote, because they quite feels baddie. Feels badsies, is that the word? Is that the term? Feels badsies.
Feels bad, kind
Feels
of army.
bad,
Yeah.
Because you put all this effort into painting an army and you think about your auras, your re-rolls, this, that, and the other, and you come against a Custodes army and you just go, right, I'm going to turn off your re-rolls, I'm going to make them transhuman. You ain't killing that. And in about 2 seconds, when it's my turn, they're going to go over there and kill you. So it doesn't really create a nice sort of back and forth. It's all very one way.
Yeah.
Well, that was definitely a big reason why I switched up my list as well, though, because I just didn't want to kind of lean too much into that side of things. I did try and kind of embrace that hobby aspect of it as well, which I think is important. But I think it's a great thing that event encourages, right? Because once you've gone to it, you appreciate that actually you don't need to worry about your your wins necessarily. It's more about just trying to have a fun time with it, which is what it kind of broadly encourages, which is good. Sounds like you had a good run at it, though. I mean, 3 wins, 1 draw, and a loss is a pretty amazing result.
With 30 models as well. So it is. I think, me and Sean done really well. With the army that we had, I think we done well. And also, I bribed every one of my opponents with an RFW dice. And
well, there you go. And yet you only got 2 favourite game votes and 1 army.
I know, but again, I think it comes down to the Custodes. I'd like to go through the scores and see.
People just don't like your dice.
Yeah, they don't like your dice. They don't like you, Tom. You got to take a long, hard look at yourself.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe they love the army, love the dice, but couldn't stand me.
No, it's the Custodes. I hate the Custodes.
Yeah, it's the Custodes, Tom, mate. It's not you.
Yeah, like, I was speaking to a couple of Custodes players over the course of the weekend, and
you hated them as well.
Yeah, exactly. We all just hated each other, but
it's
just the way we was talking. It's like this is silly. Yeah. This is like I don't think the scene has had enough time to digest the codex yet.
Agreed.
What it can do, but maybe that's a conversation for another time. But
yeah,
I mean, like they're mental. Like what you can do with them, but
it's just the durability of them that really sways them.
You cannot kill them. Like I think in our game 1, so they had the sword and shield, they had the vexilla, and it was in cover. And I think at one point the bloke told me he's on like a -1 save or whatever it was. I was like, Oh, okay. So I hit him with like -4 before he got to a 3-up, or something ridiculous like that.
Wow.
And I was just like, that is crazy.
Yeah, that's a bit much. Oh, well, mate, well, there you go. Making friends and influencing people there.
I don't think I made many friends taking
Well,
custodians. But they'll be for the more competitive events one day. And then next year, if we're fortunate enough to get a ticket, I'm just going to take something silly and have a laugh.
Good on you, mate. So for me and Tim, seeing as we kind of went next, we'll rattle through it. You know what our list is. We just a while ago now told you what that was. So let's try and go through the games. Game 1, Tim, we were up against the Blue and the Grey. I can't remember their names. Do you remember their names?
No, unfortunately not. A lovely pair of chaps, though.
Oh, a lovely pair of chaps. They came from Devon. I remember that much.
Yes, I remember that too. From all over the West Country,
Yep.
all the way down in the corner, and they only played each other. Really, that was their hobby circle, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I think they were regulars at playing about with each other, but not letting very many others get involved. So we were their first partners after. Although obviously they kept a toe in, as it were. They kept they didn't go out their comfort zone too much. They weren't too far apart. But they were a force of Ultramarines of the 4th Company, the green ones. Someone tell me what the green ones is. Is it 4th or 3rd? It's the Urium Victrus Company.
Oh,
I think it was 4th.
I think it's 4th.
Third. It's 3rd, isn't it?
All right, we'll go 3rd.
Okay.
Whatever the case, they had the green ones, which, again, I mean, wow, what an incredibly painted army. I mean, they got in the cabinet, right, Tim?
yeah, they were nominated for best paintings, and it was a lovely
Gorgeous.
little army. The guards were nicely painted with like the Ogrin conversion on the back and a little squat.
Oh, the
in the
Ogrin
mantle.
conversion on the back of the basilisk.
Yeah, the
Incredible,
basilisk,
yeah.
just holding a little mortar and like the little squat in the manticore as well, which is pretty cool.
And the Ultramarines were just so crisp. Like there wasn't anything heavily converted in it, but it was just beautiful paintwork. I was very impressed with that army. In terms of what their builds were, they weren't like super optimal. It was really easy to pick secondaries against them. You just went assassinate because they had so many characters. But actually, they were a really threatening force for us because they had a lot of shooting that has big damage and shoots from out of line of sight. So they really made a mockery of my durability. And obviously, they were outpacing our Hive Guard output with their manticores. But somehow we won, right, Tim?
Yeah, we managed to claim a win for that. I think the turning point was the taking off the how many aggressors did he have again? Was it like 8 or something?
Oh, turn 1, yeah, we managed to kill all his 6 of his aggressors, which is
I
what he built his
felt
whole
so
army
bad.
around.
Yeah, I felt so bad, but that's how it goes. It was like, oh, so those aggressors, yeah, just take them off now. It's
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah,
Hmm.
I mean, that was a little bit cruel, but sometimes you've got to be cruel to be kind, Tim. Cruel to be
Cruel
kind.
to be kind.
Yeah.
So yeah, I felt like I did most of the heavy lifting in that game. Just
I
saying.
agree, mate. That would be I mean, not to spoil the end, but that would be my main takeaway and everything. I think you did the majority of the heavy lifting all the time. I think my army list was pretty rubbish, if I'm honest with you. But hey, we'll get into that in game 2. We came up against Team Indomitus box set.
It was Team Indomitus box set. It was
Yeah.
amazing. A lovely Necron force. The Necrons were painted really nicely, and a custom color scheme for the Iron Hands, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, it was an Iron Hand successor, and he had done a green and purple or green and pink color scheme for it. Again, lovely chaps. They came up from London, solicitors in their professional life, as I understand it.
Yep.
And again, like genuinely, I looked at the list and I was kind of like saying at the start, because he had a repulsor executioner, for God's sakes. I'm looking at it going, well, this will be easy, until you remember that the repulsor executioner has all the guns. And when it's Iron Hands, it don't have too much of an issue supplying those guns to you.
Yeah, I actually was in the market of buying a repulsor executioner, and after seeing him go through the pain of shooting every single gun on that model, I was like, actually, no, I'm out.
I love the fact that rather than observing how strong it was and thinking, I want one of these because it's powerful, you watched all the dice and went, nah.
Nah, I'm done. I'm not doing that much like legwork just to shoot one model. It was silly. It was so silly. Like, how many guns does that thing have? Like 6 or 7 that you can shoot?
Yeah, 6 or 7 like variants of gun, and then it has all multiples of those, and yeah, it's an insane amount of like administrative, stuff. But then I guess they're solicitors, right? So they're probably used to that kind of business. But yeah, and then obviously the Necron component was literally just a bunch of stuff from the Indomitus box set. He had 2 big squads of the Destroyer Wraith blade thingies and loads of Necron warriors and just lots of bodies clogging up the place, which became a real roadblock because it was really difficult for us to actually remove a 20-man unit of warriors because we just didn't have enough small arm fire. Like normally you just go, in the case of like a Dark Angel army, you go, oh, here's a Ravenwing Talon Master, everything's dead, and you move on with your day. Whereas when it comes to not having that kind of firepower, you basically find yourself churning through Necron warriors for what feels like an eternity. But really good for that secondary where you get points for killing models because obviously they keep coming back. So you get to keep killing them, which definitely didn't do us any harm. So by the end of that, I think we only managed to finish 4 turns of that game, right?
Yeah, it did take a while. It was the Necrons that kept on going back. That was sort of I wouldn't say holding up the game, but you have to churn through them again. My Gene Stealers did try and give it a fair crack.
Oh, they gave it a go. Well, that was a really hilarious kind of indication of your dice rolling throughout the weekend, though, wasn't it, Tim? The fact that you charged a unit of Necro Warriors with Gene Stealers and more Gene Stealers died.
Yeah, that was a momentous occasion. I will say though, it was not the optimum charge. It was only like several Gene Stealers that were actually in combat. So
yeah, but you still threw something like 40 odd attacks at him, and he responded with 10.
It's okay. People don't need to know about that.
No, that's fine. We'll move past that. But anyway, at the end of that game, we won by 1 point.
Yes, it was a really close game. It was a super close game, but quite an enjoyable game, though. An enjoyable game.
It was a good time. Then game 3, we played against some terrible team called Knights in Shining Armor.
Such losers.
Awful experience, wasn't it? Terrible.
So
much so we've already spoken about it. Is Tom gone now? He's not about.
No, he's muted himself now.
Sorry, I'm eating
No, he's here.
I'm eating a snack bar, so I didn't want your listeners to hear me chewing.
Well, it's very, very generous of you. Anyway, we were just saying what a great guy you were. Anyway, we were already talking about game 3, so we don't need to deal with that. So day 1, we'd finished on 3 wins.
We were riding high. This is like the highest I've ever been in a tournament, and I think that's down to your tactical genius.
Well, but also down to your superior army list, mate. I think mine was just a few too little of every. It just wasn't enough of anything, whatever. Anyway, game 4 is against the combination of Scott and Spike, who were 2 of the individuals who came up with us. Richie's friends, Scott and Spike.
Lovely lads.
Lovely lads. Lovely boys. They came along and they stole our perfect record from us, didn't they, Tim?
They did indeed.
So every game prior to this one, we lost in entirety throughout day 1 2 Hive Guard, I want to say.
Yep, and all the Gene Stealers.
We lost maybe 4 Hive Guard because I think in game 1 the Manticore managed to kill a couple as well. So I think we'd lost like 4 Hive Guard total across 3 games.
Yep.
Battle round 1 of game 4, they were all dead.
They got obliterated.
They were all dead.
Moment.
Yeah. And at that point we were like, well, that's that then, I suppose. So yeah, it was one of those things that actually, to be fair though, that was one of the games where my army actually really started pulling its weight. But
yes,
unfortunately, it was just too much of a battle of attrition for me to pull back at that point. Without the problem is with the way our synergy was working up to that point, the minute we lose the consistent damage output, the Hive Guard our army just really struggles because we need that constant threat, not just in terms of what it does damage-wise, but more so what it does to the mindset of our opponents. Our opponents have to exercise extreme caution when those Hive Guard are on the table. When they're not on the table, we're a lot less threatening, right, Tim?
Yeah, they haven't got that deterrent, and they can run around wherever they want and not worry about being shot at.
Yeah.
Do you guys feel if you had the magic box tables that me and we played against each other on, you would have done better in this game? Because you had these tables where the sides were open, so they could get access to your guard quite easily.
Yeah, they got line of sight on the guard turn one, no drama because of the boards. Had we been playing on that orc terrain, we would have. I don't think we would have beaten them because I think their list was way better tailored than ours was. But I think we would have. I think we would have given them more of a game had we been on the orc terrain. But as it was, literally, once those Hive Guard had gone, and also, the deck was stacked in our favor as well. We had a really, really good opportunity to seize the initiative because we went first and we had the double shots. But unfortunately, Tim just had a really rough set of rolls because, again, transhuman, no re-rolls.
Yeah, that's it.
He just literally, he rolled a bunch of ones. I think, wasn't it, Tim, you rolled 40 dice in turn one, and I think you didn't roll any sixes.
Yeah, it was that.
Or was it be? It would be 20 dice, sorry. But 20 dice, not a 6 in sight. And it was like, yikes. And then when it came to wound, it was even worse. And I think that's the thing. It just turned into one of those situations where you're like, right, okay, cool. But look, credit where credit's due to Scott and Spike. They went on to go 4-1. So they beat us and then lost in the final game. And, we kind of knew what the lay of the land was going to be when we were going into that game. But it certainly didn't help us that the terrain was what it was. But then at the same time, it is what it is, right? Because as much as we can complain about the fact that it wasn't good for us, it wasn't good for them either. So, no one was a winner in that scenario. But I definitely got the hump when I came to that table a bit because of how different it was from what we had before. And knowing that we could have given them more of a game if we just had a terrain feature that could have at least offered even the littlest bit of extra protection to the Hive Guard. If we could have kept the Hive Guard on the board for one extra turn, I think we could have given them a much closer game. But it is what it is. We can't, you can't stack the deck in your favor all the time.
No, of course.
And that was what it was. So, fair play to them on the win. I can't remember any other specific highlights on that one, Tim. Was there anything of note?
Yeah, me trying to get you out of a hump. It was the biggest battle ever.
Shut up.
Don't tell me to shut up.
I was hanging as well, mate. You got to deal with it. It was the double header. I was not in the best place.
Do you remember in the bar the night before, Dan had such confidence in this game as well?
He does.
Well, I didn't know I was playing game. What are you talking? I had no confidence in this game because I didn't know what I was up against. Yeah. I was saying at the end of day one, we're losing the next two games. I knew that was what was happening.
You was hedging your bets. You was hedging your bets.
I was not hedging my bets, mate. I know what's coming. I know what our list is.
He was flying close to the sun at that point.
Yeah. The other funny thing is that I quoted one of the old sort of Lookout Sir shows to him as well about changing his mindset because this was a topic that was brought up in the past as well. It's like, don't go to the table thinking you're defeated. But the terrain was a bit. I'll admit, like the terrain was not in our favour, but it is what it is. So you just try and make the most of it.
Yeah.
But it was a good game. They play a tight game. Scott and Spike.
They definitely take it way more seriously than others, which is fair enough.
Than us, that's just like
exactly.
Roll dice.
Exactly. But hey, there you go. That was how that one shaked out. So that was fun. And then, and when I say they take it seriously, I don't want to sort of paint them in a negative. I think they just really like to kind of play to the kind of bleeding edge of the game, which I think is a perfectly reasonable way to approach it, right? Like, I think if that's how you enjoy the game, then fair play to you.
There's absolutely nothing wrong with playing to the edge. So I think it all comes down to attitude, isn't it? If you can play whatever army list you like at the end of the day, as long as you do it with a smile on your face and make everyone comfortable.
No, totally. Totally.
Yeah, so the thing with Scott and Spike is they're new players to the hobby or coming back to the hobby. They're good guys. They come across with a positive attitude, but they know their rules and they've put in the graft, and there is nothing wrong with that.
Well, I
Nothing wrong
knew
with that.
because me and Tim play tested with them on the Friday, and they talked about how they had measured everything before turning up, or math hammered it all, and they'd done like they got the protractor out and they tested all the angles, and I was like, right, okay, cool. You're coming at this from a very different place from me right now. But anyway, that was that. And then game 5, we played against a combination of Thousand Sons and Orcs. Can't remember the name of either of the gentlemen involved, although I think one of them was Dan. And
Dan and Josh Stewart.
Yeah, Josh, something like that. Anyway, one of them was a store manager for one of the Games Workshop stores somewhere in the world, somewhere near Manchester, I think. A lovely bloke, and his mate with the Orcs was a top lad as well. But literally, right, this is the game, right? We went first. We shot Magnus with everything. Magnus had no buffs. By the odds, he should have been dead. But after being shot with a multi-mounter that did 4 damage to him, that's after the -1 damage that he natively does. He was down to like 12 wounds. I was like, right, Tim, 12 wounds, 20 shots, re-rolling 1s, exploding 6s. It's on. Come on, he's dead. How many wounds you do to him, Tim? 3?
I think it was like no, it was like 6 or something.
Oh, sorry, 6.
It wasn't enough. It wasn't enough.
It wasn't enough. And then, obviously, the next turn, I sent my Primaris Chaplain on bike into him thinking, I'll get him because he's a Heretica Astartes model and I've got the Mace of Redemption. Look at all these more wounds. And whiff, like no one's business. And I'm like, right, cool. We've just invested 2 turns of Hive Guard shooting and a Chaplain on bike charging it and a multi-mounter and who knows what else. And he's not dead yet. This game is done. And that was basically the end of it. Although your Maleceptor came into its own, didn't it, Tim?
Oh yeah, the Maleceptor pulled off an mighty charge on one of the buggies that are roaming around on an objective. Decided to mount it in a very pleasant way.
A loving embrace.
A loving embrace and try and wreck face, which it did actually do. It did actually manage to do it. I was quite surprised.
Got there eventually.
Yeah. Who would have thought that a bug modelled with big scything blades actually did something, because the profile doesn't suggest it.
Yeah, it held its own. But there you go. So we got 3 wins, 2 losses, and overall we came 16th because some people voted for us, which is very nice of them. And that's our summary. Phil and Rich have been incredibly patient. You have the floor.
Oh, thanks. Thank you very much. Our first game was against Tom and Luke, who had Necrons and Sisters. So the Sisters consist of like 3 mortifiers, a ton of just bodies, including the I want to say Celestine. That's not quite right, is it, Richie? The ones with the shields, with the invuln saves.
Oh, the
boogie boards.
The Celestians, yeah. The
Celestians, that's it, yeah. Bunch of those. A Rhino that was full of Repentia. I think that was roughly it. It was just a lot of bodies on the Sisters side. And then
they had tons of them, and then they had they had the kill team unit as well. So this
the neophytes.
Yeah, there's a huge sea of Sisters and characters. Sorry. That's the one.
Yeah, it was a big blob of bodies, all sort of amassed up pretty much all together to get all the auras off. The Necrons, I think, had some Immortals, lots of swarms, lots of Conoptech spiders. Overlord and a few other bits and bobs. It was a smorgasbord of Necron stuff. Overall, it was a pretty good game. We only got to 2 turns in total. I think partly that was because Richie's was it Big Boss on Squigosaur got into combat with all the Sisters. Was it in our turn 1? Because we went second. Which actually ended up being an advantage for us because we looked at the line of sight on the board, and actually this board really blocked line of sight for us. So it was like, well, we don't want to go first because we won't be able to hit anything at all. Luckily, we went second. They moved up, but then that meant Richie could charge in and combat, because it was basically Richie's Squigosaur versus about 30 to 40 Sisters.
Yeah, well, it was before that there was a great thing that I learned a valuable lesson, which is charging 10 Beast Snagger boys who are pretty lethal in combat when you've called Noir. You charge them into a squad of Repentia. You will easily wipe out that squad of Repentia, and then they will fight on death and kill you in return. That was not pleasant. That was
a valuable lesson, mate. Right
a
there.
very yeah.
Well, I
Incredible.
gave you the option many a times. I can kill them. My tanks, like my Demolisher tank, can see them. My Punisher tank can see them. I can shoot them if you want. I know they're deadly in combat, and you were like, no, I've got this. I'm going to just kill them in combat, and no problem.
I mean, that was a theme in our games. Me saying, "Don't worry, I've got this," when I very much didn't have this.
To an extent.
But then the Beast Boss got in, and he killed one character who then came back to life because sisters do that. Of course they do. And then he was swarmed by every sister they had, and that's when I really was very grateful for how we'd spec'd him out, so that even though they had all these attacks, they were only hitting him on they could hit him if they hit him. They could only wound him on 6s. And then we were still making all the armor saves, and I was making armor saves for days, and then feel no pain saves. So he was just tanking the entire sisters army, which was brilliant. That's one of my favorite moments of the weekend, just tanking all these attacks are coming at him, and he's like, "Yeah, whatever, I don't care."
Yeah, the majority of the photos that looked great was not of any of my tanks because they were mostly sat at the back of the board. But it was always Richard's Beastbog on Squigosaur getting stuck into some unit or another. I mean, in that game, turn one, I managed to kill the Mortifiers. We took out the Rhino, which was like a dual effort, if I recall. The Repentias came out. You charged and killed them, but then they killed your Squig Hog boys. And then I was
they killed the Beast Snagger boys. The Squig Hog boys ran up the other side of the board because we had a passionate debate, you and I, about screening, because you wanted me to use my Squig Hog boys to screen your tanks.
Oh yes, against the Swarm. Yeah, because they were very close to them and could have quite easily tagged my tanks in combat, which if they did would have sort of been a bit of a game over, but luckily they didn't. And at one point they weren't going towards them.
That's what I did. I screened them by charging into them and tying them up for the rest of the game. That was my screening
we
technique.
did for pretty much every game a really good like combined deployment. So it was always it was always Gaz, what's the big vehicle called again?
Gaz, the Kilwig, and Makari would always start together so that
they would always be on one side. Sometimes just to the left of them or behind was my Punisher tank commander and Demolisher tank. So if needed, the Punisher tank could give aura the reroll ones to hit on the Demolisher. Ideally, though, all my other tanks were around Yarrick. On the other side of the board, they were being screened out in front by the Squidcog boys and the Beast Boss and Squigosaur. So those two units would apply pressure on one side. I would follow up with the firepower, and then I'd have a bit of firepower in the middle, sort of behind Gaz. And that was pretty much a combination that after the first game we did for every other game because it just worked really well. It was a very fragile screen to an extent. But actually, the Beast Boss had a lot of durability, so he did a lot of work in terms of stopping anyone coming for the tanks.
I think the only times the Beast Boss died unexpectedly was when he would come up against a squad of Eradicators. And to be fair, Eradicators usually kill most things they point their guns at, which includes a Beast Boss on Squigosaur. Even if you spec him out to be really durable, he will still fall to Eradicators double shooting all their melter guns at him.
No, that's true.
I want to give a shout out to the Kilwig because I've not used half of these models before the event. I was like, we're going to take Orcs, so I was just learning it as we went. And I can see why the Beast Boss got points buff because he's really good. As for the Kilwig is just a laugh. If provided it doesn't get destroyed in turn one, which it sometimes does, it's the fact that it casts psychic powers, but also it's got an auto hitting las cannon. Which, if you cast a psychic power, it's D3 auto hitting las cannons, which is brilliant for Orcs because can't normally hit anything. But then all of a sudden, it's like, I've got a las cannon that's just going to go up the board and shoot that and kill it, and it's assault, so you can advance and shoot it as well. Great! Orcs are very fun. I highly recommend Orcs if you want to laugh.
Is that an assault weapon, not a Daka weapon?
No, it's assault. It's assault D3.
Jesus wept. All right, fair enough. Good.
Yeah, so our first game, although we only got to end of turn 2, we won 40-23. and we spoke to them about it in terms of timing, and they were quite aware as well as we were that the tide had turned. We'd managed to like kill their initial attacks, that their first wave that they'd sent at us, and they were on the back foot very much. They had a couple of Necrons left, but in another turn's worth of shooting, because I rolled really well for my shooting in that game. They wouldn't have had much left shortly afterwards, and Richard's Beast Boss was just tying up all of the sisters on their side of the battle. So yeah, if it had gone on longer, I think we all agreed we would have won it basically. The second game was against Dan and Chris. That was a Space Marines army. It was Black Templars and Blood Angels. That was a pretty good game. Similar thing, Beast Boss going up, Gaz going up. They had an Impulsor full of some Blade Guard, which we were quite worried about. That was like one of their big threats. They had a Redemptor, which I managed to kill with my Demolisher tank in our turn. I think we went second in this game. We pretty much went second in most games, to be honest, which always seems to favour us because it meant they had to come for us, which meant everything was then definitely in range in terms of shooting, and they couldn't hide out very well. They made like a crucial, not a mistake, but they were gonna. They had some. Was it Incursors that had, or was it Vanguard Vets? I can't remember which one it was, Richie. That had deployed forwards, and they were going to charge one of my tanks, like turn 1, or maybe it was turn 2, and then they didn't. They went for Squiggle Boys instead.
Yeah, well, they were kind of very hanging back. They were playing very defensively, which I think really helped us because it meant that they were either worried about the orcs that was throwing up there when they could have been shot, dealing with your tanks quicker, and they kept way too much stuff in reserve. They had loads of they had definitely loads of Terminators in reserve.
Terminators, the Chaplain in Terminator armor, Inceptors, and Eradicators. I think this time the Eradicators were off the table as well. And then for the entire game, we made sure that we completely screened out our backfield, and they didn't. I think they dropped pretty much everything down in turn 3, and by that time they were really on the back foot, and we were quite ahead in terms of what was on the table because Gaz had just stormed up and was just murdering everything, and basically rather than try and go for my stuff, they ended up dropping down the Terminators and just charging them into Gaz, even though we'd made explicitly clear that Gaz can only take like 4 wounds per phase. So it's like they were trying to overkill him by charging in the Terminators, charging in a bunch like the Chaplain and a bunch of other characters, and like the Blade Guard was already in combat with them, and it's like, why? Like there were so many better targets for you to like try and kill with those stuff.
Did they seem shocked when it didn't work out? Like did it suddenly dawn on them when they went, so that's 4 damage? And they were like, oh, that's what you mean.
Well, I think it was. I think it was in part because they had gone for overs of moments, so they wanted to control the mid-table, like the middle of the board, even though there was no objective there. So it was like you're sending all your units in the completely wrong direction because actually all the objectives were on the side. There was a big firing lane in the middle, which I had sort of tied up with a couple of Lehman Russes to shoot down it if they did go down it. And they did with their Impulsors and their Outriders, which was like their 2 big threats. But beyond those 2 things, they were, really conservative with how they were moving forwards, especially since they had Blood Angels and Black Templars. They should have literally just chucked everything at us straight away. And they'd been much better off having even the Terminators, dare I say, on the table and just like walking them up the board, basically. We'd like expertly screen them out because me and Richie in previous doubles games, we know how to do it. So, and it's quite easy to do to an extent with tanks as well. They sort of struggled to put their bits down on the board.
There was a really good moment I remember. I think it was turn 2 when they charged into the Beast Boss and my Commandos, who had one of my favorite moments of the weekend. My Commandos, which was sitting in cover on an objective, and they charged them with 5 Blood Angel assault intercessors, but they did 2 charges that turn, so I interrupted with my Goth Commandos, and I'd never rolled so many 6s to hit in my life. But as Goths, they all exploded. So these Blood Angel Assault Intercessors charged into my commandos, and then I just wiped them all out.
Well, yeah. So you'd set to defend, so you were getting is it reroll? No, +1 to hit.
So I was hitting on 2s with exploding 6s, and with the choppers being -1, it's like goodbye, Blood Angels. That was a lovely moment.
I think that was quite crucial as well, because if they had died, they were kind of the only screen on that far left-hand side of the table. So then they could have gone up and started tagging a lot of my tanks because they were sort of just behind. But because that didn't happen, that actually really swung the game in our favour.
Also, they had that Black Templar captain thing. I think was it Tim or Sean who's been running that, the Black Templar captain thing, who can only ever take 1 damage from any weapon, no matter what you hit him with.
The High Marshal.
The High Marshal's like, he's just got a thing that all damage is reduced to 1.
It's a relic. It's a tenement of bone.
10 of bone to 10 of bone, yeah.
And because Gaz was like tanking all of these Terminators and everything. He's like, I'm going to use a strat, so you have to attack my High Marshal. I'm like, all right, I'll kill him then. I'm Gazcool. And then he's like, yeah, I'm only taking 1 damage each, and Gaz only did 2 wounds to him. And I was like, what? That's not on. And then
a second, that's my gimmick. What are you doing?
That's not, yeah. So the following turn, I was like, in case he does that again, I was like a 10 or 11-inch charge I made of the Beast Snagger boys for a building, just to make sure to charge into that High Marshal, and then they just clobbered him to death with weighted dice.
Yeah,
that was a good fun combat. That.
Yeah, it was a good game. We won 83-33. So after 2 games, 2 wins, we were doing well. We then went up against Matt and Paul, who had Adeptus Custodes, and Ultramarines. And I think on the outset we were like, oh, it feels like we could do quite well here, because we know we can beat Space Marines. That's not a problem. But then what we soon learned is we can't beat Custodes in the slightest.
Well, it was that thing where we said we need to deal with the bikes.
Yeah, because they had 2 bikes, 2 Custodes 2 Custodes Contemptors. I think was it 2 squads of 3-man, Guardians, Trajan, and I think that was it for the Custodes style. For the Ultramarines, there were some Eradicators that were right at the back of the board. There was 2 Redemptors, wasn't there? There was a Macro and a Gatling, a couple of like regular squads. And was there some Reavers in there? No, it was just Intercessors, right? I think.
What we learned though, and this is very important. How many tanks did you have, Phil? 5.
Yeah.
And how many Custodes bikes did you kill by having them all shoot the Custodes bikes?
Like
1?
I think 1? So. Yeah, pretty much everything fired into the Custodes turn 1, and I killed 1 model. It was quite painful. Admittedly, I rolled quite badly a lot of the time, but consistently throughout that game, they're just so durable. It was painful, and quite often that would be like, oh, I'm using Hail of Fire, so I do maximum shots on a Demolisher cannon into either the. Well, I don't think I did it on the bikes, but I could do it onto the Contemptor, and it would just bounce off of their invuln saves. So yeah, that was a really painful game, just because of how difficult it was. And they also played it very strategically. So the Ultramarine player was the more, let's say, skilled or experienced opponent. And was sort of telling the Custodian player how to sort of play the game, because he was basically like, ignore Gaz. Go around Gaz to just tag the tanks with your bikes. And if the bikes did get tagged in combat, he would use the strat, because they were not Talons of the Emperor. The Tom, you'll know the really default.
There's some stance stuff.
Storm Host. No, it's a stratagem.
Host, isn't it?
It's the default one, like the Bogo standard one.
Emperor's Chosen.
Emperor's Chosen. That's
What's
it. Yeah,
called,
thanks.
huh?
So Emperor's Chosen. You
can choose another shield host. Yeah,
you can choose another shield host, which allows your bikes to then fall back out of combat and then charge again. So you just
turn them into solar watch.
Yeah, so you just can't tag them at all. And it's cool, we'll fall back, or we'll be able to shoot again because we've got a Qatar or stance, or we'll be able to fall back and we'll be able to charge another unit. So they quite quickly swept through our back lines with the vehicles, which kind of shut down most of my army for a couple of turns, which sort of means they're not doing anything. And then with that happening, it was sort of a bit like game over. Although Gaz did manage to like redeem us near the end, where he managed to kill Trajan in combat single-handedly. Oh, you're on mute, Richard.
Sorry, I was on mute. I don't know. I'm saying sorry. No one knows now. Well, everybody knows that. No, because their bikes just kept making really long charges, so Gaz could never be near enough to heroically intervene or get involved. By the time he did get in combat, he just munched everything, but he didn't get in nearly soon enough.
Yeah, it was like got into combat basically in the last 2 turns maybe of the game. So in the end we lost that one. It was 49 to us, 82 to them. So a resound beating on our last game of day 1. Game 4 on Sunday, we're up against Nick and Mark with dual Space Marines. So if I remember correctly, one of them had all Gravis, and that was, I think, Salamanders.
Yeah,
and the
all
other
Salamander
one had,
Gravis.
And the other one had all Phobos, which was a Wolf Spear. So I had a nice long chat with him about Wolf Spear and the Wolf Spear transfers from White Dwarf. So yeah, one was all Phobos, lots of snipers, a crazy killy sniper captain that can obviously ignore line of sight, ignore lookout sir, has a range of most of the board, and he's like, yep, I'm going to kill Yarrick turn 1 because that's what I'm going to be able to do, because obviously they took assassinate. Briefly going back to the last game, actually, they were very clever about how they built their army. So they only had 2 vehicles, or they only had a handful of vehicles. So you couldn't really, and they only had like 2 characters. So basically there was no real secondaries for us to pick against them. And pretty much every game we always took like assassinate, engage on all fronts, and normally like grind them down. And grind them down against custodians just doesn't work, basically. And assassinate doesn't work when they've only got 2 characters. So we had to then go for like another pick. So I think we might have gone for the mission specific one, but it just didn't pan out for us in that game. But yeah, against the Phobos, you'd managed to. They'd actually.
We were very scared by that captain, who can just sit behind a bit. Is a Raven Guard specific thing that it ignores line of sight. It's got extra range, does 4 damage, and ignores line of sight and ignores lookout sir. And it's just like, I'm just gonna. But fortunately, he couldn't kill after he fired every single turn and didn't kill Yarrick at all. Did you have to make one?
No,
one save.
Yeah, he knocked him down. I think he did. Yeah, he did kill him once, but I did the on a free up. He still remains on 1 wound, so that happened once. So I did survive. So Yarrick survived that game, which was quite nice. They had 3 Phobos. Was it incursors?
They're 3. I think they're 3 squads of infiltrators.
Oh, infiltrators. That's it. And obviously, so we made the conscious decision to deploy first, so we could get a drop on one of the mid-table objectives with the commandos, and then they dropped all of their infiltrators on the other objective that was on a building. So some of them were behind buildings, some of them were on it. But basically, that gave us a quite comfortable turn 1 charge with the big boss and Squigosaur and Squighogs into them, and completely wiped out all 3 of those units with ease, pretty much, Richie.
I think there's 1 guy left standing for some reason.
Oh, there was. That was it. Yeah, there was 1 guy left.
I killed all but 1 guy from 15 Space Marines with 1 squad of Squighog boys and the Beast Boss, which they were surprised about. But it meant that we kind of taken all of their forward stuff out. And they were they were quite defensive.
Played super defensive. Because by the end of turn 1 we were on the 2 objectives on the middle of the board. They struggled to then come at us, because obviously the Salamander player had like a bunch of Flamestorm aggressors, which was his only thing that he could really put forwards at that point. They did have some stuff in Deep Strike, so one of them had a squad of Reavers. The other guy had some Inceptors, not the plasma ones, just the standard bolter ones. We're like, okay, cool, we don't need to worry about that. And we didn't even really worry about screening them out either too much, because it's like, okay, cool, you're going to shoot some bolters at some tanks. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, that one quickly went our way. So we won that one 96-28. And then our last game was a super close one. This was against Nick and Steve, Adeptus Custodes. Custodes again with a very similar loadout. Jet bikes. Did
they have? I don't think they didn't have jet bikes.
Oh no, they did. They had one lot of bikes, not two.
Oh, okay.
One lot of bikes. Two of the Contemptors. Obviously, normal stuff. Same as before, basically, in terms of the guys, the normal Guardians. But instead of Space Marines, we were up against Guard, which had Pask. They were doing the new Cadian supplement. So they had a Relic Battle Cannon, Tank Commander. They had a full payload Manticore. All the, well, not cliche, but all the go-to competitive Guard builds that you would actually have. Plus a bunch of bodies in terms of regular infantry and some stormtroopers / scions as well. And they gave us a real run for our money because the Custodes are so damn tough, and they really they put the pressure on, doing exactly what Richie does with his orcs, going to the mid-board, while basically the tanks were having a bit of a tank off, shooting each other from each other's deployment zones.
Because we went first, if I recall. So
yes,
I had to massively overextend with the kill rig, because my feeling was we had to take out that Manticore because it was for turn one. So
yeah, so we'd had a conversation with them about the terrain, because this was the old school terrain where it's based and then it's the building, and I was like, okay, so obscuring is from the building, right? So it's effectively true line of sight, because the buildings were tended to be pretty solid things, not from the base. They said yes, and then when we were moving the kill rig up, they were getting their laser pointer out, going, "Oh, you can't actually see the Manticore," because they were assuming obscuring was from the base, and the base is about a centimeter around from the actual building. And we were like, "Oh well, no, we already discussed this and said that wasn't the case." And they were like, "Oh, okay." And as we were still having the conversation, Richie was like, "Well, okay, it doesn't matter. I'll just advance in this direction instead, sort of veering, rather than going straight forwards, veering off to the right." And it's like, okay, he'll be able to get the angle on that there. So it's like, okay, cool, we just do that, and it's all fine and dandy. Yeah, I think you shot it with kill rig. I finished it off with my full payload Basilisk, because obviously it ignores line of sight, so it didn't matter where that one was. So we did manage to kill that. That was a bit of a good thing for us, because obviously that would have wrecked face had it survived. But his regular tank commander, because he had one demolisher and then one with the relic battle cannon, they did cause us a fair bit of trouble. But mostly it was the two custodian contemptors, which were like the nightmare for us, because we just couldn't kill them to save our lives. And it took till I think turn 4 where we managed to kill one of them, and then the other one was still tying us up in combat. And this is where we had to effectively feed the middle objective some OBSEC tanks. So the actual OBSEC on the Lehman Russes actually came into effect, chucking and like doing full throttle to like move them up in time, going, okay, right, we're not going to fire with it this turn. We're just going to get it sit on an objective. They've got a vehicle. They've got their Contemptor on the objective as well. And I think our OBSEC as well. I can't remember if they were or not. But it's like, oh no, that was it. They count as 2 models for the purposes of not objective score, but actually securing the thing. But we had a couple of other things on there. So sometimes that was when my Crusaders were also on the objectives, trying to hold it as well. And then Richie did this crazy Hail Mary with Makari as well, didn't you?
Yeah, well, I'm glad you called it that, because you were very disappointed in me at the time, in that Gaz got killed. Well, Gaz ran on ahead, and then he made all his saves with his contenders. Like, oh, and then Gaz didn't actually do nearly as well as I would have liked him to in that game. He got killed relatively mid-game. And then Makari, I got overconfident. I thought, I'll just charge Makari into the Contemptor Galatus. I might kill it using Makari's Stabber, which does mortal wounds. but he's not going to kill Makari. I've got a 2-up invuln. What am I going to do? Roll a 1 followed by another 1. I mean, yes, that is exactly what happened. And then it would probably been better just to have left Makari standing in between the buildings so nothing could get past him. But hindsight being 2020, he could have killed a Custodes Dreadnought. Phil, he could have done.
I mean, that was the Hail Mary play that would have been awesome if you'd done it. But once you had done it, I was like, oh, but you could have just left him here, and you would have moved, blocked, or screened out the Contemptor from actually getting to 1, the objective, and 2, my tank on the objective, which ended up doing. So they ended up shooting off the tank, and then the Contemptor managed to also move onto the objective as well, which was then a problem that we had to deal with. However,
so
I guess
I had another Hail Mary I wanted to do, and I've got this. I'll get the Commandos. They could charge the Contemptor, weather the Overwatch, and throw a tank buster bomb at him. And you said no, I'm not. You're not allowed to do that. I'm just going to shoot it and kill it instead. And that's what you did. You took that from me.
I know, but it saved us our last CP, which was quite important. So it came down to I think turn 4, I think we were on, and it was like the last turn. It was like a few minutes left on the clock. It felt pretty neck and neck in terms of points. We didn't realise quite how neck and neck it was. But basically, you had in their deployment zone a lone squig hog boy, who was in combat with a lone scion. We were both effectively on the objective. The Scion fell back. Well, actually, I think the Scion guy actually wasn't on the objective, but he fell back from combat to go onto the objective, which we realised would actually score them the primary, and they were doing stranglehold, so it would score them stranglehold. And then you did the cut them down stratagem. For using up our last CP, and on our 6+, you would do a mortal wound and kill that Scion, which thankfully you managed to successfully do. And we worked out in hindsight that basically won us the game, because if you hadn't have done that, they would have had enough points to have won.
Well, they definitely were keeping it, because when I rolled that dice, I thought I just needed to kill that guy so we could keep that objective. As soon as I rolled that 6, the other guy he reached over to shake our hand and said good game at that moment. As soon as I rolled that dice, and I was like, what? And then they totaled it all up, and it was like, yeah, we had just scraped to win off that. So while I made some clumsy tactical decisions, my dice rolling abilities did win us the game. Would you not say so, Phil?
For that one, yes, indeed, yeah. Because it basically on the primary, I think it would have been drawn, but because of the stranglehold secondary, that's what changed it from a draw into a win for them, or would have been a win for them. So yeah, that was a really tight game. They were good guys to play against. In fact, all our opponents were lovely people to play against. But effectively, the 2 toughest games were ones where it had very similar Contemptor Custodes lists, and the Custodes were just brutally difficult to shift off the table whatsoever. And they also, and especially in the first game, have so many abilities and tactical plays and stratagems to kind of do anything that they want to do that's in their wildest imagination. They can do it, basically. So yeah, Custodes were good. So we ended with 4 wins, 1 loss. We got 2 favourite game votes, 3 favourite army votes. So congratulations, Richie. Even with your contrast painted army done in 2 weeks, we still got 3 out of 5 best army. Well, I guess technically 3 out of possible 10, right? No, because you can only get
you would only have
3 out of 5. So 3 out of 5, which is still pretty impressive. And then overall, we came 11th, which was very high. And then I think in terms of BCP, in terms of pure battle scores, it was 8th. But we're going with the 11th because that's the official one.
I was glad to get those best army votes, because I felt really bad that I let you down, Phil, because normally you'd be in a cabinet. But thanks to my painting, you didn't get there. So I'm sorry about that. I'll try and be close,
better. But I don't know about that, Richie. I heard the face on his Yarrick wasn't quite up to scratch.
Shots fired.
Hey, not me, man. I'm just quoting the
Too soon, Ben. It's too soon.
Too soon.
A little in-joke reference in there.
Exactly.
Never read the comments.
Never read.
Never read below the line. Never read
To
below
be
the
fair
line.
to you, though, Phil, that face that is that is Yarek's, as we said before when you were talking about building it, is a rough model to make look good, right? That is a droopy face that
Like
Yarek
Elephant
has.
Man.
Elephant Man.
It's a bit lopsided, I think.
Yeah, and I suppose it doesn't get out when you sort of turn it to look the other direction.
Yes,
All of a sudden it's
you're
like-
showing the side that has effectively been stuck down to the collar, so you've got to sort of resculpt some of it. So I guess pose-wise, you're seeing the bit of the face that you don't normally see as prominent. So yeah, that probably doesn't help.
Well, there you go.
I think it looked great, and I'm really proud that where we finished. We finished in 11th, which was higher than anyone else in Lookout Sir and Rapid Fire Wargaming. I'm very proud of that. Not highest out of our group.
Done really well, guys.
Yeah. You carried the flag, mate. You know, you even called your team Lookout Sir inadvertently. So
Yeah, I made a mistake in BCP with that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Standard. But there you go. No, there we are, guys. So that was the summary of everything that took place.
But we should give a shout out to Scott and Spike, who we've mentioned briefly. They went up with us. They came 10th overall. So good.
We're not giving a shout out to Phil and Tom then, by the same extension.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
well, we could also give a shout out to them.
You got Big Phil.
I don't know where they came, but
And Sleepy Dabbers. I think they came. I don't know.
Oh wait,
Look
I
it
can
up.
look it up. The Bowl Crushers came 33rd.
the
There
Battle
you go.
Crushers. They are. They deserved better.
Looking
to be fair.
forward
Well,
to the next one.
they got 4 favourite army votes.
Wow.
This is pretty high.
Incredible. Hey.
Yeah. How many favourite game votes?
Just one. The key people don't like him.
There you go. Well, that tells them for next time what they got to focus on. Stop being horrible people.
Yeah.
Phil's a very intimidating man, though, isn't he? He's got that kind of large, sort of overbearing presence about him. He's an intimidating fella.
He's a Space Marine.
He is. You don't want to be facing off against that. That's, it can imbue you with a lot of fear. Anyway, there you go. That was the summary of it all. Well done to all involved. It was a good event. And hopefully you enjoyed our collective summaries of it. And obviously, as Richie said, well done to Scott and Spike for doing best out of the collective group. So in the overall rankings, it was Scott and Spike first place, Richie and Phil second. Me and Tim came third, right?
Yeah.
We'll claim that. We'll go that.
Yeah.
And then Tom and Sean in fourth, and Tom and Phil in fifth. So there you go. So they have to pay for the hotel rooms next time, right, Tom and Phil?
I think so.
Yeah, I think that's the rule. All right, guys. Well, there you go. Hope you enjoyed it. Things we forgot to mention. Me and Tim forced our last opponents to do a war, which was really awkward. And I actually wish we hadn't, because they clearly didn't want to. But,
Yeah, but I did it for him, so it's fine.
well, exactly. We collectively did it for them, and then they kind of begrudgingly joined in. It was a very odd way to end the weekend there.
I didn't even know they joined in.
No, he sort of half-heartedly. Also, and Sean rolled a 6-6, which was such a monumentous occasion. It created a raucous uproar as well, which resulted in
There was a big old shouting that game, wasn't there?
what the heck is going on over there?
But it
I just literally.
goes to show the importance of the soft scores, because the game that me and Sean won, game 5, which we basically effectively tabled the opponents, they ended up winning the event. So they had 3 wins, 2 losses. So but it's food for thought next time we go.
There you go. It's a weird thing though when you start trying to think about how you're going to game a voting system. I think you just kind of just.
Well, I think the idea is you don't, and you just go and have fun, regardless of the intention of actually winning anything, because that's kind of difficult to do. That's the winds of fate.
Exactly. Don't go with any expectations is the way to approach it. But there we go. That's that. We're going to go on to whatever it is we decide to do next. Lord only knows. This episode has already kind of gone all over the place. But that was that. And whatever is next will be this transitional noise. All right then, Phil. It's the end of episode 121. A long one by all accounts, and made all the longer by the fact that we're now going to talk about a couple of other topics that we've decided to wrap up in an outro, that being the ITC and also the recently revealed Corsair minis. Which one do you want to start with, Phil? Do you want to get into the ITC fun of it all, or do you want to talk about them weird pirate elves?
Let's do the ITC. That is in the order in which they appeared to us as, you know, avid watchers of the Warhammer community website.
That is absolutely true. So during or moments before the Las Vegas Open began, Games Workshop felt it prudent to let us know that they are now in partnership with the ITC, which is an interesting development if you're the sorts of people who care about competitive play, which by all accounts a good percentage of the community does. You know, at least based on Games Workshop's ever ongoing attention being you know, driven towards it, it definitely feels like the competitive scene is an important element of 40k. And to be completely honest with you, I feel that that is a pretty accurate statement. And so this kind of represents a really interesting change of pace. I saw a bunch of people suggesting that Games Workshop had bought the ITC. Is that correct, Phil, or are they just buddied up?
Well, the official wording is that they partnered up with them, which, you know, they've always been partnered on some level, whether that's sort of unofficially, but they say they formed an official partnership with the ITC, which is International Tournament Circuit, not Independent Tournament Circuit, which I think is what a lot of people thought it used to be, or maybe it was and they changed it at some point. But basically they're saying they're doing more formalized support for the tournament scene in general, and basically ITC, which is effectively a points league ladder way of keeping track of how people actually play the game, how well they're doing, will be used in the Warhammer like official events like Warhammer World, the American tournament scenes, like the three big events, like they're called Warhammer Open, I think it was, or the American Opens, something like that.
Yeah, they were the US Open events. Weren't they?
US Open, that was it.
The 3 or 4 events that took place in all those different cities with all those rather, you know, well attended, large scale events, which were the official Warhammer events that caused a little bit of hubbub in the Americas because of obviously the necessity not to use 3D printed nor you know,
third party
sculpts, third party bits, which is something I guess that the US 40k gamers had obviously not necessarily ever really needed to massively concern themselves with. But you've already heard our documented thoughts on that specific part of the situation. I mean, in terms of what this essentially is stating, is that Games Workshop are effectively trying to, you know, add some incentives or create opportunities to better integrate themselves in with this competitive scene. So one of the things that's really obviously interesting from the outset is the fact that they're obviously stating that they are going to give you ITC points at their official events. This is something I thought they had started doing in 2021 anyway.
No, what they had done occasionally, and the very first time they did it was Warhammer Fest many years ago, and then stopped doing. And that was to use the BCP app, which is Best Coast Pairings, which is like an offshoot to ITC, but it's effectively the app that supports ITC. It allows you to register to an event. It allows event organizers to create an event and host it on there. It basically does all the pairings for each battle round, each match that you're doing, and also will then track your ITC points. So the BCP app was first used at Warhammer Fest, at the Warhammer finals that we did. I'm going to say 2018. I could be wrong on that date. We used it once. It was never used again for a few years because it was pretty bad at that point. Because it was sort of early days. Also, I think it was a combination of the sheer number of people using it, the Wi-Fi not being very good, things like that. So it didn't work out very well. And then in the last year or so, I would say, obviously we've had COVID, so haven't been many games, but they have started to use the BCP app for the events. So at the doubles event that we went to, that you'd have already heard us talk about. So we use BCP to register for our team, and we also, got our table numbers. Could see our opponents' lists, although not all of them, because you could submit a paper copy list of your army as well, as opposed to submitting it through the BCP app. But overall, it kind of meant it was, slightly smoother transition from game to game. You don't have to stare at a big screen and squint and wait for your number to appear on a rolling slideshow. You could actually just, look it up on your app and go straight there.
Yeah. Again, I'm not hugely into I like BCP from a practical perspective, but I find it removes some of the pageantry of the events, and I do kind of like that sort of coming together and looking at the screen, and when people do a kind of rundown of what's happening. So yeah, not having that at Warhammer World was interesting, but BCP is very, very convenient for tournament organizers and for players. So I do understand why it is a worthwhile decision to go in that direction. The other thing they're highlighting is that they're going to be hosting a lot of extra events, and they're going to be looking to essentially offer participants of ITC tournaments the opportunity to be invited to special annual events. In the case of like the try hard, super awesome 40k at the bleeding edges gaming, if you have won an ITC event, you will be invited to compete at the official Warhammer final, where the best players in the world will get a chance to battle it out for eternal glory. The first invitations will be awarded by the Las Vegas Open, which took place last weekend. So 2 weekends ago at this point. But whatever the case, this is it's an interesting innovation in terms of how they're planning on running these events. I think obviously the assertion is that this Warhammer final will take place at Warhammer World, which is totally logical.
Well, they haven't said that, so I mean, it could well be they do it in America for the the American audience potentially. I guess it might be depending on where the majority of the players are from. So if they're picking people from, say, all the the big American tournaments and 1 or 2 tournaments in Europe, then they may well host it in America. But if just to save people flying loads of people out.
Well, what's really interesting about that is, I suppose, well, first of all, I watched the closing ceremonies of the LVO, and I'm pretty sure Reese said to the overall winner that they are getting a trip to Nottingham.
Oh, right.
All expenses paid. But that could just be a mistake on Reese's part. Even though obviously the ITC is now affiliated with Games Workshop or partnered with them, I don't know if Reese now by extension becomes an official representative of Warhammer or Games Workshop specifically. So he might, have made a mistake there, but it seems logical that that's what they would do. What's interesting about that is it's winners of major ITC events. So what's curious to me is what obviously Games Workshop is doing to quantify what these events are. Is, for example, the matched play weekend in May that Richie has managed to get tickets for. Is that something that they're going to consider a major ITC event because it takes place at Warhammer World? Or are they going to look at something like, say, Beachhead Brawl, which is happening this weekend, which has, 240 registered players? Is that of a size and scale that is appropriate to be considered for this? Because again, I'll be helping out, supporting Beachhead this weekend, and I've heard no information from anyone involved in that event that that's something that is being considered for major event status, even though prior to the explosion of London Grand Tournament organised events was, like the second largest event in the country prior to obviously the Nottingham GT and all these other things. But I guess it is what it is. It might not have been the second biggest as well. Don't quote me on that. I might be making mistakes on that front. But it's just interesting, I guess, again, who gets the nod,
I guess that will be the the guy that's in charge of the events at Warhammer to decide. The guy that came from I want to say Adepticon, but
Nova.
I think it might be Nova. Yeah, I think I always say Adepticon and it's wrong.
I mean, I'm interested in it. I think it's a really interesting change of pace for the ITC, because you have to start asking yourself what actually becomes important. Is it ITC points, or is it actually getting to this, what they are calling a final? Because does the ITC now become about getting through the door to go to the final, or does it become about how high you rank, or is it both? I suppose I imagine it is a bit of both. But
I guess there's also
about
prize support as well. Like the big winner of the ITC for the year would get a big check. I think it was was it $4,000 or something? Maybe it was more.
It wasn't unreasonable.
But it feels like they're swapping that out now, and you're getting some different prize support instead.
Well, again, it depends, right? Because I think maybe an event like the LVO will still opt to give a certain level of prize support in line with what they've come to expect from that kind of event. So maybe there will still be a financial incentive for the winner. But certainly it appears that on the Games Workshop side of the equation, that they're going to only be in a position to offer access to this exclusive event and a number of incentives utilizing their stock or their content, as it were, which is, again, it's great that Games Workshop are extending the olive branch to the competitive community like this and engaging with it more, and it's great that they're trying to actually proactively support this scene. I think that's a great thing. I'm just intrigued to see how and what it sort of does to the overall DNA of the tournament scene, and also what their kind of rulings are going to be around individuals who obviously win multiple events. Because if I'm correct in asserting, it was it Siegler who came in and won the LVO again, right?
Yes, I think this is he's done it 2 years in a row now. He also won all the US Opens.
So is there an incentive for Siegler to go to another event this year? Because he's now already qualified for the final. Is it worth him going? Or now, I suppose, does he go to behave as a gatekeeper? Or if he wins more events, does the individual that comes second take, the tickets in the future? I'm intrigued what the policy is going to be around that, because, again, it's not very kind of clearly stated at the moment. Obviously, Games Workshop also have the flexibility where they can turn around and go, well, who's in the top 50 of the ITC? Because, the greater majority of people who reside within the top 100 of the ITC have never won an event. I think most of the people, or if they have won an event, they've won, a tiny one-dayer. It's rare for, everyone within the top 10 to have won, or certainly within the top 50 to have won multiple majors.
Well, of course,
there just aren't that many for them to do.
Yeah,
right?
there's probably like in the US, there's probably like 4 or 5 big ones, plus the US Opens that which was 3, I believe. And obviously you got some in the UK and others around the world, and it's like no one has the ability to go to literally every single like super big event. It's much more region locked. So if you're in the UK, you're most likely to go to all the UK ones, with the exception of the LVO, because that's considered the final for the for the ITC season. So pretty much,
which it, I guess, isn't anymore though.
Well, yeah, good point. Because if they're saying, well, I guess unofficially, most people would still see the LVO as being the final, but then it will actually be a roundup of winners of other events will now go to Warhammer World. So yeah, is there less of an incentive to go to the LVO now? I guess the LVO is still a chance to win a major event and go to and to qualify for the final. at Warhammer
Well, it's
World.
interesting as well, isn't it? Because the LVO was the first place where you could win entry into this final event. So what that actually shows you is that is the event that starts the season as opposed to ends it now.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't be. Yeah, it's a bit of a weird one with when is the season now starting. Normally it is right after the LVO because the LVO is the end. But I think they're extending that olive branch of making whatever Warhammer like official is doing. There, it's almost like, yeah, it's for the 2022 season, but the winner of the LVO 2020, well, I guess it's still 2022, even though it's normally the end of the 2021 season, they're still coming in. So it's like potentially you could have two winners of the LVO like for this season. I assume they're trying to make it more calendar year as opposed to the weird setup where the LVO was the end of the season at the start of the year. It actually makes more sense, as you say. LVO's effectively the first major of an annual ITC year that ends in December, I assume, at Warhammer World.
It's just interesting, isn't it? Because I think the thing is with it is like, I'm curious what the impact of this collaboration may be on the ITC in general, because I think it does kind of shift the kind of the makeup of what it is and kind of changes some of the elements. Because ultimately, if Games Workshop Warhammer are turning around and saying the winner is the person who comes to Nottingham and wins that event, well, that's a very different proposition. It also changes the way that you approach the ITC, because obviously in the ITC of old, as I've kind of alluded to, you would go to, you know, multiple events and grind out a score and potentially finish in the top 5 because you grinded out a score. Whereas now, it is all about those 4 or 5 individuals who can frequently win at the big events, right? It becomes who's going to win this year between Manny, Siegler. I don't know the rest of the top competitive players' names, but it's like it just becomes that. It's like who is going to win, one of the ITC major events followed by the final, and the logic is that that's going to be someone like Siegler every year.
I mean, it could well be seen as the ITC ladder league.
Ladder league, whatever.
Yeah, in terms of who is number 1 or the top 5, top 10, that will still just be decided from how it currently works. In terms of it's your best, is it 5 events? Those points that you gain from those 5 events create your score, which ultimately puts you, first, second, third, or 100th, wherever. That may still be in existence. So you might have, independent of this Warhammer final, someone that ranks number 1 in the ITC in terms of the ladder. But they might not have actually had to go or gone to the Warhammer final for whatever reason. However, the way the points tend to work is the bigger the event, the more weighting there is in points. Now, so you could actually argue if you've got a Warhammer final that's only got 10 people in, the weighting would actually be quite low and wouldn't impact your ITC score as much as going to the LVO, which is a several 100-person event. So they could do both. They could be like, yeah, here's the Warhammer final, we're officially calling it the final, but then that, so you've got the winner of that event plus you've got the winner of the ITC ranking. Could be 2 separate people. Chances are it'll be the same, but it might not be, depending on how they weight the scores and stuff.
Yeah, it's interesting as well. I'm interested to discover what the general kind of community attitude will be towards this whole sequence of events, but irrespective, I think it seems like an interesting change. I think the ITC is definitely an interesting organization within the hobby, and now that it is much more kind of officially affiliated with Games Workshop, it's it's an interesting statement for all involved. But I think the broad overarching thing that you need to take away from this is a positive. This is good overall, because it really does help align, the sensibilities around what these events are. But it also means that Games Workshop can leverage this infrastructure to try and diversify the kind of event portfolio that's going on, which is kind of what they're talking about. As much as obviously it's about super competitive gaming, they are really keen on supporting the hobby tracker. They are really keen on supporting narrative events, which I think is important, because I think there is more to the 40k event scene than coming together to see who's the best. I think there is a very, very real desire to play more narrative, play more fun 40k gaming.
Yeah, I mean,
And some people,
it would be.
sorry.
I was going to say it'd be cool to go to almost like a non-ITC event. So Rapid Fire Wargaming, they deliberately don't include ITC points because they don't want to attract competitive players or people playing for a competitive mindset, because they actually want people to play with more fun, fluffy narrative armies. And the focus is more of a hobby. So it would be interesting if they could actually incorporate the hobby track element to it, because I remember when they announced the hobby track a few years ago, I was like, oh, that's something I could get involved in, because I like painting my armies, not too fussed about winning events, because I know it's never going to happen. But I'd much rather focus on, oh, cool, I've got some, I've won some points because people liked how my army looked. I'd be much more invested in that and more inclined to go to events on that side. And I don't know if you can do just the hobby aspect, because they've said they're going to do different types of events. You don't really need ITC points for a crusade event, but yeah, give people hobby track points for going to a crusade event for sure, if that's possible. That is.
Yeah, well, I think the hobby track has definitely been something that's been poorly managed in UK events. I've very rarely seen any, efforts on TOs in the UK to try and incorporate the hobby tracker into their efforts. But I mean, again, maybe that's just sort of indicative of the events that I've attended as opposed to the general consensus. I'm sure there's going to be someone out there in the UK who's going to be like, I go to events every month at this place and we really focus on the hobby tracker, and that's fantastic, obviously, but it's certainly not what I've observed where I've been. But there you go. Look, I mean, in the general sense, look, we've never really been massively focused on the competitive side of 40k, but I think, this is an interesting development, and I'm really intrigued to see what this is long term. I think the initial kind of announcement is intriguing, but I think what's going to follow is going to be much more interesting. And it's going to be interesting to see if the ITC falls into, any more kind of controversy, how Games Workshop assert themselves in those situations. So if we have scenarios like where players are manipulating their scores or hosting events that, enable them to perform better, even though it's kind of against the spirit of the organization, is that something that's going to be dealt with more, with more kind of harsh action?
I'm going to guess no. I think the way they've set it up is it's a bit like the playtesters. It's they can.
It's just another thing that they don't pay for, but pretend they got nothing to do with it.
It's more that they're letting the ITC guys run it. They're still hands off, but they're like, we're going to help you. We're going to add a bit more prestige to it to make it a bit more official, but it's still your job. It's not ours. It's not like Magic the Gathering or, X-Wing, where the tournament scene is run and managed by the companies that produce those games. Games Workshop, from what I can see, isn't taking it over, even though,
Fine.
So I don't think, maybe one day they will get confident enough to be like, cool, we're going to like buy out the ITC. We're going to run it all ourselves. We're going to offer all the prize supports and stuff. I don't think they want that hassle. And as you say, when a controversy comes up, it's like, cool, Reese, you're the head of ITC. You sort it out. It's up to you to deal with. Games Workshop can be like, nothing to do with us. Won't ever talk about it. They're just continue to do meta watch and, do a light touch talk talking points about the competitive scene. But they've still got the exception is if there was a big cheating scandal at the Warhammer World, assuming it's a Warhammer World, the big Warhammer final that is run by Games Workshop. That would be the only time, I guess, they would have to come out and, say something or do something. The rest, even then, it's technically still an ITC event, so maybe it would still be deferred to the ITC folks.
Yeah. But again, it depends on how things are framed, right? Because obviously there was a incentive for those individuals to manipulate the ITC in order to, gain an advantage because, of the various financial incentives of being able to sell various services and other things that, benefited them. So I understand why that happened in that context, although I don't agree with it personally. But I think the thing is like, now that really the only thing that's important is winning major events to go to this final to be, to win a chance to be the overall winner. Well, then at that point, maybe it removes some of the necessity, or well, not that there was ever a necessity, but removes some of the desire to attempt to game things in that nature. There you go. Anyway, that's ITC's chat. Hopefully you found that interesting. Let's talk about some pretty models, Phil, to close things out. We've got new Corsairs, pal. So we've already talked about the Kill Team Corsairs during our LVO preview chats, but they've come out now and given us the wide range of Corsairs that we're going to be expecting. Quite the departure, Phil, from what we have come to understand of the Corsairs from what they had been in the Forge World range prior to this release.
Yes, this is a bit more of an amalgamation of like Elder, Craftworld, Drukhari, probably Ynnari. It's a bit of a smorgasbord. If I just briefly talk about what they looked like before. So the Forge World produced Corsair units. They were predominantly upgrade kits for the existing Elder range. They effectively had these like wasp upgrades, which were like these big long fins that stuck to the back of the infantry and the bikes. I do believe there was a couple of bespoke units as well that they also had. And they were very much more Craft World looking. And then when I had a little quick research into it, it seems like Corsairs as pirates are obviously, pirates can come in many different shapes and sizes. There is one that is a cabal of, Drukhari and Elder Craft Worlds, which this feels like this warband is much more designed to look like, as opposed to ones that are much more aligned with a particular craft world and is like a splinter from that one craft world, which is what feels like the original Forge World models look like. And I have to say, for years, I actually really wanted to get hold of the original Forge World stuff, being a Forge World fanboy, playing Krieg and Minotaurs. Craft World, not Craft World, Corsairs has always been calling to me. And the way I would describe it is they always looked very clean and minimal, a bit like Primaris Space Marines, in terms of they don't have much gumph on them. Obviously, they do now, but when Primaris Marines first came out, in comparison to the old Tactical Marines, so much more sleeker, like nothing on them, no like little bits other than, a couple of ammo pouches, and that was it. And to me, that's how Corsairs of old were in comparison to the other Elder range. Really streamlined, simple armor, but also this classic like wasp design, which weirdly is a nod to some artwork in Rogue Trader, because that's how Elder looked like back in those days, and I think that's what Forge World was doing a little nod to. So the current stuff is a bit of a departure from that type of Corsair, but maybe these are different types of Corsairs and they're meant to be very different deliberately. Doesn't mean the other Corsairs don't exist. It's just a different type.
Yeah, and also it's worth highlighting that obviously what the Corsairs were from Forge World is a very different, aspiration than what these Corsairs are now. So the Corsairs of Forge World are effectively upgrade kits for the Elder Guardians and Elder Wind Rider jet bikes predominantly, although they did also have a number of extra kind of like War Walker vehicle variants that gave them a little bit of kind of uniqueness. But yeah, really the Corsairs were effectively a series of upgrades kits that allowed you to, create something that was clearly different from the established Craftworld kits, but at the same time, not so drastically different. Whereas
effectively still used them and created a bit like how Elysians were like a drop force for guard. That is what Corsairs were, like hypermobile, striking all at once. So that's why all the Wasp style wings allowed them to like come down, I guess, from deep strike. But it'd be like your whole army would do that. So it was like a very particular play style for Elder as opposed to what they currently are.
Yeah. And I mean, part of me really likes the old Corsair upgrade kits. I think, again, it's cool that, when you actually dig into it, they've created a system whereby these two, variables of Corsairs can exist. And I think it actually really speaks to the sort of diverse and interesting ways that the Elder Society kind of exists, and that, there is no one size fits all to all the various variants of this race. Obviously a good chunk of them went off in Craftworlds and began to follow the path. But since then, the Ynnari has come into effect, and various Elder are starting to follow that route, and there are nice new design cues coming into that space. And this is just expressing a kind of hybrid between the Drakari and the Craftworlds that, hasn't really been seen within the range up until now. So I am in favor of it. I think the initial shock of it as a full range was definitely there. There were some models in particular that really challenged me in the initial instance.
Go ahead. Let us know.
Well, so the Warlock specifically really threw me, because the Warlock has always been one of those really kind of iconic Elder units. And one of the strangest things about the Warlock is obviously the fact that the Warlock kit has been the same since, forever, right? Like we've had Warlocks presented in their long robes.
He's so someone that doesn't necessarily know exactly what Warlock is, other than I'm guessing some kind of psyker. Is it the one with the staff?
It is the one with the staff, yeah.
Okay.
So typically the Warlock, proportionately, I would say as well. And again, this is probably to do with the older metal sculpts, but the head of the Warlock, although kind of big by, nature of the heroic scale of 40k miniatures, always felt a bit more proportional to the proportions of the actual figure. And the sort of flowing robes gave it a really specific sort of silhouette that offset the, very kind of angular nature of the helm. Also, Warlocks typically didn't have that kind of overhanging, I'm trying to think of the right terminology for it, like a headdress piece. So you see with the guy with the starfill, he's got that almost plume of armor coming around from the back. Yeah, that again isn't something typical of sort of Warlock helmets. Although again, Warlocks of old, might have had like moose horns or all sorts of stuff.
It feels like most of them have it, so maybe that is their interpretation of like the wasp wings. So rather than giving them two, they've just given them like one fin instead.
That's a good point, actually. I didn't actually even notice that the majority
I've
of these guys have
it on most of them. It doesn't seem like all of them do, because obviously one guy's got a banner, but actually it feels like it's mostly hidden behind everyone's like top knots and hair pieces. So it could be they all have it.
That is a fair point. Yeah. But irrespective of that, I think that's one of the ones that, is going to take me some getting used to and seeing it in reality. But then I have a similar opinion of the Warlock plastic miniatures that they've unveiled also. I think those are going to take some getting used to on my part, because again, they're just different from what I've kind of come to expect from what Warlocks look like based on years and years and years of exposure to a certain model range or design, I suppose. But yeah, that one I was a bit unsure of, and the other one weirdly is potentially a model that people probably think is really cool, which is the assassin one. I just don't understand.
This is the one with the hood, right?
Yeah, the one with the hood. It's got a lot of weird design cues that I'm not entirely sure what. It's too busy. is my
Yeah,
problem with it.
same. The hood is a bit odd. It makes it feels very much like a computer game character.
Yeah, it's got a kind of Destiny vibe to it, doesn't it?
Oh my god, you're right. Destiny sums it up pretty well, actually. Yeah.
Yeah. Which again, like, don't get me wrong, like, there's nothing wrong with Destiny. There's nothing wrong with the visuals of that. It's just, again, it's sort of, is it the sort of evolution of those kind of Elder-esque design cues that I wanted to see? Again, it just sort of has this sort of Age of Sigmar sort of weird vibe. In a way, this character to me looks like the Black Shield within Death Company veteran squads, where it's a kind of schmoosh boosh of different bits, and obviously there's this whole kind of secrets weirdness around them. But obviously within the Black Shields for the Death Watch, they've done a really good job of kind of outlining the origins of this. Whereas I guess this guy is just the moody assassin guy, which again is fine. Like I'm not got a problem with
every kind of kill team, expendables, what A team. Everyone needs a moody goth. It's essential.
My sincere opinion is I think this model would have been much better if they got rid of the hood.
Well, here's the thing. I don't like a lot of the ones that don't have helmets. I really hope, and I'm basing this on the Krieg kill team, I really hope there are head swap variants for all the models. I'm sure there will be. I'm sure there'll be different weapon options as well, and they just haven't previewed those yet. But I mean, I could be wrong. They could all be, mono pose, for example, single fit. But I hope there are different head options so we can swap things out. So if you don't like the hood, great. Hopefully we can swap it out.
It's strange though, right? Because I can imagine that if that didn't have the hood, I think it'd just be I just think it would be better. But those are the only two that I have initial concerns about. But I think overall, I think the range has loads of personality. I think it really gets across this kind of ragtag, kind of piratical raiding force. And I obviously understand that within the confines of Kill Team, this is going to be a really varied and usable force that obviously meets all of the necessary criteria to be a compelling kill team, because they've got their snipers, they've got their pistol guys with the two pistols, they've got the special weapons, they've got their combat specialists, they've got their assassins, they got their heavies. Like, everything about it within the confines of Kill Team makes sense. I just think my initial expectation, or rather my initial reception to those two models in particular, has kind of offset my overall appreciation of what they've done with this as a range. And I think it's nice to see a molding of the two kind of ideas, but at the same time, yes, I think the problem is with this design is what this demonstrates to me is how delicate the balance is between a really, really crisp, beautiful gaming piece and a over embellished miniature. It's that thing where it's like you're walking that tightrope and that assassin has fallen off, essentially. It's just he's gone too far.
I feel like things like, as you say, the Warlock I actually quite like. I like the helmet, and I do like the weird single fin that they have on the back, whatever that might be. I sort of feel like there is a bit too much detail in the models, as stupid as that sounds. Like, there's too much gumph on them, like there's too much equipment. I'd like to see them a bit more streamlined. So to me, like the Warlock's got lots of Elder Ruins on him. Like, take them off. The staff, I don't know, make it look a bit less Elder. I mean, maybe it's because I'm just not an Elder fan, but I like the idea of elf pirates. I think I would like to see more piratey stuff on them. I was hoping there'd be more like fur. Do you remember when they did the Warhammer Quest? Was it Shadows over Hammerhole? They did, I don't know if it was a new sculpt, but they had a effectively an elf pirate in that, and he had like a peg leg, and he had lots of like reptilian leather.
Yeah, that's an old Dark Elf HQ, or rather Lord, which was
but that was
hero.
that they were kind of effectively the Corsairs of fantasy, and it's like I would like to see more pirate. Like, not a single person's got a peg leg out of all of these. That is, or a hook hand, as tropey as that is. That is the sort of thing I would want to see. I want to see more swords as well, because only 2 of them have like short swords. I'd like to see a couple more, a bit more close combat-y. That feels a bit more piratical. And I think the only other downside, I will say, when I first saw them, I was a bit underwhelmed. Even in, it's been like a day or 2, they're already growing on me, and I'm already thinking, if I did get them, what would I do to make them my own and be happy with it? I think partly it's the paint scheme, because the kind of teal green at the moment is very Drakari. I would much rather go with like a kind of crimson red color as like their main color, just to differentiate them. Of they're not Elder, they're not Drakari, they're something different. I do think, it is that they're well painted. I just don't think that the scheme leans more towards Drakari as an innate thing to see that I would like maybe change.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I also sort of feel like, again, I understand why they go for it within these kind of paint jobs, but part of me thinks, like, would a Corsair raiding party all have that kind of level of uniformity? Wouldn't it be that, they would have more of a mishmash of colors potentially, like, and some of them are in red, some of them are in green, some of it, because, but again, I'm not necessarily
like Star Trek, different ranks.
Well, yeah, that, or just the fact that they're just
more
pirates.
individualistic, right? But I think there is so they do have like actual units, and you have a lot of you've got effectively the ship crew can fight, but you also have dedicated like raiding units as well. So maybe those more militaristic sides would have a uniform scheme. But as you say, making them all completely individual, much like pirates of real life would have been a more interesting take. But does that lean it away too much from them being, a unit, or too far from being, Elder? I guess that you also need to look at it in the confines of this will also exist within the Aeldari Craftworld's codex for 40k, so they need to play on the tabletop as part of a larger force. So maybe you need that kind of uniformity to them to make them work there as well.
I'm intrigued now, though, by because again, as a raiding force, you kind of feel like they need to be able to access some kind of transport specifically. Although I assume within the confines of 40k, they'll probably go with just having them deep strike onto the board or something. But,
yeah, that would make sense.
But I'm definitely going to pick them up, right? Because I'm going all in on the on the new Craftworld stuff, so I'm going to definitely get them. It's just going to come down to, I guess, what they're bundled in with. Although there was a teaser as part of the Kill Team Nuckmund Corsair Void trailer, and at the end of it, they say that they need to deploy a kill team, which response dispatch kill teams. Now, that to me seems like that's coming from a very Imperium perspective. Is there a chance, Phil, that we could be seeing a new Death Watch unit to accompany this?
I thought everyone said it was. It's been Chaos Space Marines for a long time. Chaos Space Marines and Corsairs.
Well, I mean, again though, what if they were wrong?
Well, I mean, that could just be the general rumor mill. I thought Games Workshop had confirmed it as being Chaos, but maybe I'm completely.
Well, that is definitely the case within. It's definitely the case within.
The new box set is
the new box set. Yeah. Well, but would Death Watch be a better shout? Because at the moment, in terms of the kill teams that they've done Orcs and Krieg. They've done Sisters and Tau, although Tau was a bit relatively, modest. But again, the Corsairs is a pretty great release. If you could come up with a new Primaris upgrade set of sprues, or an upgrade sprue for Death Watch, this would be a pretty meaningful release opportunity to put that out, and also would, not necessarily massively overshadow the Corsairs, because it feels to me that if you look at the Sisters variant, the Sisters stuff was quite amazing, but the Tau was just an upgrade sprue for the existing Pathfinders kit. Is there potential that they're going to follow a similar pattern for this and just give us an upgrade sprue for Death Watch? I don't know.
True. What I would like is, because they're trying to theme, these seasons around a particular war zone. So this is all meant to be, Nachmund Vigilus, basically.
Yeah, true.
I would like to see almost like the releases much more thematically tied to it, because I found it weird for Octarius that they did Orcs and Krieg, and it's like in the main 40k Warzone books, literally no mention of Krieg whatsoever. Guard barely feature in it as a force overall. They're sort of a token gesture in the background. It's predominantly Orcs versus Tyranids, Inquisition overseeing some Space Marines, and there's a Forge World there that's also within the area that's being attacked by the Tyranids and the Orcs. So it's like thematically that box set for Kill Team should have been Orcs and Tyranids, and with this one it's like cool Corsairs and maybe something else. Chaos would be the obvious thematic choice for Vigilus, because that is predominantly Chaos invading. But Vigilus is almost a unique one where everyone but Necrons, it has a reason to be on Vigilus based on the original campaign books that they did. Corsairs, you could argue, are kind of, piratical force raiding parties. It will be interesting to see if Corsairs feature at all in the Warzone book that is currently out. I suspect they won't. It'll be interesting to read it, and I still need to also go back and I want to read the Kill Team Octarius stuff to see how they fit Krieg into that. It just feels like they're saying here's a war zone, but they're not actually linking up the stories and the theme very well. Kill Team's doing its own theme that is completely separate from the 40k theme of that war zone, and I just want to see it more tied together. And I almost want to see like more weird bespoke units that fit the setting much, much better than what we've currently got from the Octarius stuff, at least.
Yeah. I think in terms of a kind of closing thought on that, though, as well, though, in terms of why they might go with Death Watches is, it's pretty odd for Games Workshop to have done free releases for anything relating to 40k
and not thrown
40k
Space Marines.
Yeah, it's like how that's just so unlikely.
I know. So they've already given us that. So we've got the new Gravis Captain, we've got the new banner guy, right? So we've had a few Space Marine releases. It feels like if there is, because there's always been talk about like a new Space Marine Codex and new Space Marine range coming. It feels like the Space Marine Kill Team would be almost too soon. It feels like the Space Marines need to come later. Now, I'm talking about generic Space Marines. Death Watch, if it was a Death Watch specific unit, that would be quite interesting. And I could see that happening before generic Space Marine get a new unit for Kill Team. But obviously, they've also got to appear then in 40k as well. Yeah, Death Watch would be cool to see if and when it happens. It sort of feels like Death Watch is the one that don't need a new thing. It's like Death Watch is Kill Team. Like they have it in the names of their units. It's called Kill Team. It's like they're already specialists. You've already, just pick up the standard. What they could do is Primaris-ified Kill Team veteran, so Death Watch veteran Kill Teams, but as Primaris, because that's the one thing that everyone converts up but doesn't exist. So it could just be that, and that could be essentially an upgrade sprue for, I guess, intercessor squads. And it's like, cool, here's some shoulder pads, here's some different weapon options, so you've got shotguns and stuff. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what they do with that one, or what.
But again, though, right, for Primaris, it's something they don't offer at the moment, right? If you want to do a Death Watch Primaris unit, you essentially just have to use transfers or freehand on the thing. Whereas if you have Firstborn, they have a specific Death Watch veteran box, with loads of variants. So
Yeah, but that because there is a standalone upgrade sprue with shoulder pads in, right, and that is compatible with the Primaris range.
Yes, but the problem is with the Deathwatch upgrade sprue is, again, it's a firstborn sprue, and it has some serious issues when it comes to how it integrates with the Gravis armor sets.
Yeah. So there's two things. There's the veteran kill team, which is a firstborn sprue, which has obviously all the weapon options and stuff. Then there's also a standalone sprue, which is just shoulder pads. And I think for every 10 shoulder pads, you get 1 or 2 Terminator Deathwatch shoulder pads, which I think are sized to go on the Gravis, but I'm not entirely sure on that.
They are, but there are issues with regards to the kind of shoulder guards on top of them, because one of the things that they have is they've got this extra piece of armor that runs around
the trim,
it.
Extends out on the
trim.
Gravis,
So if you want to use those shoulder pads on, say, interceptors, the heavy bolter plasma cannon interceptors, it's actually quite difficult to get those on sometimes because they clang into the jump packs. So there are some compatibility issues. Also, there are no options for them on the Phobos side of things, and and that shoulder pad on Phobos looks ridiculous. So maybe that's something they could just do with upgrade sprue that has Phobos Deathwatch variants. Has again, it is something that Deathwatch players are crying out for. To be fair.
because Phobos feels very kill team,
Deathwatch,
and suitable for Deathwatch, but also kill team the game. So I could see them going, here's a unique custom Phobos kill team for Deathwatch, or I think an upgrade sprue feels like the sort of thing they could, if they were going to do something for Deathwatch, they would do a bit like they did with the Tau range. It's like, we're just giving you an upgrade sprue. That would be cool. It'd be. I do hope they will do that, even if it's not with these guys, but it will be at some point. I mean, if it was going to be with something, it might coincide. It might be Tyranids, and Deathwatch is a very sort of good themed, combatants.
All right, mate. Well, look, we've spoken for almost an hour, and that was our intro. So I'm concerned that this is going to be a hellacious episode.
No, well, obviously next. Is it next week?
But next week, we're doing Tau next week.
Is Tau? We're doing the Tau Codex, everyone. We're diving in deep.
We're breaking with our fortnightly format yet again to bring you our thoughts and feelings on Tau.
Exactly, because there's literally so much to talk about, and we still haven't got around to talking about the GT mission pack, if we ever will.
Well, indeed. I think we will do. I think we'll incorporate that into episode 1, 2, 3, as I guess it will be now, where we'll effectively talk about some Warzone stuff and then also that book.
Yeah, I reckon that will be the one after, unless
we'll see how it goes.
Unless Games Workshop throw us some more curveballs with more stuff to talk about.
I mean, it's a privileged position to be in, right? I mean, once upon a time it was hard to have anything to talk about. Now we're just overloaded with stuff.
I know, it keeps you busy on a day-to-day basis. It's like you don't even need to care what the outside world's doing.
That's exactly right, mate. That's exactly right. We live in blissful ignorance. But until next time, everybody, I hope you have a lovely time between now and then. Goodbye, everyone.
Bye-bye.